about to open some fucking windows.
Let's do it.
From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be, across these many, many time zones. This is the pre-stream. My name is Thermo, and we're here to talk about the newsy stuff from this week, from Lawtube to Lolcows, from 4chan to Forbes. We'll have a look back at some of the news in the past week and see how long before the chat demands Aussiecast return. Hey, chat, how's everyone going?
So anyway, as I was saying, pornography peaked about 15 years ago. You know, Lisa Ann and Sarah J and Gianna Michaels in their prime. Hi, I'm Tim of Tamps, by the way, everybody.
Yes, welcome.
This is the reason why we were late.
Yes,
we were
my fault.
we were discussing important issues.
We were, indeed.
So how's everybody's week been?
It was good. 4-day weekend. Can't complain.
Yes, 4-day weekend.
Hello.
Oh God!
I'm just going to go
It's
straight to
back,
bits and pieces. We'll be talking about him later, don't worry.
God damn you, Ryu. God damn it. I didn't realize that avatar change.
Yes, he always does it. It's. I'm going to put you in the corner.
Oh, it's topical, so.
Yes,
We
it'll be
have to
topical
have
later.
some representation to protect
Every week
the
it's been
stream.
topical.
Representation.
Works for the algorithm. It's great.
So yes, danger tourists and humanitarian workers are among 3 Britons being held prisoner by the Taliban's secret police in Afghanistan. So don't go to Afghanistan. One of them is Lord Miles.
Lord Miles. Oh no.
Yes.
So this is a British medic. I mean, I guess he gets a pass because he's trying to help people.
Yeah.
But just get out. Get the fuck out.
Just don't
Where's
go.
Tam?
Oh, Tam's going to be running late.
Mm-hmm.
Are
we
we sure
murdered
he's
Tam.
not there?
What?
Trying to get a wife or something?
No.
God.
So the Saudis and other oil giants have announced a surprise production cut. So the Saudis will be cutting production by up to 1.15 million barrels per day from May until the end of the year,
That's good.
in a move that could raise prices, prices
will.
worldwide. So your gas is going to get more expensive.
That would never happen. Biden says otherwise.
Until people get it until people understand to use their own national fuel, open up their reserves. Don't rely on other countries, you stupid fucking idiots.
I thought you were
But
going to say the
what if there
N-word
is no
there.
oil in your land?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's all the Indians.
Some of us are not oil rich. I don't know what's a PC way to say we don't have any fucking oil.
I don't know.
Oil disabled, oil retarded,
Trans-oilist.
trans oilist.
We identify as trends.
We identify as oil
Yeah, we identify
rich,
as
but we are not. So I was explaining to my wife the other day. We have a strategic oil reserve, and it is for about 6 days.
That
We're
includes
all
the
about
trip.
And we
For it to
don't
come to
produce
it,
our own oil. So
No, we
Yeah,
don't.
that's the trip coming to Australia. That includes the oil. So yeah. Have
So,
fun with that.
does Australia just not have a lot of oil?
no, we have gas. Like we
We
used to
got
have-
gas, we got coal, we got uranium, we got all these other resources, but oil is the one we lack. Is that right? I know we don't have a big oil industry.
I
but-
think we do have oil fields.
Okay.
But they're
I
not very
believe-
big.
Yeah, you guys have maybe the oil, like half the oil reserve of, oil reservoirs of maybe a quarter of Pennsylvania.
So
Yeah.
according to according to Geoscience Australia, we have we've limited domestic supplies of crude oil with an estimated remaining 2P reserves of 355 million barrels. And 608 million barrels of oil.
Yeah, we import almost all of our oil.
Yes. So all up, we've got almost almost 1 billion barrels of oil somewhere around.
But we don't. But like, I mean, the land itself doesn't. We don't have actual oil that we could just dig up or drill for ourselves.
No,
Is that right?
yeah, I don't think so. No,
Okay.
we got a lot of LPG,
Yeah.
a lot of gas.
Yep. We're very and we have the ability to be extremely energy.
We have
independent.
We have very bad gas.
Yes. Yes, we're very leaky. Yeah, but we have the ability the potential to be energy independent outside of oil. Is that basically accurate?
Yeah.
Coal, gas, uranium, nuclear. If we fucking got off our asses, supplemented by wind and hydro, all that, and solar. You know, it's just oil.
Yes,
Oil is the one we lack.
Australia is unbelievably energy rich, but but our years of just absolute waste.
Yeah. Energy rich, intellectually retarded.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, rich and retarded. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're the lucky country, don't you know?
Yeah. Blessed with all of these resources, and all we do is stick to coal instead of going to nuclear. Fucking insane.
Hey,
yeah,
Costy, man, how you doing?
Hey, Costy.
You guys should be like the nuclear energy, capital of the world.
No, because Australia's retarded, Dave.
Susan,
And
no, that's what I'm saying.
I know. We should be, but Australia is retarded. Our governments are all retarded. People think nuclear means Chernobyl and Fukushima breakdowns. They hear nuclear energy and they think The Simpsons.
Yeah,
not even joking. That's not even a joke.
Yeah, but you guys basically don't have. You guys live basically in a wasteland as far as that concerns.
Yep.
It's like there's nothing to destroy there.
But that's not how nuclear power works.
Yeah, like
I know.
You have to build it close to where people live.
Yeah. But people see all the nuclear power plant horror stories, and it's like, it's Australians are just averse to nuclear. Coal's dirty, coal's disgusting, but instead of proposing nuclear, they want to go full renewable, which can't support our base load. So, happy to move away from coal, but what's the next best thing?
It's LPG gas.
Yeah. And even that is, while you're digging that up out of the ground, it's not green. Well, just go nuclear.
So yes, Kevin Costner may be leaving Yellowstone. May. So he ditched the convention last minute. So I don't know that necessarily means anything.
He's expected to see elephant cars. I mean, you kill off John Dutton, you don't really have any other appeal on the show other than Rip, and Rip can't carry the show. Sorry.
I'd watch the show for Beth.
We all kind of watch the show for Beth. Don't get me wrong.
Maybe it'll be like
who's going to be the leading man? It's going to be Rip. And Rip, as much as I love Rip and Beth, Rip can't carry the show by his own.
Well, I did see something about Matthew McConaughey joining.
Oh, of course he is.
So,
of course he is.
Of course.
But again, this is the sixth season. Well, it'll be season 6 by the time that happens. And okay. It's the star who joins in the final season and still doesn't manage to save the show.
Well, as long as his thing is he only wants to spend a week filming the 5th season. So.
Fifth season. Oh yeah, so 5th season's already done. It's already aired. So 5th, 6th, whatever. Like he wanted. I think if I was right, he only wanted to spend a week. Yeah, something like that. Either way, but maybe he is going out.
Maybe. Baz says got some lithium mines in West Australia now. Yes, Costy, we should put nuclear waste there. I think we actually do have a nuclear waste storage facility like in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like we used to take British nuclear waste and store it in the desert.
I think it was like a loan program where we give them the uranium, they enrich it, use it, and then we kept the waste of it. Some bullshit like that. Hence why we have nuclear waste when we don't actually produce it.
Yeah. So the Resident Evil 4 remake, Ada voice act. I've never played the Resident Evil games, so I have no idea what this is about.
That's Ada Wong. She's not a main character.
Thanks, Susan. Happy Easter to you too.
Suzanne,
Yes, it's
sorry.
Easter, everyone.
It is. Yes, for the Aussies, it's Easter Sunday.
This is Easter Sunday. Yes.
And happy Passover for those who observe it.
Mm-hmm.
It's been Passover since Wednesday.
Shabbat Shalom for
Inshallah.
that's the other one. Yeah, that's the other ones.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't post this one, but I can speak to it. Again, it's just so the remake of Resident Evil 4 was released very recently. Resident Evil 4 is considered one of the best games of all time, and from what I hear, the remake is basically just as good. But people are criticizing the new voice of Ada Wong, who is one of the secondary characters. Like they're basically they're just accusing her of being lazy.
Well,
yeah,
it's.
I haven't played it. I haven't heard it. But that's basically the summary.
Oh, it's real bad. And I'm a huge.
I was about ready to say, are they?
Well, she phoned it in or something.
Basically,
Yeah,
that's what they're
pretty much.
accusing her of doing. It's just phoning it in. You know,
Is
maybe she did.
Asian?
And Ada Wong is one of my favorite characters.
Oh,
in the
Ada
whole game.
Wong is one of Capcom's most popular. Well, she's
And
not a
this-
lady. She's not a leading lady, but she's one of Capcom's most popular females. Absolutely.
And Resident Evil 4 is when she's actually a playable character.
Yes. Yeah. You see her
So
in.
Hold it home, and you kind of will.
They're just expecting. Hey, you're remaking the most popular Resident Evil game, or
And
one of
then
one of if not the best Resident Evil games, one of Capcom's biggest titles, and you're just phoning it in like that. Yeah. From what I hear, everything else about the game is amazing, but I haven't played it yet. So.
Yeah, I've heard it's great. Those games don't interest me. They never interest me.
Yeah.
That's just got some old
Give me one
mechanics that I don't like anymore. Like quick time events. God, thank God they're dead.
Yeah, the old quick times. Yeah, that were crazy.
Has derailed
Really
in the
annoying.
American state of Montana. The locomotive derailed on the banks of the Clark Fork River. This was about 2 hours ago.
How does this keep happening?
Images from the scene show some of the cars in the river.
Said it.
Not clear what contents are in the side of the containers, but first responders say there's no threat to the public. But look at that. Looks like a mess.
God's had it out for us for some reason. Maybe we are persecuting God's new chosen people. I mean, look at all the plagues that.
I know. You know what it is? No, you know what it is, Dave. It's God seen all the thing about anti-trans.
Yeah,
and he didn't have his glasses on, so he thinks it's anti-trains, and he agrees. So
he's struggling.
God,
with
only a pity laugh from
winds and
Dave. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Elon Musk has pulled New York Times Twitter verified checkmark, calling it calling the publication propaganda.
Big facts.
Yeah,
Big facts. Well, that's because they said they were not going to pay for it, and I was like, and then Elon replies, "Okay, okay, we'll pull it."
I think this is dumb. Like I'm gonna be the voice of no, this is stupid. I think this is dumb because he didn't do it to anybody else.
Well, they openly said, they actually tweeted saying, we're not going to pay for it. Yeah,
I know. But my point is, why didn't he do exactly what he said he was going to do? If you don't pay for the check mark, it's gone.
Oh, he said
he didn't. He cucked out.
He still is.
No, he took.
No, he cucked. He fucking cucked. He absolutely said April 1st. Twitter fucking pushed out the thing. No, Twitter pushed out their thing and said, as of April 1st, if you are not a Twitter Blue subscriber, you will lose your check mark. And
it also
to pretend,
says,
I'm done. I'm done with Elon Musk and his fucking. Wow, no, this is because this is harder. Wow.
He did remove.
He removed
5,000 blue check marks.
There are hundreds of thousands of them.
Hundreds of thousands. So
and I'm sorry, but that is the simplest thing to do.
Literally,
if you aren't set everybody who isn't paying for Twitter Blue, set their check mark to no longer there.
How do you determine who's not paying? Like, okay, so
you're not getting money from them.
Yeah.
Well,
so there's a tag on their account that says they're Twitter Blue, whether they're a Twitter Blue subscriber, because they get other stuff.
Well, you have to think about it this way.
Don't
even
give
the
Twitter
rollout,
any lenience on this. It's so easy. It's basically programmed into the system. They can check by pushing one button who is paying and who isn't. Yes, it'll take you a while to read it, but that's why you hire someone to flip that switch.
No, but I'm saying you could do it programmatically.
Yeah, you figure out who's in arrears, who. But
no, it's a monthly subscription.
Yeah,
your account is flagged for Twitter Blue or it's not. It's a binary state. Hey, Magus, how you going?
How many accounts did they actually give the Twitter Blue to, if any? Because you have to look at it this way: they still have the old Twitter systems too, the blue check marks and shit like that. They have to look at them.
Twitter Blue existed before Elon took over.
I know, but you had it. Even Ethan Ralph was qualified for a check mark.
Because back in the day, if you were notable in any way, you got a fucking check mark.
Exactly. So now they have to go through it systematically now. Because the fact is,
you can run queries.
You're not seeing my point. My point is they don't need to de-verify people. If you get Twitter Blue,
you
go through a verification process. So the people who have the blue check marks, like the verified check marks, who are also like, it's a simple query. If user has Twitter Blue and a check mark, they keep the check mark. If they have a check mark but don't have Twitter Blue, the check mark disappears, is removed. They're no longer verified. That's not difficult code.
But they're also switching out the different accounts too right now into the gold, into the purple.
Yeah, but
as well. So
Tem will be along later. I think he's shoveling snow or something. I don't know.
You remove all the blue check marks. If you missed one, you are screwed legally. I'm just saying that. Personally,
I don't know that you're screwed legally.
You would be, because it would be considered defamation by Twitter. Because if, let's say, it was a politician that's ran, and somebody that goes out and attacks them, Twitter can be responsible for that.
No, they can't be responsible for defamation on the platform.
You would be shocked on it.
I don't think so.
You guys are assuming that they're actually competent programmers in Twitter.
All I'm seeing.
All I'm saying is Elon cucked. This should have been a simple action.
Yes, Elon
should have been handled. It should have been handled. He should have just fucking
that.
said to someone, "It needs to happen."
And
he cucked. He got the pushback and he folded.
What did he push back about? Because the New York Times has no Twitter. They have no check mark.
Yeah.
Twitter.com/NY Times. They have no check mark, no nothing. They're no longer verified.
Have you seen what the check marks means now?
No, because I don't use it.
This account is verified because it's subscribed to Twitter Blue, or it's a legacy verified account.
And NY Times has none. It has no check mark.
No, but that I don't know if I'm speaking Spanish or something. My point is, he said
too much time on Twitter.
He said, "Well, yeah,
He said, okay, we'll take it away."
He said, "If you don't pay for Twitter Blue, you will lose your verified check mark."
And
instead of all the fucking people who never had to pay for their check mark, who just got it for free, all those people bitched and moaned and bitched and moaned and bitched and moaned, and he fucking folded like a cheap suit. And instead of taking away their check mark, he just added the "or is a legacy verified account" to everyone's check mark. Yep. So you can't tell who has Twitter Blue or who's a legacy. So there's a bunch of people out there who are verified for free, who get all the benefits of being verified, i.e. pushed to the top of all this bullshit without having to fucking pay a red cent. That is my fucking point.
Say what you mean and mean what you say.
He said he was going to take it away from the Times, and he did. So
all other stuff. He may have said that, but he also said he was going to take it away from everyone else.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
This is a fucking distraction.
He's only done it to the Times. I get what you're saying.
He's done it to a lot more accounts.
He still did it to the Times, so he still did it. I get that there's a lot of work to be done, and probably will never be done with the rest of them. But The New York Times got owned. They said they weren't going to pay for it, so he's like, "Oh, boom."
They also
Which
said
is-
that there are.
They all say it again. He's one person.
Every one of
supposedly
their other.
propaganda.
The New York Times has like 8 accounts.
I looked at it. I know
The rest of them are
their other
all
accounts are still
verified.
there. Yep, but again,
and they're not paying for those.
No,
So
NY
what?
Times is the main
You're telling
account.
me he didn't
so-
go from one to the other? Like
No.
this is like it's such fucking half measures and absolute bullshit. Like Elon is a giant fucking cuck. The slightest pushback, he fucking folds. Like I'm telling you, this is going to get reversed too. The NPR thing, like he's going to fold like a fucking cheap suit on this too. Because like, so he added the fucking US state affiliated media.
Now it's been changed to government funded because
Now it's
that's
been
true.
changed to government funded.
Yes, right now it says government funded,
And-
which is correct.
So
Is
it should. Look, this is fucking NPR's page on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like this was wholly and solely
state
confected
affiliated.
outrage.
Yeah, they say state affiliated media, and then people cried about that because I mean they don't represent the U.S. government, but again they're affiliated with the government, like Russia Today and all that.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
now it just says government funded, which is correct because they get 10% of their funding from the government. So they're not a state broadcaster because the US doesn't have one.
But my issue with that is go over to PBS, which is literally even more government funded. They don't have the banner.
Yes.
My issue with fucking Elon
PBS
at
says
the moment
government
is yeah, Baz, I'm a New York Times.
PBS says government funded.
It does say it.
Yep.
Fucking fantastic.
Yep.
Great. All I want. The problem with fucking Twitter before was inconsistency of enforcement. That was one of the biggest fucking issues.
Yep.
And now it's the fucking same. It's absolutely the fucking same. We get this fucking inconsistent enforcement of rules, and worse, Elon does this arbitrary bullshit.
But it's 10 times better than what it was before. I hate to even admit that, but it is.
I haven't noticed a single thing.
I don't know that it's 10 times better. Is it better? Yes. But
I haven't been knocked off yet or anything like that, but by just stating the fucking goddamn truth. I've lost 2 accounts so far with the old regime over just stating the fucking truth. Now it's, well, okay, great. They actually look at the appeals.
I just want to. So just for comparison, Russia Today, at RT_com says Russia state affiliated media.
yeah, that's what it should say.
Which that's what it should say. But the other, PBS and NPR, they say government funded because they're not state broadcasters, but they do get government funding. What is the ABC Australia?
So the ABC didn't say anything the other day, nor did the BBC.
No, I'm just wondering what their label is. ABC Australia is a Twitter blue check mark. ABC News with the gold check mark has no tag. Has no label from Twitter. But yeah, it's
Magoo says, what about CBC?
CBC.
Because that is wholly and solely government funded, like our ABC.
Okay, so they have a few accounts. CBC. Official CBC Twitter has no label. They're a gold check mark, but they don't have a Twitter label. What else we got? Al Jazeera.
Yes, state adjacent. Yeah,
Yeah, state adjacent could possibly be accurate too.
But yes, so there was also this thing with Matt Taibbi. So you can know, like, for a time when you posted a link to Substack, you would get this is a dangerous link. This is a dangerous link. And you couldn't like it. Like, it was the same as it was same as the old boss. It was you can't like it, you can't retweet it, you can't comment on it.
Yeah, Elon already said he was going to stop doing links to Substack because Substack is just like Mastodon. It's like it's all home to child porn. I thought that. Or was that or did he only say that about Mastodon? I can't remember.
Substack is
it's a blog site.
It's not even a blog site. I guess it is a blog site.
Yeah.
But that's ridiculous. It's not like Mastodon. It's not.
I'm probably wrong. I'm probably just remembering things wrong. But I know he said that about Mastodon. That's why Mastodon links were banned.
He responded. Brett Weinstein brought it up, and
okay.
Elon Musk replied. So Elon says Substack links were never blocked. Matt's statement is false. That's a lie. Oh, sorry. No, that's not a lie. That's a half truth. Because they weren't blocked, but when you tweeted a Substack link,
There'd be no
nobody could like it, nobody could retweet it, nobody could reply to it, and it was
Okay.
deboosted.
Yeah.
That's the same fucking wordplay that the former owners of Twitter used to fucking play all the fucking time.
But you could click it and it would take you to Substack, right?
No, you could click it and it would take you to a warning page telling you that this was a very, very dangerous website.
Like trying to click
maybe
out
it could harm your computer.
Yeah.
And then if you said, I agree and go through, then you could fucking go.
Like trying to click links in within Steam, it takes you to, hey, this is you're going to an external
except
site.
Worse, except scarier.
Except worse. Yeah. Okay.
So,
but they didn't block it out straight out.
No, that's
Like,
right. So he is technically correct.
The best kind of correct. Yes.
So, which is fucking Weasley.
Yeah.
It's Weasley as fuck. 2, Substack was trying to download a massive portion of the Twitter database to bootstrap their Twitter clone, so their IP address is obviously untrusted. That is some fucking bullshit. You know what they did? On their notes feature, you could see, like, it accessed the Twitter API to call the user lookup. So you could submit the email addresses of your subscribers on Substack so that you could message them to say, oh, hey, follow me in notes, which fucking tons of other places do. And then 3, turns out Matt was an employee of Substack.
Ooh.
So some people on Substack get paid by Substack in addition to their members because they drive traffic, because Substack takes a portion of your membership. So some people on Substack are invited to join Substack, and Substack will pay you a regular amount of money to publish your shit on Substack. Does that make them an employee of Substack? I don't think so.
Depends.
Depends.
If you have a semi-exclusive agreement with Twitch, are you an employee of Twitch?
Well, it's more if they.
Well, actually, no. Anybody on Twitch has an exclusive agreement with Twitch. If you are paid to stream on Twitch, you have an exclusive agreement because you can't stream on another platform. It's part of the fucking contract. Does that mean you're an employee of Twitch?
Well, you contract for Twitch.
No, exactly. And contractors are not employees. And Elon knows the fucking difference. So again, this is another fucking lie. Like it's absolute bullshit.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose there is
He's justifying his own petty bullshit.
There is a legal. Yeah, I suppose there is a legal distinction between contractor and employee.
Somewhat. It depends.
Somewhat now.
It technically depends.
So.
Because you can be a contractor and still be considered an employee.
Correct. It's like if you're a long-term contractor,
yes,
you would be considered an employee.
Yeah, if I'm exactly. We hire
you're a contractor who works 40 hours a week. Yes, you would be treated as an employee for like unfair dismissal laws and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but you're not thought of as an employee.
I mean,
like the idea that he's in, and what the fuck does it matter? Like even if he worked for fucking Substack, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Does that mean if you work for Substack, you're not allowed to tweet Substack links on Twitter anymore? When is it extended? When Twitter finally gets this shit together and sorts out video streaming, does that mean you're not allowed to tweet YouTube links or Rumble links? Like
probably.
I saw people in these fucking replies simping for Elon, like, oh, they should make their own platform if they want to tweet links. Are you out of your fucking mind? Half to 80% of Twitter is fucking shit from other places. Like if you want to fuck, again, it's this fucking bullshit of oh, I enforce it over here, but I don't enforce it over here. If you want to have rules, that's fine. Enforce that fucking shit consistently. So if you want to fucking block people from linking to outside sites, do it across the fucking board. Twitter dies tomorrow.
Yeah.
So because nobody will
recover,
use it.
but it would be death.
Well, Matt
essentially.
Taibbi's basically said, look, I use Twitter because I share, like, my audience uses Twitter. Some of my audience uses Twitter as well, and I share links to my articles here. It's why I'm here. It's why most people are on Twitter. Nobody's on Twitter to fucking engage in conversation.
That is true.
Yes, Eric, it is a fucking cesspool, and it has been forever. And Elon didn't change it.
Of course not. There's no way you can change it.
No, because it's fucking human nature.
What
The whole platform was built for that.
But yes, Elon Musk is not our savior. And his pettiness, his pettiness, and he's lying to us. He's fucking lying to us. And the sooner we all realize that he's just a liar like all the rest, the better. So you can like Tesla, you can like what Elon does.
You know who our savior is?
Jesus Christ.
It's the Easter Bunny.
Yep.
I still don't understand the outrage, to be honest. But again, I don't really use Twitter that much other than trolling people. So
that's exactly the whole point of Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't expect Elon to be able to do everything universally because he still has people under him who actually push the switches.
But when he uses his own Twitter account to fucking lie, that's not his underlings.
No,
that's him.
That's a fair point. But it's like all this stuff about enforcing rules universally, he doesn't pull the switches on that. He doesn't pull the switches on that. It's the underlings who actually do the work. So just because someone is a CEO,
no simp.
I don't really give a shit what Elon could sell Twitter tomorrow. I really don't care. Like, but again, CEOs do not have unlimited power. They don't have the ability to pull rank, and they're not omnipotent, not omniscient.
Then they shouldn't say it. They shouldn't.
Well, he's the CEO. He can give a directive, but he also doesn't have any real ability to make sure that his executive decisions are carried out.
Then he should say that.
But why does he have to say that?
Why exactly?
Why does he? That's how business works, though, Dave.
No. I understand it. What I'm saying
is a directive, but you have no ability to truly verify.
No, I get that, but if he didn't have the power to do it, then why did he say?
Well, he has the power to give that. He owns the company. He has the ability to give that directive, but
it's not power; it's authority.
Yeah, it's authority. He has the authority to give that directive. It's his. There's no shareholders. What he says goes. But he has no ability to really check if people are actually carrying out those directives. Just like a president, like he's one person. There's not enough time in the week, in the day, to actually make sure that everything you say is being carried out completely. That's going to take a lot of time, and that's also going to assume, to Thermo's credit, it's also going to assume that he's interested in making sure that
people to make sure that what you say is followed through with. You could actually set up an actual set of a category of the business to do it.
You could, but again,
look,
he's reliant on all of his underlings to actually do the things that he tells them to do.
This is why CEOs have staff.
He could just be like Bob Iger and just say whatever he could just say the flippin' message what his company wants.
Yeah, exactly. And if the company doesn't deliver, then he'll do nothing.
You blame the fans.
Then he'll do nothing.
There you go.
Yeah, it's all the fans' fault. Anyway, India is going to require Facebook and Twitter to rely on government fact checking.
Okay, pull out of India.
Yes,
they won't.
They won't.
There's so many users.
I worry India is turning into the new, because India's going to end up being the new China, just in the manufacturing context, just because there's already more Indians, people in India than there are in Chinese in China.
I think they're 1/3, aren't they, of the population for the
world?
They're
nearly approaching 2 billion or something like that.
No, I think they're like 1/3 or 1/4, aren't they?
India is the
1.33 billion versus
it's just behind China.
6 or 7 billion.
Yeah, it's just behind China. 1.4.
Yeah, just behind. But I'm pretty sure these numbers are juiced.
Yeah, probably.
So
Nope, they're
Yes.
20%.
plus that's July 2020.
Yeah. India's at 22 estimate was 2022 estimate was 1.375 billion. So another 200, another 40 million people. So 1.37 billion is about India's now. 1.48 according to Worldometer. Okay, but again, this was the 2022 estimate was 1.37 billion. Worldometer is now saying 1.4, so they're almost tied now. Fucking hell.
Yeah. And again, I think these numbers are bullshit.
Of course, yeah.
And also, India would beat the shit out of China any day.
They might beat the shit out of
Look
them
at
using
the skirmish up in the border between
Where they weren't allowed to
India and
use
China.
guns.
Yes.
Yeah, they might
India
actually just
beat
dig
the
up all
shit
the
out of the Chinese.
They might just start throwing the
Like,
shit
literally
off
beat the
the
shit out of them.
streets. Yeah, they'll literally just start throwing the shit off the streets of China.
But yes, what I like, India is going to be the China of the next 50 years. My concern is, of course, that they go right now they're a democracy, in quotes.
Yeah, quote.
They're a democracy. They're not a liberal democracy, which is a good thing, I guess, because ours are just doing so fucking well.
Constitutional republic.
Yeah,
is what. Yeah, so they.
Sorry, I'm not using the explicit term democracy.
I wasn't sure if
they vote for leader.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, I was just sorry. I was just looking up what their actual parliamentary system or governmental system was. No, they're a constitutional republic. They have states, president, all that shit.
I mean, they've had that for a while now. Yeah. And I hope that's ingrained and it stays that way.
They have a parliament. Yeah, and they have a president and a prime minister.
I worry they're going to go the authoritarian way of China.
Oh fuck yeah! India is borderline fucking fascist. They have a caste system and everything.
Well, yeah. McDonald's temporarily shuts its US offices and prepares for layoffs. So,
they did shut them down.
So, well, yeah, this was the.
There's an updated of the article, like right there. It's on the side right there.
Oh yeah. So McDonald's lays off hundreds, cuts pay for workers, and closes field offices. Closes all 10 of its field offices, and it's consolidating everything into one national structure that would oversee it all.
Sorry, where is this?
Wonder what the grandchildren of the McDonald's brothers are thinking right now.
Jeez, they'd be thinking, geez, I wish my my uncles, my grandparents weren't fucked.
So where is? Sorry, I was trying to follow the story. What is Macca's doing?
So McDonald's is shutting down their offices. Their back office stuff.
Oh, okay.
Corporate.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
So
most of that stuff can be done from home and online anyway.
So yes, if you have Chinese apps on your phone, just take them off. Don't use Chinese apps.
That's why you get a phone that only has those on when you visit.
Your special Chinese phone.
Your CCP issued device.
No, I actually have an iPhone that has them.
See you, rabbit.
I repeat myself. Your CCP issued device.
No, I have WeChat on it.
The WWE is combining with the UFC to form a new company.
Yep, Endeavor
The
Boxing.
WWUFC. No,
Yes,
it's
this makes
Endeavor
perfect
Group.
sense because Dana and Vince, and a lot of the old UFC guard, the UFC and WWE have been friends for a very long time.
Does that mean we're going to start seeing some crossover?
There's been a bit of crossover between the UFC and UFC and WWE historically. People like Brock Lesnar, Ronda Rousey,
Ronda
Rousey, CM Punk, who amazing wrestler but tried and fucking failed in UFC. But there's been a lot of crossover between the two franchises for a very long time. They've been very good friends. So yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all.
There was talks about this happening, like, there was talks in them combining, like, back in 98, 99.
Yeah, something like that.
But Vince didn't want to because of how UFC was back then. Since there's been
Yes, Eric, that's right. Yeah,
there's been continuing talks as they've progressed.
yeah, of course. Yeah, and Eric listed a few more people who've done crossovers and moved between the two sports, basically. And yeah, Baz, I mean, that's what grappling is. Grappling is hugging. It's really gay hugging, where you put people to sleep and break their arms and tear their leg, basically tear them apart limb from limb. It's really gay.
But
They
you
have
have to
to
mount
love
them
it.
in the process.
Pardon?
You have to mount them in the process.
You gotta mount them. You gotta, get in missionary position a lot of the time, and yeah.
And they've had a few
It's
champions.
the
like,
art
you know,
of folding clothes while the
UFC.
people are wearing them.
No, that's jujitsu. UFC is just gay. Yes, but of course, you and I both know there's a lot of crossover. Yeah.
Ronda
Then you
Rousey.
check the oil. Yeah, good old oil checks as well. Yep.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, no. Whisper dirty words in there. Yeah. You just, you just you mount someone from behind and you wrap your arms sweet and lovingly around their neck and you whisper in their ear, "I'll fuck you till you love me," and then choke them out.
And the worst part.
In the words of Mike Tyson.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, Dave.
No, it's the worst time is when they stick their thumb up your butt and then shove it in your mouth as they're trying to.
Oh, well, like that fish hooking is illegal, but yes, oil checks are not pleasant.
No, but what you do is you wipe your thumb across their top lip. It's
Dirty Sanchez.
That's
Dirty Sanchez,
nasty shit. Because Dave is right. It's subtle. It's nasty.
Costy says the hardest part is not getting an awkward boner.
when you want to expose somebody's neck to choke them, you need to make them lift their chin, and that's a dirty way of doing it.
Yep.
And then Eric is right. Double leg into kiss on the nape of the neck, and it's yes.
News for you. That means you're gay.
Yeah, very much so. But
Jesus.
Oh yeah.
There's so many gay sex jokes you can make about MMA.
Oh, Jesus. HBO has announced a reboot of Harry Potter with J.K. Rowling's involvement, and that is enough to make the internet lose their minds.
Yep.
So Harry Potter was the 9/11 of literature, and we need to put a stop to J.K. Rowling and her devious activities that caused this. That has to be a troll.
Well, to be fair, technically, yes, in a way that it did change and changed and kind of influenced a younger generation, like the 9/11 attacks did.
I guess.
It also changed all writing contracts ever.
So nobody keeps the fucking rights.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I get HBO is starving for content. How can they milk that they can milk for years? Harry Potter, really, when J.K. Rowling is as radioactive as she has ever been, and Deathly Hallows Part 2 came out like 10 minutes ago. What? No, it didn't. It was like 2007.
Deathly Hallows Part, the book was like 2007, and the movie was like 2010 or something like that.
Yeah, it was like, Jesus.
It's been a long time since.
I mean, this guy's probably old, and I'm old too, but I know that's like not recent.
I keep forgetting how old Harry Potter actually is.
Yeah.
It takes place in the 80s.
Yep.
Can we please stop giving J.K. Rowling more attention? And give this idea to a book series author that isn't openly transphobic. Oh.
Wow. The 0.1%.
And it continues on.
Yeah, of course.
Tim Cook says kids need hard rails against too much screen time.
Oh shit! CCP engaged.
Yep.
1 hour.
Yes.
1 hour a week.
Chairman G has entered the chat.
Yes.
But yes, he's insisted that he's in favor of limiting screen time for children, even as iPhone makers remain heavily reliant on hardware sales to drive revenue for its business.
He has a point.
This is not mutually exclusive. You can be because it just means the kids have two iPhones.
Yeah.
Basically.
In fact, it drives
One
sales.
for personal, one for school, and you know, I mean,
Well, that's what the iPad's for.
well, because I hear the parents bitching about having to buy devices for their kids for school all the time, and it's just like they come to me asking what's the best one, and I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't have kids. I don't know what the school wants. Like,
Yeah.
Most
Just-
of them just want
just
the
go back to
Chrome-
books, please, and
the
just go back to books and
Chromecast
pens
or whatever it is.
Yeah,
The Chrome tablets or Chrome
yeah,
laptop.
you good. That's right, Eric. Your good boy phone and your naughty boy phone.
Yes.
The one with your little black book, and the one you use for school.
Well, so I've got a Note 9, which is obviously very old at this point. I am due for replacement. I've been due for replacement for a couple of years, but I've put it off and put it off and put it off. Just because it's awkward asking work to pay for $2,000 for a fucking phone. But yes, I'm going to do it after bonus time, so that they can't go, oh, well, we'll take it out of your bonus. No, that's not how that works. But yeah, so I'm going to get an S23 Ultra, but then I'm going to turn this phone into not a naughty phone, but I'll get another number and use this for my thermo personality, so that everything is
Oh, it
truly
is your
separate.
naughty phone got it. So don't.
Yep, naughty phone, got it.
I'll get it a furry case for you, Ryu.
Thermo, you're gonna make it your hot phone.
No, it's just going to sit
Thermo, even
gonna
your
sit on my desk.
Barbie. It actually says on Barbie.
Your burner, quote unquote.
It
phone.
says this Ken is a furry.
Dwayne Johnson
Why?
has announced a live-action Moana is in the works. I hope
no!
I hope they don't cast him because he's not obese enough.
He could just wear a fat suit.
No,
Hang
they
on.
can't use fat suits.
Hang
Fat
on,
suit-
was he in the
He was
original?
the voice. He's the voice.
He was
of
the
the-
voice.
Yeah, he is. He is.
I haven't
he
watched
is-
it.
Yeah,
Neither
he
have
is
I,
the
but I do
Hercules.
know
He's
that,
the
yeah.
Hawaiian Hercules.
Yeah.
They're gonna tell him he's not black enough yet.
He added that this story is my culture and this story is emblematic of our people's grace, manner, and warrior strength. Okay.
Yeah, he's really leaning hard into his Samoan heritage lately.
Yeah, that's right.
He doesn't want to be
Finland.
canceled.
Finland has joined NATO finally. So
Yeah.
Russia's border with NATO just got 10 times bigger.
Yeah, bring back the Winter Wars.
Finally,
in-
Finland.
In
Eric,
other news,
I thought Dwayne was like full Samoan.
No,
I'll look it
half.
up on the side. I'll look it up on the side. Whatever.
His father was
Oh yeah, Rocky
Rocky
Maivia
Johnson,
is
yeah.
fucking dark as shit. Sorry, Rocky Johnson. My bad.
he's not that dark. Like he's brown, but
Oh no, his dad is black. Sorry, yeah, his dad is black.
but yes, and there's another $2.6 billion of military aid to Ukraine.
Woohoo!
So now let's remember, this isn't actual money. No one's writing a check. It's actual like missiles and artillery rounds and mortar rounds, and so it's like if I give you a car, I didn't give you $40,000. Like the sticker price might be $40,000, but it's got 300,000 kilometers on the clock, so it's not actually worth that anymore. But I just say I gave you $40,000. Oh, actually, no. I need to go to this other one. Speaking of Finland,
What are the Finns doing again?
joining NATO and
Other than that,
and getting rid of PM Hottie. So
Oh,
yes,
that's a shame.
Yeah, well, she's a socialist.
Sanam, well, hey, look, socialists need the D too.
I know.
That's
It's
why
a shame. It's a
They
shame.
run underneath the D is because they can't get the D.
So, yes,
Well,
well, clearly
the
she
problem
got the
with
D. She got
socialists
fucked.
and the D is that they get the D from everyone because everyone has to.
well, she came third. Her party came third, so she went from PM to third place.
Yeah.
So yes, this is. I thought I should have waited for Tem because I thought Tem would appreciate it.
Oh well, it's Tim's
I
fault.
put together some.
He misses out.
I put together some lovely photos of the former Prime Minister of Finland.
She's She's very much Nordic waifu, but she's a socialist. So
I could fix it. Tim.
I can fix her, but
Oh,
big salute.
I doubt it.
Big salute. Big salute. Thank you for your service. But
So she cuts off your balls.
we can save this. You just got to change parties.
Yeah.
She's only in her mid-30s. She's not fully out of the realm of. She's not completely past her prime yet. The war's only a couple more years away. But
Could you fix AOC then?
Yes.
No, she's beyond saving. She's beyond saving.
No. No. Ryu, a ball gag fixes many things.
Damn it.
True.
But you would have to file down.
Don't you mean a horse bite?
Yeah, I gotta file down
horse
those
nip.
teeth. Yeah, that's
A
right.
bite. It's called a bite. Clearly no.
Yeah, that's what you
clearly
need for.
clearly no horsemen among us. But yes.
No.
We're not rich.
Yeah.
Well,
not
Did you have
I
childhood?
don't have a bridle.
The bite
No,
is the bit
he's
that
just got those horse pony shoes.
the bite is the bit in the bridle that goes between their teeth that they bite down. That they can't bite down on.
Yeah.
So yes, farmers have been.
I used to ride when I was younger.
I used to ride when I was younger too. My Italian family. had
Just give
horses.
her a carrot. So there you go, Tim. You can just paint it orange for Easter.
What?
Farmers.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What?
Farmers have been ordered to feed cows methane suppressant to help reach net zero. So all
That's
dairy
good.
cows will be given methane suppressants to stop them belching under the government's net zero plan. So this is the UK government.
So they're going to die from all the internal gas buildup.
They're just going to explode. Like
Basically,
They're
yeah.
going to die.
cows that start exploding. In completely unrelated news, Bill Gates is backing a new startup that reduces emissions from cow burps. Totally unrelated.
Oh, rip those cows.
Why don't we just use it as a reusable energy? That's win-win.
Attach a plug to their butt and get them to turn grass into methane and then burn methane
Well,
because that produces carbon emissions.
Well,
Like
you
a
can always
lot of
ask,
carbon emissions.
So
Thermo's
methane
furry
is
friends
a
for
methane
a
is
butt
a
plug made for them.
God damn it, Ray! I'm not a furry. So methane is a greenhouse gas, like a even worse greenhouse gas than carbon. I think like 4 or 5 or 6 times worse. So that's the argument for we should not eat. We eat the bugs, bigot. So Bavaria has apologies. This is translated. Bavaria launched a coronavirus vaccine injuries hotline, and it was overloaded immediately. So it was only able to process a third of the calls they received.
Meanwhile, in Australia, we continue to deny there was ever any injury.
Yes.
Yep, basically.
Yep.
Little known Cash App creator Bob Lee, age 43, was killed in San Francisco.
Someone explain to me what Cash App actually is, because I've never used it.
So Cash App is so it's an app that lets you send money to other people basically anonymously. But it has I think we talked last week about was it last week? We talked about how Block, the company Block, owns Cash App. I mean so Block owns Cash App, Tidal, and what's the other company? Square. And Cash App is a huge fucking money laundering thing.
Like huge.
Like massive. They do know your customer. They pretend to be a bank, but they're not a bank. Their numbers are super inflated. But yes, that story came out last week, and this poor bastard got stabbed to death that week, like the week after, which I thought
we know who did it.
Very fucking sus. But it's San Francisco. It's 2 a.m. It was probably a homeless person.
Yeah.
So there is footage of him stumbling around, trying to get help.
And it had
Yeah,
to
it
have
was the
been.
homeless
we
person
will
that got
not
paid
be
like
watching it.
$200.
It must have been a rusty, blunted knife too. I wouldn't have. Fucking sucks.
San Fran
Why
gonna
must
San
it
Fran.
be a rusty blunted knife?
Wait.
Because
they're cleaning. They're cleaning.
If it was
San
a
Francisco, they don't
homeless,
clean shit
if it was
down
a
there.
homeless person, it wouldn't have been a sharpened, nice and cleaned utensil.
If I'm using knives to rob people, it's sharp.
I agree.
I've
that
stolen
video
a
was
sharp knife from a
fucked.
restaurant or something.
Yeah.
Well, there's that.
It was. So, did they confirm it was an actual knife? I'm thinking it's probably just a shiv or something.
Yeah.
Well, he was stabbed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
stabbed.
Yeah,
Just
but he was
multiple stab
also shouting
wounds,
for help.
no arrests, so they don't even know
Supposedly.
what actually was used.
It's San Francisco.
Yeah,
Like,
it's probably a shiv.
so he was in the quote good part of the city.
Yeah.
It appeared to have been
Yeah,
targeted.
I doubt that.
It appeared
Fran,
to
there
have
is no
been
good part.
targeted in a random mugging / attack.
Yeah, I heard about it. I heard about it through Jake Shields, as
Yeah.
the story mentions there.
So a lot of people have said that he was he was actually a really good guy.
Mhm.
Like everybody who knew him was like, wow, like this really fucking sucks.
Mm.
Like he was such like a really nice guy. So yeah, that's it. It's him with his daughters, which
Yeah,
is
it's
like
fucked.
that's fucked. Like
Yep.
the guy was only 43. Get
Mhm.
out of fucking San Francisco. Like
Mhm, yeah.
seriously,
Oop, that's me.
fucking the
Who has a
Bay
fucking
Area.
landline nowadays?
Get out of the Bay Area.
Like the Bay Area has so much fucking money. Like between the Bay Area and like Santa Clara, I think is the other county, like the other county
Mm.
where Silicon Valley is. Like between those two counties, you could fucking have enough money to eliminate crime. And yet still,
Well, you would think.
this fucking shit happens. Like, how are there not robots patrolling the streets of San Francisco and Santa Clara County, like enforcing the law? Like,
You know why that is,
Ridiculous.
right? They don't have any money. They have to pay it for reparations.
yes, well,
You don't really
they
have.
need to pay their $800 trillion.
Yeah, California doesn't actually have money. They're in so much debt. It's like.
So, this was a very weird story. So, yeah, Subway's Cadbury Creamy Egg Easter sandwich called absolutely disgusting.
So what's on it other than the eggs? Is it just
That's
bread?
it.
Is it just
That's
just bread and Cadbury eggs?
It's bread and
Yeah.
Cadbury eggs.
I would agree with that.
It looks like
Uh,
dog shit in a bun.
Like the cream eggs are.
I'd try it.
I would try it. The cream eggs are great. Oh, this is the UK.
Yeah.
Fuck the UK. Okay, no, that's fair.
I
That's fair.
couldn't even try it. I'd die from all the sugar.
You die from diabetes. Yeah. Cadbury eggs and butter. Yeah, I think.
I
it's
hear
okay.
a sugar coma is a very
Look,
peaceful way to go.
Subway bread has so
It's
much
not
sugar in
fun.
it
Yeah.
by itself.
Honestly, the bread's probably got more sugar in it than the fucking Cadbury eggs.
Yeah, is it? I think I heard somewhere that maybe in the US somewhere like Cadbury bread is not Cadbury, Subway bread isn't actually legally bread; it's cake.
It's
Oh,
Ireland.
American
Ireland.
bread is not like. I think I've done this before. Let's have a look at what.
No, it's Ireland because of the sugar content in the bread. They count it as a cake.
What's-
Subway bread?
What is so, Dave? What's a good quality bread brand in the US?
Scotland. That's where it was.
Weber's.
And Ireland. And
Weber's
Yeah, it's like Scotland
is
and
known
Ireland.
for their bread.
Yeah, in Scotland and Ireland, Subway bread is considered cake because of all the sugar.
So is Wonder. So is Granny Smith.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Wonder,
I don't know how
believe,
much
is-
sugar is
Granny
in
I
it.
Smith,
believe-
like the apples.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there is actually a bread.
That's not a bread. That would be a pastry.
No, they actually make a bread, loaf of bread.
but yeah, Wonder and Weber's. I believe they're the same company. They're
Okay.
just
Okay.
branded
It's
separately.
all right.
I'm just looking at a Guardian article, which is probably a bad idea, but it has about the same sugar content as a Big Mac in the bun.
So here is Weber's thin sliced enriched bread
Yeah,
Per
enriched.
ser-
Remember
per
that.
serving.
Enriched.
4 grams of
So
sugar.
4 grams of sugar, 4 grams of protein, 2 grams of total fat. That's per slice.
How
Is
much
there
is
any
how
added
much is
sugar?
how much is a
assuming
serving?
A serving is 1 slice.
It'd be 2 slices actually.
It'd be,
Will it,
yeah.
will it be?
Yeah, because you don't have just 1 piece of bread. You have 2.
Weber's thin bread. Yeah, it's probably 2 slices because you'd have 2 slices for a sandwich.
Well, let me find the
Maybe. I'm guessing that's right.
Weber bread. I was spelling it wrong anyway.
Or you
Nutrition
are
facts.
Australian.
One
that's
serving.
Not. Let's go to search instead of there. I want their website because their website's going to tell me exactly what's in it because they have to.
Weber.com?
No, that's like a.
Oh, that's the Weber
That's
kettle.
a recipe.
That's the Weber kettle barbecue.
Yeah.
Barbecue kettle stuff. Kettle grill.
All right,
Weber
we'll do this
bread.
one.
Weber.com. And it's Weber's. That's why it's Weber's, not Weber. Yeah, Weber's. Weber's bread.
80 calories per serving. That's got to be 1 slice.
Yes.
Weber's bread.
Look, it has even what is it?
But it would say it on the nutrition label the size of the,
bugs.
on the bag. It would say I don't fucking know.
Let's have a look
Anyway,
at the ingredients.
We'll use this. We'll use this one. So let's go. Open new tab. See if they have the one bread. The one bread. Okay, so they don't have any Australian shit.
Why Australian?
Mighty Soft.
Real?
Oh yeah, even just Wonder Bread. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mighty Soft might have Mighty Soft.
God damn it!
Mighty Soft.
More evidence that Australia ain't real.
Doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, Tip Top bread. Yeah.
Tip
Top's
top.
the
The one.
one. Good
I
on
don't
your
want toast. I want.
Good on your mum.
Our products, sliced breads. Fuck off! I don't want your newsletter.
Ad blockers don't do shit. Sliced
let's
bread.
Go.
Sliced.
White, sun blessed white sandwich. There we go.
Sandwich bread.
Probably equivalent.
Average per serve 60 grams.
No, it's not the enriched one. This one's just plain.
30 grams a slice, and a serve is 60 grams. So 2 slices.
Yeah, so this is 2 slices. So that other one must be 2 slices as
So
well.
there's sugars. No.
So
No added sugar because we
it's-
don't add sugar.
it's 400. It's 400 odd kilojoules per calorie. So let's go 80 calories.
Yeah. The U.S. loves sugar. We put sugar in everything, including our meats and our breads.
No, you
And
don't like sugar. You subsidize cane sugar,
Sorry.
corn syrup.
Because when Americans say calories, they actually mean kilocalories.
Yeah, we all say calorie in common parlance is kilocalorie.
Is a kilocalorie, yeah,
Yeah.
which is fucking retarded.
Yes.
So there you go. So that's got to be 1 slice. 334 kilojoules. So,
Yep.
So
A
they've got
sandwich is
enriched. Yeah.
sandwiches here are
and energy
Yeah,
and
way
a person of
heavier.
600 kilojoules.
and here's your ingredients: wheat flour, water, baker's yeast, vinegar, iodized salt, canola oil, wheat gluten, soy flour, emulsifiers, and vitamins.
So there's no added
Yeah.
sugar, but you get all the carbs. Or there's natural
Whereas-
sugars in the carbs and stuff. Yeah.
Whereas yours is bleached, enriched flour, wheat flour, malted barley flour, reduced iron, niacin, blah blah blah.
Yep.
Water,
HFCS.
high fructose corn syrup.
There's your
Why
sugar.
are you literally adding sugar to your fucking bread?
Some
Because
breads.
they subsidize the shit out of that.
Yes, Squall, we're
We are
bread
bread,
tubers
yeah.
now. This is now Breadcast.
Yeah.
We just
I dare you
explain
to
how
change-
fucking terrible American bread is.
we're
I
we're
dare
breaded
you.
here.
Change the
Literally,
title.
like literally adding fucking sugar. And this is the third ingredient. Enriched flour is the main ingredient.
Yeah.
Then water, then sugar.
Yep.
I mean, wheat flour, water,
Wheat flour, water,
baker's yeast.
baker's yeast.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
the top
and
3
baker's
ingredients.
yeast
There's
is
no
about
sugar here
2%.
at all. What are you people like? Don't do that. Why?
So
You want
It's
to
to
know
make
why
it-
you have an
it's to make it
obesity
taste sweeter.
epidemic?
Yeah.
No, you want to know why you have an obesity epidemic? That's why.
HFCS. It's HFCS. It's all
Yeah.
the high. It's all the corn syrup.
Stop subsidizing fucking corn.
Look at my shocked face.
We know that. we honestly do. It's just, they've
Stupid
got to
Iowa
not doing
caucus.
anything about it.
they've got to control us somehow.
Stupid
Just
Iowa. No, you know why, Dave? It's not control. It's the Iowa caucus.
Just make your own fucking bread. God's sake. Like,
Yes.
legit.
Yeah,
Like,
legit.
Legit. Make your own fucking bread. Like flour, water, yeast, salt.
The only reason why you had that bread is so it doesn't go moldy like the next day.
Yeah, it's to preserve it while okay, if you got a family, you go buy a loaf of bread, make the kids school lunches and shit.
Poker, here you go. Here is Australian bread.
Mm-hmm.
This is our basic bitch bread.
What was the total sugars in the one and whatever the fuck the other one we were
Oh,
looking
it
at?
didn't do a breakdown. It just had the fuck. I can't find the. If you want to have a look and see if you can
Oh,
find the
yeah.
Weber's.
Yeah.
Like,
You won't find it because they're not required to.
it's got to be on the
distinguish corn
packet. It has to be on the packet. That's
Well,
required everywhere.
syrup. Well, no, but corn syrup and sugar are different.
Fructose. Fructose is a sugar.
Fructose is a sugar. Yeah.
Oh, I sent you something, Thermo.
Yeah, I can't find the website for Weber's bread. It doesn't bring up anything for me.
The Clydesdales thing, or
Yeah,
what is that?
On
Have to do with sugar, or is-
billion.com.
does it? I
Are you
just
trying to
thought it was
just
funny.
distract me?
It's not the official site of Weber's. Ah! This doesn't fucking.
I
It's not the fucking website. Ah! Shithead of a thing.
you know that's on the screen, right?
I would like
Weber's
to. I would like to
bread,
thank
Michelle's site.
RC's for blocking that image.
Yeah, if someone could tell me the actual website of Weber's bread.
It's
Or is it
probably
just-
owned by a fucking giant
I think
conglomerate.
I think Weber's bread might be discontinued. That's probably why.
No,
You're
Well,
right, Dave,
another brand of bread, then whatever.
Bremen
That's
we
Southern-
wonder-
spent like 30
No?
minutes searching on bread.
I'm googling Weber's bread, and everything I see keeps taking me to
A grill.
the Weber
See-
kettle. Yeah, Weber kettle.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They're all in inner.
You need another brand. Yes, Nicola Sturgeon, the former first minister of Scotland, has had her house raided and her husband arrested as the police probe the party's finances. So her husband used to be the national secretary. So apparently, when you go to their address on like Google Maps, you can actually see the tarpaulin and stuff. It was probably a joke, but
I'll put it in show chat.
But yeah, I agree with Jonathan. Make your own bread.
yeah,
It's
if you can
flour.
make your own bread, make your own bread.
It's really easy. It's just flour, water,
Yeast
baker's
and salt.
yeast.
Yeah, flour, water,
yeast and
yeast.
salt.
Sugar.
And you can add
Yeah,
some sugar
salt.
in there to change the flavor and all that. But yeah,
No,
HFCS.
no sugar. No
I just-
sugar.
I just
Bad.
put
Bad tip. No sugar.
a dash of honey is what I'm saying.
Honey or oil, olive oil, because
Yeah. Don't just take white sugar and
So
dump it
we'll
in the
just go
fucking bread.
classic white.
Yeah, Wonder classic white, Wonder, government bread, Wonder bread.
Are you fucking kidding me? Where's the fucking? Really?
Americans don't have to tell you shit. Hang on. Let's just go eat this. Hang on. Unhealthiest breads on the planet. I'll put that in private chat. There you go.
Classic white.
All I'll say is eat this. Labels Wonder.
Target.
Yeah, Wonder bread is the second most unhealthiest bread.
That's the Wonder Giant. There's 4 more. Okay. Is this going to have nutrition facts, or is this going to
Enhance?
image and
It's too hard to see.
Enhance. Enhance. Enhance.
130 calories per serve. I can't see the ingredients. That's
Yeah,
way too
that's the issue.
blurry.
I cannot see it.
Ah, damn it.
Use that AI technology and enhance it.
Enhance. Let's go. What do I classic new? God, why the fuck? New bread nutrition facts. Images. Okay, so this is probably the giant one. That's why it's 140 calories per serving, but whatever. So let's see.
Yeah, it's about right for white bread. Yeah.
It doesn't have
5
fucking,
grams. 2 slices of serving size.
yeah, literally 5 grams of sugar direct.
Yep, which is about the same as Subway bread. The site I was looking at before was comparing Subway bread because it was and it says it's got about a 6-inch loaf of Italian white bread from Subway.
I get you 6-inch loaf right here.
Yeah, 6-inch loaf right
guys
here.
take
Hey.
it right here.
Yeah, but it basically has about the same sugar content as a McDonald's Big Mac bun. So yeah,
White bread, yes. White bread.
white. In the words of Hamza Yusuf, Prime Minister of Scotland.
The new First Minister of Scotland.
New First
yes.
Minister of Scotland, white. Your bread is white. Your people, white. Your government, not white. Oh my God. Fuck Scotland.
Moving along.
I say this is someone who's ancestrally Scottish, but fuck Scotland.
So RFK Jr. is registered to run for president as a Democrat.
So is this the Bobby Kennedy that fucking
This is
what's
Bobby
his
Kennedy's
Barnes?
son.
So this is not
Yeah.
Bobby Kennedy.
No, it's his son.
Okay.
Bobby
I know,
Kennedy is
I know
dead.
Barnes keeps talking about Bobby Kennedy.
This is who he's talking about, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Too many Kennedys. And John F. Kennedy is not related to the actual Kennedys. Okay.
What? No. Sorry,
Huh?
this is Robert F. Kennedy's son.
Yeah. But there's the Republican John F.
There is-
Kennedy.
There's a John Kennedy
Yeah.
from Louisiana who is not related to the Kennedys.
That's what that's what I'm checking. Yes, I'm double checking. So John F. Kennedy. I know his name. No, not John, it's John N. Kennedy.
It's not F.
No, John
John
N.
F.
Kennedy.
is
John F. JFK is.
who
Yeah,
was the
I realized
president
as
who
soon
was-
as I said it. John F. Kennedy is
who was the
JFK.
president?
He's the one who got his
president who
brains
was
blown out.
assassinated.
Yes, John
and
Kennedy from
JFK
Louisiana.
Jr.
Yes.
is the non-president who was also assassinated.
Yes, John Kennedy from Louisiana is not related to the Kennedys. It's
This
like
is
Adam.
this is Bobby Kennedy Jr.
Gotcha.
So not Bobby Kennedy who was assassinated.
Gotcha. So this is
So
JFK's
yes.
nephew.
Look,
Gotcha.
honestly, I think it's pretty ballsy. I mean, his dad ran for president and didn't make it out of the primaries alive. So anyway, I guess Sirhan hasn't been released, so he's going to be fine.
Mhm.
Can't say much about the FBI though. Speaking of FBI, so the Boston field office has reportedly done training for years with a certain Tier 1 Special Mission Unit. This is a highly trained and volunteer group of operators the agents track, apprehend, and interrogate using DoD techniques, and as I understand, not FBI protocol, until they screw it up and grab a random airline pilot. So here's the article. So airline pilot mistakenly detained by federal agents during training exercise in Boston hotel.
Did they shoot anybody?
Oh, no.
Thankfully.
Just a little bit of waterboarding.
Thankfully.
But yes, the FBI said confirmed a hotel guest was mistakenly detained during the exercise, according to a police report. The pilot was in a room on the 15th floor. So yes, they accidentally kidnapped a citizen during a training exercise. So good job, was it the FBI? Who cares? Good job, FBI. California has a bill seeking to create a race-based missing persons alert system just for Black women and children. So yeah, the system. If this did not say April 8th, I would assume this would say April 1st. But the system dubbed Ebony Alert suddenly much more sexy than I thought it would be. But yes, Ebony Alert would notify Californians only when black women and children are missing. California already has an Amber Alert for when children are missing, a Silver Alert for when individuals are missing, and a Feather. Oh my God, this is so fucking racist.
Yep.
Duh.
Hey, Crystal, how you doing, girl?
The more progressive they get, the more racist they get.
Like really a Feather Alert?
You
can't call your fucking baseball team the Braves, but California can have a Feather Alert for when indigenous Californians go missing. Are you fucking kidding me?
You forget which party the KKK was in the U.S.
Oh, but Dave, didn't you know the party switched?
Yeah, they flipped. They flipped, Dave. I've been told this many times. They flipped.
You've been told.
I've been told by the racists that the party's flipped.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
But define indigenous Californian. You mean Native Americans, right?
Native American, yeah.
Of course.
Just making sure. Just making sure they're not I'm just checking they're not making up some other bullshit.
What about the Mexicans?
It used to be called the Redskin alarm. That's good, Eric.
Well, California was part of Mexico, though, wasn't it, Dave?
Yes.
Historically, yeah. So, I mean,
up until 1850.
Yeah. California used to be part of Mexico, so technically, maybe the Hispanics count as indigenous Californians.
They do, actually.
So why don't we have, burrito alert?
No, we got a taco down. We got a taco down.
Burritos are an American creation, aren't they?
Huh? Burritos are definitely a Mexican creation.
No, it's not.
What you have as a burrito in America is not Mexican.
No. What a burrito in America is basically a enchilada with all the sides thrown in, because it's like the leftover dinner. When you have turkey,
fortune cookie.
Like during Thanksgiving, the day after you have a
leftovers
sandwich. Yeah, the leftovers. You make a sandwich out of it. That's basically what a burrito is. It's on the go, so you can eat while you're doing work. That's what the burrito basically is.
I still laugh at people that go to China.
Don't order it in Mexico because they don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
They think you're ordering a small donkey.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Because it's a version of burro.
I know whenever I go to China, I get the honey chicken.
Yeah. Did you say Hainan chicken?
Well, they also figure that they're going to get a fortune cookie.
That's an American invention.
I know it is, but a lot of Americans
most
from
fucking
China.
Chinese dishes that Americans have, like in Australia, we've never heard of them. Like General Cho's chicken. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, General Tso's orange chicken. We haven't really heard of. We have honey chicken.
Like what?
Like even beef and broccoli, we haven't really heard of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. But I mean,
like imperial beef is fucking great.
I've never had it.
It's basically shredded beef, battered and fried, with a fucking tasty sauce. It's fucking great. Yep. I'm so hungry now. Yes. Speaking of Redskins, this is probably only going to be relevant. This is definitely only going to be relevant to Australians. Have you guys seen any Redskins? Like they're called Red Rippers now, but have you guys seen any Redskins on the shelves? I have been looking for fucking ages.
I don't think I have. I haven't been looking.
They've just been gone. So we have a candy, as you guys would call it. We have a sweet called Redskins, or they used to be called Redskins. And what they are is they're a raspberry flavored. It's just a stick, probably about 3 inches long. Probably half an inch wide, and it's like it's like taffy.
It's like a raspberry
flavored. It's got the consistency of taffy.
Yeah, it's like a raspberry flavored taffy. Yeah.
And it tastes great.
Oh,
the flavor is fantastic,
especially when it's just at that right texture where it's not hard, and it's
when it's not too cold, where
it's got a little bit of pull to it,
and it's not too hot where it just fucking melts. But it's just
there's a sweet
got that
spot.
Taffy consistency.
Oh.
Like Twizzler. I don't know. I've heard of Twizzlers.
Twizzler is licorice.
Oh, okay. That's red licorice, right? Nothing like a Twizzler.
Well, the reason you haven't heard of Red Rippers is I don't think they're on the Allen's website anymore.
What?
They're out of Woolies says they're out of stock.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering why that is. I'm just trying to find them on allenslollies.com.au.
So these are
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
these are
I'm
them.
wrong.
They're mostly sugar, of course.
You know who could get some for you?
They're glucose syrup, cane sugar, represent vegetable fat, food acid, blah 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 blah.
Allen's Lollies has no listing for Red Rippers anymore.
Did they get rid of them? They were the
Maybe.
best.
Maybe they did. I don't know. Maybe I'm blind, but I'm Googling allenslollies.com.au.
Here you go. So
Can't find them.
So Thermo, I never pictured you as a lolly enthusiast.
He's a lolly god.
Got him.
We have to disown the
candy,
the furry.
candy. But yes, this is what it looks like. It's just a red stick. So
yeah, it looks like a toffee.
yeah, look,
See if they
it's like a
got
long toffee. Yeah.
Go down at the bottom. It should
Same
say
kind of
if they were
consistency.
canceled or not.
You know, over the time, redskin became derogatory slang, blah, blah, blah. Redskin packaging formerly featured a drawing of a Native American wearing a traditional headdress. This was replaced in the late 90s. I don't even remember that. By a more neutral red character, whatever. Nestle announced they would change the name to represent inclusivity and inclusive nature of modern society. Go fuck yourself. The company said the decision was made to ensure that nothing we do marginalizes our friends, neighbors, and colleagues. Again, go fuck yourself. The statement added these names have overtones which are out of step with Nestle's values. You literally killed fucking children.
Yeah, this is the company of child slavery.
This is the company of murder, of killing kids in Africa.
Through child slavery.
Nestle got fucking. There's a whole story behind this.
Nestle
is an incredibly fucked up company.
Yeah,
of course.
That promoted, instead of promoting, so Nestle had for decades promoted using their formula as being better for babies than breast milk.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yep.
Sorry, yes.
And they promoted this shit in Africa.
Yeah, it killed kids. Yes,
and it ended up killing children because people couldn't get the proper formula because and all the nurses and shit that came told them, oh no, you shouldn't be doing breast milk. You should be giving them this Nestle formula because it has what plants crave. And it ended up causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of babies from malnutrition. So fuck Nestle. And we care about people. No, you fucking don't. Your shitty company has killed more people than cancer.
You care about profits. Let's be honest.
Yes, that's exactly right. However, the rebranding has been controversial as Red Ripper was a Soviet serial killer. The product was eventually released with the name Red Rippers.
Yeah, because Red Ripper was a yeah. And then they had to change the name again. Yes.
Yeah, that's right, Magoo. So you nailed it. What about the victims of Rippers? Yeah, the Red Ripper.
You mean the Rippers from Fallout? Chainswords, basically.
Oh yeah, Eric, their chocolate is delicious. Yeah.
Yeah, Nestle chocolate.
I have a block of Crunch in the fridge.
Yes, the Nestle chocolate.
Which I will probably go and grab during the show.
Nestle Maltesers. Oh, Maltesers are fucking.
Maltesers are great. Yes.
Maltesers are fucking heavenly. I love them. Do they have Maltesers in America?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Double checking. Cool. But yeah, as far as I can tell, Redskins. I'm still going to call them Redskins.
Yeah.
Redskins, as far as I can tell, just aren't made anymore. Or maybe I don't know if that's temporary, but I can't find them anywhere. I can't find them on the.
Yeah,
Allen
I've
site.
not been able to find them, and I'm devastated. I'm devo.
I'm shocked.
I'm devastated because they're so good. Like they're so fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
So the Federal Housing Administration has greenlit 40-year mortgages.
Fuck me. I'll be dead by the time I pay that off.
It's just going to be debt slavery.
It is debt slavery.
You will own nothing and you will be happy.
You've got a lower mortgage repayment, but you're still paying, but you're continuing to pay it off over a longer period of time. So that's going to be more interest.
Yeah, you'll pay more interest, but you'll be locked in for the entire period.
Yep.
Yeah, lock in that one location as well.
Yeah. So,
Bankrate.com
Bankrate.com recently compared 30 and 40-year mortgages found on a $312,000 loan at 6.85% interest The monthly payments were $2,044 for 30 years and $1,904 for 40 years.
So it's basically
Holy
identical.
shit!
That's
You
that's
save $100 a month, but you don't because you pay the fucking mortgage for another 10 years.
another 10 years of interest.
And those are fixed. Those are fixed mortgages. So
Yeah,
if you repay early, oh my god.
Yeah. But you got to remember, some people are more worried about, that extra $100 a month so that they can like put food in their fridges.
Oh, I understand that, but it's also it's predatory in the long run because
that's exactly right. They
instead of bringing down the interest rate, they want to extend the life of the loan.
They want to throw these at the lower income people so that they know that they can get them in by you get to spend that extra $100 a month.
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome, Tam. Welcome aboard, buddy.
Is it not working? It's working. Okay.
No, I can hear you. You just be quiet. You just have to yell.
Me? No.
So he's talking about the greatest thing to happen in American finance of like 40-year mortgages. So now you can be a debt slave for 40 years instead of 30 years.
We can get that 48-acre property now.
Yeah. That's not the longest in the world either. Like Japan was looking at multi-generational mortgages. So you sign up and your kids pay it off eventually. So that's not anything new.
It works in Japan.
Yeah. Like,
because most people, Asians do it is the grandparents live with the married couple. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Fuck you, Costi. Hey, I was happy this week. I got a 1% discount on my mortgage. I complained to my bank and they knocked off 1%.
You are one of those Karens. Can I speak to the manager?
Well, I said this is some bullshit because I was reading the website wrong, and they were saying they were giving me a 1.4% discount, and I thought it was off the rate they had listed. No, it's off some other index rate. So my rate was actually like a whole percentage, like 1.4% higher than I thought it was. So they gave me the discount that I would have gotten were I on a different mortgage plan. So I'm happy about that. That saves me like
Tim, you didn't like
$400 a month.
Easter egg?
No, it's terrible. Terrible green eggs.
Wait, green eggs?
It's a show cap.
I'm having some really weird problems with my headphones with this. Like it's all breaking up when you guys talk on on Restream. But like if I listen to the YouTube, it's fine. It's really weird.
Yes, Costi. He got a secret furry discount.
Yes, that's how that works. I must have gotten through to one of the furry Pajeets.
Yeah, the one that he's been nailing it at furry cons.
You know, we had our first furry con in Australia.
What?
What are you talking about?
We had a furry con?
No, we had a furry con in Australia. Absolutely.
Well,
and because
how
you
would
attended,
you know that? You attended.
I didn't attend.
No, I maybe this is the first official one.
But it was
every pop culture convention has always had its subs. I know. Yeah, okay. But
it was this gay
amount
thing.
Of click links there.
Every pop culture convention.
Yeah.
But no, it's because I searched for FurryCon Australia and there were so many links.
Yeah, it's not really. It's the first official one, but every pop culture convention,
second year is sold out.
Every comic convention is basically a furry convention anyway.
Look at these fucking weirdos.
These people rock up to all the other conventions all the time.
There's photos of even rackets with furries.
Yeah, exactly. Because so many characters in pop culture and games and all that are anthropomorphized animals. They just rock up as furries, and sometimes they're just the blatant furries just rock up and try to shield their merch.
And one of those,
I appreciate the effort that goes into these costumes,
but you can all burn.
This is weird.
I don't care.
No, look, some of these are you've put some good work into it. I appreciate
every one of those.
I
That'd be
appreciate
nice.
good.
Go
I
get
appreciate
up
good
against
stitch
the wall,
work.
please.
Okay, I have a
They're
story.
stained with
I have a
semen
story.
liquids.
I have a story. My mum took my nephew to a convention once, and she took a picture with someone that she thought was a video game character, and it turned out it was just a furry. So she's standing there holding my nephew, who was about 2 at the time, and she's got this picture with this random fucking furry. I'm not
Why
going to
does it
post
smell
the
like
picture.
fish, Mommy?
I'm not going to post the picture online.
No, don't.
I don't think I
Don't.
have it.
I
I don't
agree with
think I
you
have
up
it
there.
anymore. I posted it once in, I think it was the old Discord of Nick's. And it was I censored people's faces and shit. But, my mum took my nephew to a pop culture convention because she had never been, and she wanted to take him go see Mario and all that kind of stuff. And she just took a random picture with a random fucking furry.
Just a
And there's
weird
my
fucking
2-year-old. There's my
furry.
2-year-old nephew
Yeah.
just scared out of his mind.
I'll
And
bet
I'm
you
like,
10-1 that was Thermo.
No, for fuck's sakes, Ryan.
Was it the first annual furry
I
con?
can't afford a goddamn furry suit. I'm pretty sure that shit's expensive.
Yeah, probably. It's the first official, or second official furry con. But every pop culture convention is an unofficial furry con. Is what I'm trying.
How
Yeah,
much does it even
dang.
cost?
it's unofficial because they all rock up there anyway. They just
Eric,
impl-
you would have
yeah.
to ask Thermo on that one.
No, you'd have to ask Tim.
I've never been to Australia.
Just remember, furries are the worst because for every perversion there is a furry that does it.
They all do it. They all do the same. They're all doing it.
There's an internet rule for it. If it exists, there's a furry version of it. It's
There's
kind
also
of rule
rule of it.
34. Maybe it's rule 35 or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's just like rule 34.
It's rule Purry 9.
There you go.
But back to the egg.
Do not purchase on hold.
Yeah. If it exists, there is porn of it. If it exists, there's a gender bent version of it. And if it exists, there's a furry version of it.
So that's just the head and the tail for $700.
Fuck that.
Wait, what? Why is the tongue removable?
Yes.
Well,
You know why it's thermal.
Oh no!
Why?
No!
yeah.
No!
Yeah.
All they do is have orgies and that shit. It's
Oh.
disgusting.
Dry clean only. Oh no!
The bad thing is you have to think all the Chinese dry
Oh, I wasn't
do they
sharing the
take
screen.
Do they take the furry outfits? Or is that
Hang
just for the white peoples?
I wasn't sharing the screen.
Give me a shotgun, please. I just.
The fuck?
Oh, that's a really, really, really gay one.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I was talking about. Like, why is that? I know. I'm disturbed. I'm very disturbed now.
What exactly yours?
I
Can you
don't.
show us yours?
I don't have a furry suit. You're not going to
You
bully
search
me
for
into a
Etsy-
face reveal.
Etsy koala.
You're not going to bully me into
I mean,
a face
you've got a
reveal.
furry suit, so you don't have to show
I've-
your face.
I've
That's the point
told
of it.
you
Exactly.
100,000 subs. I've told you
100,000 subs.
you get a
100,000
face reveal.
subs, and he'll put on a furry suit. Okay.
This
No!
looks like the,
100,000 subs and you'll get a face reveal. Jesus.
Oh, okay.
greatest.
We don't want
egg
that. We want the
ever.
fucking furry suit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what we demand.
No, I don't want to. I will never wear a furry suit.
Oh, I posted something. in
200,000
private chat,
subs.
too, or bits and pieces.
I used to have avocado trees in my backyard.
$50
I'm
bag of chips.
jealous.
You'd be rich beyond the dreams of avarice. Like,
Imagine if you could grow them now. Holy crap.
I know. It was a chore that going outside and picking up all the avocados, and
Little
yeah,
did
I've
you
heard
know.
people bitch about that.
so
So the Mandalorian episode featuring Lizzo and Jack Black is the worst rated episode of the entire series.
What in the
Yeah.
holy fuck?
Can confirm.
yeah.
Oh shit, Bo-Katan is back. Oh,
Bo-Katan is back, yes.
Basically,
That is
it was
the new Mandalorian.
it's their cameo. It's
yeah,
their
that's what I
cameo.
understood.
It
It was the
was-
cameo episode.
Yeah, it was a cameo episode. It was terrible. It was terrible.
It
So-
was.
I mean, maybe okay. I'm assuming it is self-explanatory why it was terrible because it's Lizzo. But
yeah, look, it was pretty cringe.
is there a specific reason why it's considered terrible?
Like the story.
There's no reason for.
I don't think it was worse than this episode, The Convert.
I haven't watched.
Because this one was
getting
like
worse.
this one was just about the fucking Imperial.
Yeah, this was
Like the Imperials being. I don't know where they're fucking going with this storyline.
They're not.
Like
they're
obviously,
going all over the
obviously, the New Republic is horrible in just a whole different way. I can't tell if they're making a commentary on leftism or not.
As in
because-
propping it up.
Yeah, like
No, they're
no,
gonna
as in
tie it to
saying, "Hey,
Republicans."
leftism is." Like, I don't know if they're saying, "Hey, the fascism of the Imperials has been replaced by the communism of the rebels and the New Republic, and it's just as bad, but in a different way."
You mean it's like just the same
Yeah,
So-
like it's
minus the racism? Well, actually, no,
like it
sorry.
was very like what? And I'm like, why are we fucking watching this guy? Why do I give a shit about this story? This show is called The Mandalorian. Why aren't we with Din? Like, why aren't we with Din Djarin? Like, following him
Because
around.
You don't
They
deserve
are
that.
they're replacing him with the other Mandalorians, the female ones.
Look, I would watch a story that's The Mandalorians. I'd watch that. I think that's interesting.
But that ain't what we signed up for.
I know, but that's if you spin it off, fine.
I have a question. Did they kill Fennec yet? Did they kill Fennec Shand already?
I have no idea.
I have not. I haven't watched The Mandalorians past season 1, so I don't know. Like I know who Bo-Katan is through games and shit. But I don't.
But
I haven't.
Rey's also going to be back
Which one
too.
is Fennec Shen? Is that the Ugnaught?
That's Michelle. That's Ming-Na Wen. That's the Asian chick.
No, they haven't yet.
She's not come back.
I don't
she's-
like her. Like
she's with
everybody, she's
Boba-
in
she's
everything,
with
and she's
Boba Fett.
annoying.
Like I like Ming-Na. But
don't.
yeah, she's become typecast.
I think
Yeah.
that's just who she is. Like that's just
She's
plays herself.
she's nearly 60. She's still looking goddamn fine.
She's Asian.
Like she, yeah, no, exactly.
Oh yeah,
she's
Asian women
blessed.
age all at
I
once.
know, but even for an Asian woman, she's goddamn. But yeah, she's just typecast as the strong
As the
female
cavalry.
badass. She's the cavalry.
She's the cavalry.
She literally played the cavalry in Agents of Shield. That was Melinda May's nickname, the cavalry. Yeah. And of course, she's the voice of Mulan, for fuck's sake. And of course, she played Chun-Li, as we all may remember.
but
She was.
Yeah,
She was Chun-Li in the Van Damme film. Yes.
So that's why they liked her.
her character survives, and is the right hand of Boba Fett. So if
Gotcha.
you want to see that character, it's the Book of Boba Fett and Boba Fett adjacent.
That was trash.
I haven't.
That was
yeah.
trash.
It
I haven't
I
watched.
couldn't get through it.
I've only watched first. See, yeah, I missed.
I couldn't get through it, and I've been watching.
She's coming
Apple's-
back.
I couldn't get through Book of Boba Fett, and I literally watched fucking Law and Order.
Dun,
So-
dun.
Dun, dun.
So yeah,
Yeah, I haven't watched all of this new Star Wars stuff. I've only watched the first season of The Mandalorian. I have not watched I have not watched the sequel trilogy. The only Star Wars thing I've watched is I haven't even seen Rogue One.
It's going to get better.
I've only watched the first season of The Mandalorian. Sorry, I take it back. I watched Star Wars Rebels, but that doesn't count because it's a TV, it's a cartoon, so that doesn't count.
Tom
for
Polo
most-
over on
most
Rumble
people.
says all koalas are just Australians in furry suits. They're,
Yeah,
they're
really.
not real. You're not supposed to reveal that, man.
Yeah. Look. Leave
Supposed to
Gina.
keep that shit a secret.
Leave Gina alone. She's a middle-aged Italian woman. She's gonna get big. You know.
Thick.
She gonna be thick. Well, she was always thick. I mean, go back and look at Gina in her prime. She was always thick.
Thermo, will you pull up me big real quick? Just
Yeah, I agree. Eric, she needs to get back into fighting shape because.
oh, it can't. It doesn't show.
Yeah, no, these avatars are like more like 144p
Aw.
to 360p. You know.
Yeah. But yeah, the
It says
Mandalorian
this
was doing
Ken is
good
a furry.
until
Thermo.
THX 1138 episode came about.
What?
That was the one where the whole espionage of what's his face, the doctor and whatnot. Yeah, that episode was a good episode. If it wasn't a Mandalorian episode, if it was a different show.
God damn it, Ken.
Hey, Ken.
Ken
Ken says, "Hey, sexy. Glad I decided to subscribe to your OnlyFans. It was worth every penny. Those custom pics you sent me were. I can't wait to see your new series being released this week."
Ken, whose OnlyFans was that actually directed at?
Ken,
just for research.
Was that Thermo in a furry outfit that you asked for custom pics?
Yes, Ken's penis is underrated.
Put the account name in the chat, Ken.
He was
It was
just using the
Amaranth.
fucking
It's probably Amaranth.
sock account for that.
But
Trying to promote his own OnlyFans.
For one sec, the whole Disney deal they're going to supposedly is have like the Mandalorian and the Mandalorian, Boba Fett, and then Rey's gonna come in too for a Disney Plus movie for Star Wars.
God,
all roads lead to Rey Skywalker. That's already been made official.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's
the
why
movie they're going to be doing is like.
That's why Star Wars is saved.
Her rebuilding the Jedi, whatever.
It was supposed to be Luke. Luke is the one who was supposed to rebuild.
You know what? You know what the
Jedi
problem is. You
Jedi
know what the
Order.
problem is, Tim. When they bought Lucasfilms, they didn't have this like huge like catalog of backstory.
I know,
that
right?
they
it
could-
was
that
like they had nothing
they had
to
nothing.
go off of.
They just had nothing. Nobody had
No,
written
there's no
any
source
books.
material, no nothing.
There was
And
no
I'm
other
pretty
source
sure they
material.
told
There
us
was
that
just
too.
those movies, and there was nothing else.
And I'm pretty sure
If
they
only-
told. Yeah,
If only there was tons and tons of books
I know,
that
right?
expanded on the story, and
Like an extended
fleshed
universe.
it out, like some sort of yes.
It's almost like there was this trilogy
It'd
of
be great if
books
there was an
that
extended
involves
universe,
a
yeah.
blue-skinned guy by the name of Thrawn. And it's
Steve.
almost like Han and Leia had 3 kids of their own already that were already relatively fleshed out in media, and it's like Luke married a hot fucking redhead Sith girl and converted her to the light side, and they
With his-
had a son
with his
and-
lightsaber.
Oh yeah,
Let's just
damn
not
right,
hope
Mara
that
Jade.
he
Oh,
is-
well, okay.
Mara
To be fair,
Jade.
there's no way you could bring in Mara Jade. It's too late.
Ken, stop trying to get me killed.
Man,
Stop it.
What Star Wars could have been. It's too late to bring in Mara Jade. You wouldn't be able to do it because that would require Luke to be young. Yeah.
Yes, Poker. Yes.
Parker, look, Jaina Solo. Ooh, Jaina Solo's my girl. I don't acknowledge any of this new
Who
Star
the
This
fuck
crap.
is Jaina Solo? I don't even.
Jaina, so before Lucasfilm, before
here we go.
Lucasfilm was sold off and shit. Like,
Why not
this,
say
is,
anything?
this is the old Star Wars canon. This is the old Star Wars canon.
Here, I'll bring up a photo.
Thank
real
you,
quick.
Cecil. Fuck, I
You are
forgot.
welcome.
Yes, please bring up. Can you bring up the Kotobukiya figure of Jaina Solo? So basically, before in the old in the old Star Wars canon, before the prequel trilogy, we're talking like late 90s and 2000s. They continued the story and shit, as Thermo was talking about. But Han and Leia had 3 children. They had a pair of twins, Jason and Jaina Solo, and then they had their 3rd child, Anakin Solo, or is it Ben Solo? No,
I think it
Ben
was
Solo.
Ben.
Ben Solo. No, yep.
It
Ben
was
Solo.
Ben.
Ben Solo. Yep.
Anakin was Luke.
Anakin was no. Ben was Luke's son. Anakin Solo is the 3rd child of Han and Leia. So that's Mara Jade Skywalker. She was seen in like the 90s video games and the books and all that. This was the woman who a former Sith who would become Luke Skywalker's wife.
I met her.
But
at
Han and
the
Leia had
30th
3
anniversary.
children. Han and Leia had 3 children who all grew up, who were all, yes, Jaina looks a lot like Leia. She grew up.
Well, they did kiss.
But she was a daddy's girl. She looks like she looks a lot like Leia, but she grew up hanging out with her dad. But these basically these characters are all fleshed out. But before you had Rey and Kylo, you already had 3 solo children.
Yeah.
To do a story with. They were
Shame they
already
didn't read the canon at all.
pardon? Yeah,
It's a shame they didn't read the canon or give a shit about
correct.
it.
Yeah,
That's it. They already had
That's the worst part.
Every idea that they've made up with the new
Has been
with the new Star
worse.
Wars has
But
been
the
worse, and it's
extended
already been done.
universe would
Luke
hamper our
rebuilt the entire.
creativity.
Yeah, Luke already rebuilt the Jedi Order.
Creativity.
Yes,
Well,
exactly. Luke already rebuilt the Jedi Order in the old canon. It was already up and running. That's what happened in the 90s and 2000s. It's Luke rebuilt the Jedi Order. He didn't go run off on some fucking little planet and start drinking alien titty milk and crying in the corner.
I have a hard
No.
time.
He
Luke
got
from
off
the
his
movies
ass. He got off his
rebuilding
ass. He trained Leia to become a Jedi. Leia ends up becoming a Jedi
shit.
Master. Because
Why didn't they run with that story?
Exactly?
That'd have been huge.
She's Darth Vader's daughter. Why didn't they run with that? They
She is?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she is. No,
Yeah, she is. She's Luke's twin sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's Darth Vader's daughter, and Luke ends up training her to become a Jedi Master. And
Tim,
all
Tim,
of they-
Tim,
and-
stop. Tim,
my
Tim,
brain is burned.
Tim,
I
kill
can't.
the past. Like, let the past die. Kill it if you must.
Oh, fuck, got me there.
Now what you have is the Emperor's.
Now we have
daughter.
Reva.
Is
Now we
it-
have Reva.
Look,
Is
bringing
it,
back the like Palpatine was the dumbest fucking thing. Like,
but they
Rey
did it.
Granddaughter or
They
daughter?
did it in the actual books, the legacy books as well.
Yeah.
But they did it correctly in those books. It's like they took some good ideas from the extended universe stuff and just fucked with it because of my representation.
representation.
We couldn't do it correctly, so let's fuck with it.
Look, if you wanted an Asian Jedi, then
I need to put my stamp on this.
yeah.
That's pretty
I
much.
was told in my creative writing class. No, see, in my creative writing class, I was told by my professor that I was super talented and that I should always put my stamp on
God, I'm
everything
having
I write.
flashbacks.
But I found out later he was a bit of a bigot, so
Yeah. Look, if you wanted, look, you had, yeah.
Midichlorians are an analog fire
Basically. Basically.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
No, see, Anakin, you're actually a girl.
Yes,
we've scanned your midichlorians.
Yeah. Yeah, real
So-
voice reveal, Ken. I agree.
Yes,
So
He's secretly a
you
Valley
got
girl.
me, Ken. You got
so
me.
the one thing was Rey the daughter or granddaughter, right?
She's
She was a
she's
grand-
not related. She's not related to
Rey's allegedly the granddaughter of
Paladin.
Palpatine.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying if she was related to
But
Luke. Sorry.
that's
No.
never-
Oh fuck no.
like
No.
call her his granddaughter, never explain, like, and just walk
Yeah.
out of the room. Like, what the fuck?
Adoptive
not
grand.
explain
No,
that shit?
not even adoptive. No,
Biological. Like,
Yeah.
the
I
force
thought
is
in the
strong
eighth
in your
movie they
family.
made it clear that she was like a nobody.
Well,
Like
they
honestly,
tied
like-
her
Well, so was
parents
Luke.
in a
Honestly, honestly, I think if they
video
went
game.
with the nobody thing,
Mm.
like if they'd just taken Ryan Johnson's thing and gone, you know what, let's just go with this and make
yeah,
her a
'cause
nobody.
That could
like,
have worked.
That could have worked. That could absolutely work. But the whole fucking speak about Palpatine and make her
the member berries.
Yeah.
like no member berries can be done right. Like I know we shit on fan service, but you can do it right. Like if you have someone who actually loves what they're doing, like I keep going back to this, but Picard season 3 is really good, and it's because they play the member berries, they play it well. That's why it works. Like fan service is great if you're a fan,
Look at Japan
and if it's done
and anime.
properly.
There's a
Different
lot
kind of fan
service.
service. Different kind of fan service.
That's a different. Yeah, that's very different.
I gotta go to
That's
Japan.
better fan service.
Exactly.
It's serving. It's actually properly servicing you.
Yeah. It's the literal
Full fan service.
It's literally fan service. But yeah.
Anyway, Raytheon director and his wife are killed in a plane crash alongside another couple off the coast of Florida after the group went out to dinner with friends. So yes, and just another light plane crash. I'm sure this has nothing to do with anything.
Totally unrelated. Total
unrelated,
coincidence.
yes.
Just a tragic
Just a-
accident.
So don't be going up in small planes, rich people. John Leguizamo says he won't be watching the Super Mario movie. Quote, no, I will not be watching. They could have included a Latin character
Like
Well,
I wasn't like I was ground. You weren't
I was groundbreaking, and then
Are
they
you
stopped the
saying Italians are not
groundbreaking.
Latin?
son of a
You shit.
Yes.
fuck off, John. You were
You
They
were
messed up the
you
inclusion.
You
They
are a Puerto Rican
disincluded.
playing an Italian.
Just cast
No.
some Latin folk.
Raul
We're
Julia.
20% of the population, the largest people of color group, and we're underrepresented.
Raul Julia was
are
repping
Italians-
Puerto Rico long before you did, motherfucker.
So, as a Sicilian, I'm black. I'm way more a person of color than John Leguizamo.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they have French blood. How do they fucking know?
Yeah.
If fucking Puerto Ricans are Latin or Italian, then fucking French are Latin languages. Whatever.
Like, let's not forget
Kinda,
that the previous film had a Latin and an Englishman playing two Italians. So,
brothers, yeah.
Go fuck yourself about the inclusion.
So two white people playing Italians.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, there's a large media legacy that Latin America has. I'm sorry that the English-speaking world doesn't really care because go figure, they don't speak Spanish.
I love Telemundo.
But there's so many great movies that
the news
exist.
is the Weather Girls are.
Being able to
Yannick
speak
Garcia,
Spanish helps
whatever
when
happened to
watching
her?
those, though.
Oh, I have a clip.
Whatever happened
What's
to
her
Yannick
name?
Garcia? Look, credit
Credit where credit's due.
Credit where it's due. Leguizamo did a good job at Spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he's a good actor. But
in Spawn,
he's a fucking commie.
So are all actors.
Basically.
As McCarthy showed us, the great one. How much of it was blocked out?
What? How much was blocked out? No, it was just it was the background.
What was that for? That's not Yannick Garcia.
No, but that was like a Mexican, like.
Well, that is her name, Jan.
Yeah.
That ain't a good.
Oh no, Yannick. As in, it was her name was spelled with a Y. It was actually Yannick.
Yeah.
Tom Bolo over on Rumble says one day we'll be able to pipe Star Wars canon into ChatGPT 9.xnw, non-woke version.
ChatGPT can put out a better script than
and
modern...
output a new trilogy complete with realistic Han and Leia.
Yep.
Not just the plot, but fully animated characters and movies.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Eventually, we won't even need actors.
Yeah. Well, that's not long away.
I know.
And most of these actors have already sold their likeness rights.
Yep.
So
they're just
it's part of the job. You have to.
That.
Yeah. They fucked over Star Wars with the new canon.
So the French pension reform protesters briefly invaded the Paris BlackRock building.
Hells yeah.
Burn it down.
So,
they
yes.
didn't, though.
So they didn't.
Oh God.
So they targeted BlackRock because of its private pension fund activity. I saw the most insane take that was it amounted to BlackRock is in a conspiracy with everybody else to destroy capitalism. So one of the primary beneficiaries of capitalism wants to destroy capitalism.
Yeah,
like
that doesn't make sense.
These people don't think two steps past like their conspiracies. Why does BlackRock want to destroy capitalism? If communism would have come tomorrow, everybody who runs BlackRock would be executed in the streets. Like what do you think happens to BlackRock?
You got to assume that there's for that to be true, you got to assume they don't have deep tendrils into the ruling class of the government, which they do. So.
Exactly.
Oh, especially BlackRock.
No, I don't think even.
Yeah. Of course, it's a dangerous game they play. Like they played that game with Stalin and it did not work well. They're like, oh yeah, we're good friends. They're like, you know what? Actually, as soon as you say like kill that man in public, they die. So,
yeah.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene is fighting with Laura Loomer. So Marjorie Taylor Greene says Laura Loomer is mentally unstable and a documented liar. She cannot be trusted. She spent months lying about me and attacking me just because I supported Kevin McCarthy for Speaker and after I refused to endorse her last election cycle. She loves the alleged FBI informant and weirdo Nick Fuentes. She tried to get hired.
Marjorie.
There is photos of Marjorie Taylor Greene, at what's the lame
America First.
America First Con, whatever, yeah.
AFCON,
America
yeah.
First Con, yeah. With her arm around Nick Fuentes, so that's not a good look.
Mhm.
So she tried to get hired on the Yee campaign after the infamous Mar-a-Lago dinner, but Kanye West refused to hire her, and now she's running to Trump. Never hire or do business with a liar. Liars are toxic and poisonous to everything they touch. Make sure he knows.
I have to break something to her. She's a politician, which means she's also a liar.
Correct.
Yes.
So
By default.
Mhm.
yeah, by default.
Also,
So job
Look,
to lie.
Laura Loomer is insane.
Oh, yeah,
Nah,
Marjorie
I
has a
think she's
point.
insane.
Laura
She knows
Loomer
what
is
she's
fucking
doing.
insane.
Yeah, look, yeah. Tam's probably right. She probably doesn't know what she's doing.
No.
Because Ali was like, "Ugh," like retweeted this to stand for her. And
Sammy
look,
Davis.
anything Ali is not to be trusted.
Sammy Alexander.
Ali
You
Alexander.
see
yeah.
that
Sammy Davis, I
TikTok
mean.
guy that's always smiling and being retarded?
Yeah, he's the guy who looks like Sammy Davis Jr. The guy, the brown
have the
guy
chin?
with the brown guy with the mustache.
Yeah,
Does he
with
have
the
fucking
with
chin?
the with the chin, yeah.
Yeah, the chin and
Holy
the pencil
shit.
mustache and the glasses and
I'm just trying to find it because
out there trying to quote the
Oh, I gotta
Bible
look
and
it up.
talking like a medieval preacher.
Yeah, there it is. So,
Yeah, the guy we're all thinking about. Yes, Ali
I'm
Alexander.
just getting pictures of Muhammad Ali.
sorry, I'm just trying to find it.
Ooh, I'm so pretty.
I'm so pretty. I'm so pretty.
Fuck, I wish I knew the rest of the quote so I could avoid that.
No, that's not the guy I was thinking of. But he does look like he is Sammy Davis Jr. He's got to
Yeah,
be
exactly.
his kid, right?
Like this is Ali Ali.
Got to
yeah.
be his kid.
Yes.
So,
I don't
You
think
don't
Sammy
like my
Davis Jr.
singing?
had kids. I thought
but yes, you may remember in January that Ali Alexander was like, "Oh, I've got information that'll lead to the arrest of MTG. Like she's performed criminal acts, and I'm going to drop it." It's April. Still no, like because he's full of shit.
Oh, he was on InfoWars.
Yeah, well, there's only
I
one
have no
person
idea
on
who this guy
InfoWars
is.
who has any credibility, and his name's Alex Jones.
Alex Jones,
So
the great one.
Ali Alexander is not credible in any way.
Where did he get his? Where the hell did Ali Alexander come from?
Sammy Davis Jr.
He just popped up.
Yeah,
His
he's like all
testicles.
those guys. Like they're all like, fucking what's his name? God, I can't remember his name. How's
Steve.
eluding me? Milo. They were like, Milo's a grifter. Milo's a grifter. Milo's a Fed grifter. Like you're all the
Served from
fucking same.
Breitbart?
You're literally all the fucking same. Because Mersh got blocked by him. Because Mersh said, "Aren't you a convicted homosexual prostitute who has a weird magnetism towards young boys and connections to Jacob Wall?" Your point.
I don't know if he is a felon though, because he was convicted of theft and credit card abuse.
Yeah,
He actually does have a criminal record.
These guys are all fucking weirdos.
Of course.
Like, Ali Alexander is the like one of the weirdest guys out there.
What was he saying? What was he saying about MTG? What was that previous tweet?
So I'm trying to find the tweet about like he accuses MTG of like having affairs with weirdos, and it's like okay.
Oh, MTG's a
she
sex
certainly
addict.
does.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
she's a sex addict and a roid addict.
I can
That's what it
absolutely
was.
see both those things
Okay.
being true.
Oh, I mean,
A
she.
roid addict?
Yeah, that's
Steroid
just
addict,
hooked
yeah.
on steroids and shit.
Well, she
does
I've
give
seen
up the
pictures. I've
slender vibe.
I've watched her work. I've watched her working out. Like she's built.
He's jacked.
Yeah.
She's jacked, and for her
Like,
size, she's
and what I
decently
you know
strong.
what I fucking hate these guys like Ali Alexander will bitch and moan about like, oh, guilt by association, like guilt by association is terrible, blah blah blah, and then they'll do the exact same thing. They'll go like, look, here's MTG hanging out with this person, and this person's terrible. It's like, dude, motherfuckers, you do like, have you seen the people you hang out with? You hang out with some pretty fucking shitty people. Do you want us all to play the fucking same game? Like, fucking Christ.
Well, yeah, they do.
Like, yeah, he's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. Stay away from him. He's not to be trusted. Take a Polaroid of him and write, "This man is not to be trusted," and then pin it on your wall.
He's a convicted.
Yes, lol, fucking Mersh. Yeah.
He is literally a convicted fraudster.
So there are like in the right wing space, there are so many fucking like ex-con weirdo grifters. Like Scott Ritter who fucking always gets paraded out as like, oh, well, he's a former UN weapon inspector. Like, he's so credible. Like, he's you know, pure as the driven snow. Guy's a fucking literal sex offender.
Mm-hmm.
Like, twice. The first time he was busted, he got like went and did like a deferment counseling. The second time he got fucking like, oh, we won't show a conviction, but you have to.
Was he showing his penis or something? Like, why would he? Okay, so that's maybe that's the only thing I could say. Like, deferment counseling is valid.
Oh yeah, he never fucked any kids. He just tried to.
No. Okay, yeah.
It always ended up being. It always ended up. He in addition to being a pedo, he's also a fucking idiot because he keeps fucking showing his dick to feds.
I've heard him talk. He sounds really stupid to me. But...
Yes.
Who? Ali or Scott?
Scott Ritter.
I don't actually know who Scott Ritter is.
He was talking about some shit. Like, I think he's been big on the Ukraine war, but it wasn't what he was saying. It was how he was saying it. I'm like, you sound like a fucking moron.
Scott Ritter. Oh, he looks like a fucking pedophile. I literally just Googled. I YouTube search Scott Ritter, and the first thing I see is this fat dude with two chins, and okay, he looks like a. He looks like a pedo.
But your point is about people and grifters and shit. Like, the left has them and the right has them too. Like, the left is
absolutely.
It's not to the fucking.
It's not exclusive to the right, and it's not exclusive to the left.
Like, you just don't hear about the leftist ones too much.
You know, like, well, they protect them, but like like politicians, they're all fucking. Can you imagine how stupid and like, you have to be either dumb, extremely narcissistic, or like self-serving to even run for office, or just like a masochist, like, because it's not fun, like, being a politician, unless all it's about is like grandeur and like your own, you know, dick size. Like, that's the only people that run for this, and then you're like, well, they run the country. Well, they're all monsters. All these people are just horrible egotist assholes.
Yep. I mean, honestly, you go.
I couldn't do it. I was talking to a professional the other day, and he suggested that I should run for politics here in PA. I just couldn't do it because I would have to reconcile not doing what I said I was going to do, because there's no way you can guarantee when you know for a fact that you'll get pushback by someone. So you're literally lying to your constituents. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Fetterman's getting there though, so you could take Fetterman down, I'm sure.
Well,
basically, yeah.
Yeah.
You're a POC. You could play the game.
To a point.
You know what's weird, Tim? I saw an article about like what it was about Walter Reed and the Catholic stuff that's going on there, like the Catholic diocese losing its
power.
No, their contract to minister to the people there. But the article mentioned like Walter Reed has been in the news recently after God, I've forgotten his name. We were just talking about him.
Steve
Fetterman. After Fetterman was there for his depression. But it said he's now in remission.
Depression.
He's in remission from his depression. I've never heard of someone being in remission from depression.
Oh, they do that for insurance claims now.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so fucking weird. Like, I think remission is cancer, not fucking depression.
Well, it's not up right now, so they're good. So they can actually discharge the patient.
Yeah, I have yet to see a live picture of Fetterman as one of his.
You're never going to do it. It's all CG now.
Yeah, but
I love the
Fetterman's just an AI. ChatGPT has a Senate seat now.
I love the fact that we are at the point in the world where we need a proof of life video with Fetterman with a fucking newspaper.
Did you not see the Pope?
And then he has to read it.
Just
last week?
Just to say he's alive. Like, this is where we are.
There was a photo of the Pope in like bags of puffy jacket.
Oh yeah,
or something.
like a Balenciaga
great.
jacket. Yeah, that was
great. Yeah. He looked really good in that.
And everybody thought it was real. Even the press started going off on it. And that was an AI.
That's because the press
think it was real?
fucking stupid.
People actually thought it was real.
No, that was clearly AI or fake, but yeah.
Yeah, the press need
good, though.
this
Look
is
good.
fake images so they don't mistake it for a real image.
That's what I'm saying.
Because the
We're
press
heading
are
to
fucking
the
retarded.
just the end.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Once
post
this
something in
gets really
show
good.
chat real quick for you, Tim. Here
I
you go.
saw it already.
No.
But like once this AI shit gets good, like how can you trust anything? Like all the videos are going to be like, oh look, here's Trump murdering a baby with a hammer. Like it's going to look extremely real. It's going to be horrible. But how can you tell? Like you just this shit's going to get just you're only
We
going to
get
be able
real
to trust what you
stupid real
see.
soon.
I think it's time for the top story. Our top story this evening is, of course, Trump's arrest. Trump was arrested. He was under arrest this week after finally we were edged and then finally they arrested him. Or they announced his indictment and then arrested him. There will be no mugshot.
I know.
There will be no mugshot. He was not fingerprinted. There was basically no process.
I know.
I'm terribly disappointed. I was really looking forward to, and I'm sure Trump was too.
I wanted a T-shirt.
A T-shirt with Trump's face on it, with holding up the little board.
I mean,
Everyone wanted
like
that.
you're going to get your anniversary plates too, like the wedding of Charles and Diana. All of this, such a momentous event.
If no one is selling anniversary plates, someone should be fucking selling anniversary plates.
So you sell your commemorative spoons and everything too.
Like honestly, if I were Trump, I would have had that shit organized.
I would have had a
ready
fucking stamp
and
collection
had a stand.
everything.
I'd have a stand. Yes, I'd have stamps. I'd have everything to fucking commemorate this shit, and all proceeds go to my foundation or the Make America Great whatever.
Yep.
Arrested. Yeah. Fucking ridiculous. And look, this was so fucking retarded. This entire thing was so ridiculous. It remains ridiculous. I mean, the judge literally gave the judge is on record having given to fucking Biden's campaign.
He denies it.
He denies it.
Open secrets tells all.
Open secrets tells all. Yes.
Yeah.
He looks like he's wearing eyeliner.
His daughter was a paid employee of Harris for America.
Yep. Fucking hell.
So, look, or other people, this isn't a guilt by association thing. This stinks. This is pretty obvious. You need to be recuse himself, but he's obviously not going to. And I mean, it's probably difficult to find a fucking judge in New York
who didn't
give to the fucking Biden campaign.
Well,
I mean, maybe if you're a judge, maybe you should fucking avoid giving
They can't.
to.
They shouldn't.
It's part of the political game of being a judge. You have to.
There's a federal DC inquiry into this judge. Robert Gouveia did a breaking news deep dive of it today.
He's so underrated.
I like Robert.
And he went over it. He said, yes, technically it was only a little bit that he donated. I think it was like a grand total of like $35, but $35.
I think it was like
$35. It was less than $50, but because it is directly donated to Democratic, campaigns and whatnot, it showed a bias. And being a judge, you're not allowed to do that, especially because you could be seen as giving preference to one side or the other.
Yeah.
What's the judge's name?
Who donates $35? That seems ridiculous.
What's the judge's name?
Where was it?
Sorry, I have
Sorry,
open.
I just closed it.
Sorry, I have opensecrets.org up. I'm just trying to find him.
I have all these windows open. How come I can't load?
That's fine. I'll find it. Trump judge.
Yeah, be faster for you to look it up.
Yeah.
So yes, he was charged on 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree, which were upgraded to a felony, of course. So they're all basically exactly the same count.
Yeah, they're basically the same count. They've just changed.
They're all just copied and pasted.
The receipt numbers have changed.
Yeah,
so that they are technically separate.
Bearing check number 0138, bearing check number what's this one? bearing voice voucher number 8469. Like this is
What they've done is split
Yeah,
the same
he's-
crime.
What crime though? They didn't say
They don't
what
know,
crime he
but
committed.
it's like if you were robbing a till from a gas station, right? And
They would know what the crime was then.
you took $100. This is the joke. This is why it's not ever done this way. Is because if
You're being charged separately for each dollar taken.
Yep, pretty much the same.
They do that all the
bill
time.
that's taken.
They can't.
A friend of mine's doing 35 years for that shit. Same thing. Charge you for each individual, like $1, and then another $1, and then another $1. They do shit like that.
Yeah.
They try, and it usually gets taken off.
Unless you're poor.
Yeah, unless you're poor.
Well, yeah, if you're poor, you're fucked. You have a two-tiered justice. Most places have a two-tiered justice system.
But yeah, everything says it with
legal system.
With intent to defraud and intent to commit another crime and conceal the commission thereof. Yeah, that's the arguable
Look, the fact that this is 34 counts of the same fucking crime.
Yeah.
Speaks volumes of how weak this fucking thing is.
Yeah.
We said it the last two times we spoke about Trump's impending arrest and indictment. This is weak as piss. Look, if you really want to get Trump, this is not what you do. Like, if you really want to get Trump, don't talk about him.
Even the feds
ignore him.
Yeah. Let him screw up.
Like, ignore him. Let him step on rakes. Like, don't fuck. Like, this is the fucking problem. If you I don't want Trump to be president again. Like, I do and I don't. I don't want Trump to be president because the last time almost nothing got done. He's not effective. He surrounded himself with useless people. He fired loyal people and he kept idiots. Like what?
Yes,
like,
man.
Yeah, he kept the flatterers. He kept the fucking people who would flatter him and oh, Mr. President, you're so amazing. Like, you're doing such a great job, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. He kept the dick suckers and got rid of the actual people who could have got shit done. Fucking almost the first person he fired was General Flynn. Like, you don't think an effective fucking head of the National Security Council is important? Like, the man in charge of all the intelligence agencies, and you got rid of him because he lied to the FBI. Like, they got him in a perjury trap. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
I want a Trump Kennedy fight or election. That's what I want. And I'd probably vote for Kennedy.
Well, yeah. Like, RFK Jr. is basically a Republican.
Oh yeah.
Like, the only reason he's running as a Democrat is, well, A, because it hurts Biden, and B, because he's from basically Democrat royalty. Like,
yep.
If he ran as a Republican, he'd lose immediately.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Like, he'd get fewer votes than Joe Walsh. So
I mean, he's essentially a standard 90s Democrat.
Yeah, he's a
basically.
90s Democrat, which means he's a Republican.
Reasonable.
They want to talk about parties flipping.
Kennedy has Bobby Kennedy Jr., RFK Kennedy Jr. Like, he's only right wing on the vaccines and shit, and he criticized George W. Bush.
Yeah,
but he's
also
historically he's endorsed Democrats.
Yeah,
because he is a Democrat.
That's right.
But
yeah,
he's fair on rule of law. Like, he doesn't in general. Like, this is right, this is wrong.
He endorsed Gore. He endorsed Kerry. He endorsed Hillary. But yeah, he's probably the closest thing to a centrist Democrat that you get.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is making remarks tonight from his home in Florida. As far as we can tell, and what we were prepared for here, is that this is basically a campaign speech in which he is repeating his same lies and allegations against his perceived enemies. It is just getting started. So far, he's just giving his normal list of grievances. We don't consider that necessarily newsworthy, and there's a cost to us as a news organization of knowingly
You are not a news organization. You are a propaganda outlet.
Our deal with you is that we will monitor these remarks. If he does say anything newsworthy, we will turn them around and report on that right away. But For now, just know that it's happening, and
You're
we're
not
updating.
allowed to hear what he's saying. We're just going to
3
tell you when
hours.
he's lying.
And Chrissy May's spot on here. This is the adult version of la la la. I'm not listening.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
I did a
So-
3-hour stream on it, and all that was being filmed was maybe an hour of the same 5-minute walk.
No,
Oh
this
my
is she was
God.
talking about the
No,
when he got back to Mar-a-Lago.
The Rumble exclusive speech.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And if there were weird protesters outside.
Yep.
Stay safe,
Sad.
Savannah. Seriously, stay safe.
All right, guys, this is Savannah Hernandez on the Trump-supporting side of the Manhattan Criminal Court. And we have this
watch
woman
it
right here.
on this
She is a
chick.
Biden supporter who keeps coming and trying to instigate violence with Trump supporters here. She keeps coming up together. She keeps trying to go on the side with the Trump supporters.
Pause it.
Something tells me that's going to get a bit explicit.
Yeah.
Something's wrong there.
Oh shit!
No one can do whiteface better than Eddie Murphy, and
She's literally
Arsenio
dug
Hall.
out the weirdest fucking person in the crowd.
Like, I'll bet you
Oh,
10 to 1
wow.
that gets flagged.
Yes.
Flagged for what?
Nudity.
No. Well, she's clearly not nude. She's covered in paint.
Gotta love Steph.
That's all right.
Literally.
I'm used to getting strikes and stuff. So the copyright strike I got the other day, like I sent an email straight away that was like, oh yeah, look, sorry for using the footage. You don't have to take down the strike. It's fine. I won't do it again. Like I didn't actually notice the watermark on the video. That's fine. The video is deleted and I've removed it from the thing. The guy got back to me this morning and he's like, oh, thanks for the apology. If you want me to remove the strike, pay me $1,500. What his exact words? His exact words were, I would be willing to remove. He said the watermark, but I think he means the strike because I've already deleted the video. This is appreciate the apology. I would be willing to remove the watermark if you were to delete the video and pay me $1,500 for the unauthorized usage. Let me know. So my answer is no. Go fuck yourself.
Not even monetized.
The video is deleted. I've removed the footage from the video and re-uploaded it. So GFY. So yes, I will not be paying you $1,500.
You'll just pay for your furry
But what pisses me
furry
off about
outfit
that
from Wish, $1,500.
is that was a breaking news report basically telling, hey, people, get to safety. Essentially is what that was.
No,
And
his footage was the day after the
it was the day after
the devastation of the
Okay.
footage, so, yeah.
But
So-
still,
look,
stuff
I
like
appreciate
that.
that's his footage. I didn't notice the watermark in the corner, like it blended in with the background.
Like, does he think you're like fucking CNN or something? Like you're gonna pay that kind
Yes.
of money? Like, what is he on fucking drugs?
Probably. The guy
No, he just wants
chases
money.
storms.
He
so-
Dude just wants to get paid. I mean, them's the breaks. Them's the rules.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
It's extortion.
That's a
I
lot.
assume it. Well, yeah,
I'd be like, give me $10, bro. Like, I need to buy a sandwich.
yeah. So, I will allow you to use my footage if you send me a picture of your koala paws.
You send poor
I
pigs.
don't have a fucking furry set. So, man, it was the protesting was far more calm than everybody thought it would be. Obviously, Trump was strongly encouraging his supporters to come out in great numbers and protest his arrest. Like I said last week, don't do that. If Trump tells you to go to a location and protest, don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that.
How about
again.
you just don't listen to Trump?
Like if Trump tells you to go somewhere and protest him, like protest something, don't do it. Especially if it's a fucking blue city or a federal building, because you saw how that shook out for the last guys who did that.
I have
just
another
see the,
solution. How about you actually be good Christians and stop worshiping false idols?
Yeah.
Stop worshipping Trump like he's some fucking amazing person. He's not. Stop it. Stop it.
Look, I've said before. I like Trump personally. I like Trump personally. I think he's hilarious.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's an amazing meme factory.
He's an ass, but that's okay.
He's the asshole. He was the right asshole at the right time. He was Trump was always the middle finger to the establishment.
Yes, exactly.
And the problem is when he got in the door, he cucked. He absolutely cucked. He gave in to the establishment straight away. He talked a good game, but he gave everything the establishment he gave the establishment everything they wanted and got nothing for it.
I think he just did what he always does, because he's a guy who comes in and tells other people what to do, and he expects them in his company to do it. When you come into the deep state and you tell them what to do, they say, "Oh yes, sir," and then they do something subversive and they prevent you from.
And you read about it in the New York Times.
Yeah, give this to this guy at this time, and they're like, "Oh sure," and then they wait an extra 6 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
That's what he didn't understand. This is not his company. These are people who are entrenched against him. And I don't think he's going to get it, by the way. I don't think the second time he's going to magically figure it out.
No, that's right. He's going to do the same. It's going to be the same thing again.
I still think he's the best option we've had in a long time, because they all lie to you. They just do deep state shit. At least he kind of was against it. That's the best we've had in fucking forever.
I don't know. Trump, you got to Trump and his anti-gun stuff and the bump stock ban, and
that was a problem.
He's
gonna be a hit or miss.
The problem with Trump will always be, and has always been, Trump cares what people think.
He's also actually a Democrat. So
Trump carries a huge chip on his shoulder because Trump is new money in a town full of old money, and Trump has always been looked down on by the rich in New York, and that has carved a very large chip out of his shoulder, and he carries it with him to that day.
At this point, when you have that chip and you try to make everybody happy, especially people you care about, and they still shit on you after all this.
Yeah,
there's a point when you just say, you know what, actually go fuck yourself. So I'm going to ruin everything.
It's kind of why he did. It's why he now lives in Florida. He's officially doesn't reside in New York anymore.
So when we get the Venom Trump,
Venom Trump, Punish Trump.
Yeah.
Yep. Metal Gear Solid reference for the people who don't understand what that meme is. When does he get his eye patch? Yeah.
These people are fucking weird.
Hi, it's Luna, activist teacher here, and I know you can't see my smile, but I've just been smiling for the last 2 weeks since I found out that Trump is going to prison. All the ladies in my witches coven have been chanting for this for the past 6 years. I just can't wait to see the orange man in an orange jumpsuit. This is more exciting than when my students come out as non-binary.
I feel like this is a troll.
Totally.
It is a fucking troll.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And people look at no, seriously.
Okay. Yeah, I see you now.
Founder of Exodus Institute, a K-12 online school, former CA public school teacher for 15 years. Support 45.
It's too accurate. It's too accurate, though.
Well, we've what's it called?
Parodies
conditions.
Parody is just gone. We're beyond parody now.
Yeah, that was great. All right, nice, Carly. You got me.
Yeah,
you got me.
She got me. Absolutely.
Did she show her own?
Florida woman got me.
So even CNN can't fucking.
May not be your reaction now that you've had a chance to go through it.
Oh yeah, surprise, surprise! He pled not guilty.
Is it what you thought it was going to be, and are you unimpressed?
It is what I thought it was going to be in terms of focusing on the payments that were made, the falsification of the records, and really tied to the payment that was made to Stormy Daniels. In terms of a case that's being brought against a former president, it's a little underwhelming. There's not more to it. There's not more violations, tax violations. There's not an incredible new set of facts that we didn't know about publicly. It's really the facts of this case as they have existed for basically almost 7 years.
And case may be or may
that's fundamentally the problem is there's no there.
That's a little bit of truth coming out of CNN.
Yeah. Look, when you've lost CNN.
Yeah.
Eric says, so how isn't Daniels arrested for prostitution? Because it wasn't sex for money.
Yeah.
No.
She did it for free.
Yep. It was hush money. It was money to keep her out of the public saying that, oh, I had sex with him. That's what it was.
She said
interview, she's saying that a little bit more off from that. She was pressured into it.
Yeah. Let's be real.
Well, she says so she says she took hush money because she was embarrassed by the Trump tryst. She said, I've had sex with some way hotter celebs.
Yeah, I mean,
not richer though.
Well,
and she's on the hook for like $500,000.
Yeah, about $600,000.
Yeah. 44. Look, porn stars do escort work. Porn stars do. Yeah. They do prostitution on the side.
100%. Yeah,
they absolutely do.
Not all of them, but
not all of them. But some openly do.
Yeah. A lot of them do.
If you're as rich as Trump, why do you bang that chick? Like, why would you?
When was this alleged to have happened? Like,
this was 2006.
20 years ago.
She's not that attractive. She's like a 7, maybe 6.
Well, she's 44 now, so she was like 28 back then. You know,
she didn't have the tits. I don't think. Maybe she.
Yeah, she was not as chunky as she is now.
She did.
2006 Stormy Daniels. I can't actually remember what she looked like.
I've never heard of her before the Trump.
I had never heard of her.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about her.
I had very much heard of her. But
the reason why he had sex with her is because she's not Ivanka. No.
Well, I mean,
she kind of looks like Ivanka. That's
what hello. Hang on.
Yeah.
Like whatever.
I mean,
hello there.
Them chicks live at the bar. Like, whatever. You're a fucking billionaire. Like, you can have whatever you want.
She looks like she looks like an average blonde porn star back in back in the day.
In this photo, she looks a bit like Shane.
Blonde chick at the bar. She just whatever. Like, why? Ugh.
Nobody knows Shane from the Seymour Butts films.
Hang on.
No.
How does Donald
Shane's
Trump
World?
still look the same age as he is now? Like,
because Donald Trump doesn't age.
The Playboy mate that he fucked was.
There you go.
Ooh.
He's been 76 years old for 30 years.
Correct.
Yeah, she's mid. Like, I mean, as we were saying about in the green room, pornography peaked in the mid 2000s, and this was the fashion back then. This was her. This was her 2000. This is her 2006.
That's 2006.
She was thick.
That's the premiere of Tokyo Drift. So
yeah, she was thick. Like, she was all right. But I mean,
I would now. So
yeah, I mean.
I think
that's the problem. He can have anybody except Ivanka.
She probably has VD. Like, a lot of porn stars probably have HPV, herpes, all that kind of shit.
Oh yeah,
gonna give you that throat cancer.
Trump probably has HPV and herpes. Herpes.
He's
probably got everything. Realistically, let's be real.
She's built like a bus driver. That's great.
She's always been thick.
Oh, wow.
I mean, remember the greats from back in the day,
What, like Chelsea Charms?
No, Sarah J. in her prime, Gianna Michaels, Brandy Bell.
Oh, Gianna,
Gianna Michaels was.
My friend knew a guy who dated her in Chicago, which I was like, why would you date a porn star? That's ridiculous.
I didn't realize you were going to bring up Gianna.
Gianna is the goat.
Gianna's the goat, yes.
Somebody keeps posting.
I mean, she hasn't. She's my age, I think. So she's nearly 40 now. So she
lives down the road from Rackets.
Carmela Bing. Yeah, Carmela Bing.
She's long since retired, but
Daphne Rosen. That's another one.
Ava Devine.
Yeah.
I can't remember if India Summer was working back then. Lisa Ann in her prime, as we were talking about. I mean,
what was her name? Oh,
just go to Bang Bros and look up their ancient scenes from the mid 2000s. Yeah, that's
Betty.
Sophie D. Yeah, that's when.
Betty Williams.
Oh, thank God! I was like thinking, you please don't say Betty White.
No. When I was working at Target, I had to take a bus to and from work, and I struck up a friendship with my bus driver, and we kind of hit it off.
Was it Stormy Daniels?
No, it was Betty Williams. Nicest lady. She was younger than me, but and she was fun. Oh, and she would get a little bit freaky right around noon, because that was her lunchtime.
That's right. Amy Reed, Ava Angelina, Sarah Vandella. Yep.
God, even Mitt Romney has criticized the indictment of Donald Trump.
Even Romney's against
Well,
this.
because he knows. He knows what's going to happen.
Link?
It's going to be a continuous, back and forth bullshit, because they open the can of worms of legally, persecuting your political rival. This is going to continue.
Well, do you think those Democrats would have been thrown out in Tennessee without the indictment of Trump?
So this is Sophie D.
Ooh.
This is obviously Sophie D now.
Still way better than
back in the
Stormy
90s.
Daniels.
So.
Oh man, we really should have had Drex on for this little segment. I mean,
yeah,
like naming all the porn
that's right.
stars.
Yeah, that's her now. Yeah,
Sophie D. Sophie.
I will have to get Drex on one day, but I think he's always busy on Saturday nights. So I think that's fuck night.
Yeah, Sophie D in her prime. Sophie D's my age. We're talking 15, 16 years ago. Yeah, in her early mid-20s. Yeah, goddamn.
I think Saturday's the night Drex wears his fucking turtleneck.
Yeah, pretty much. He's the one where that's the night where he has to look across the table with those puppy dog doe eyes. And
Saturday is
Saturday night.
It's the day he works as a plumber.
Looks like a fucking golfer on Saturday nights.
Yes.
Soft eyes.
What did Robin Williams used to say? Golf's the only game where a white man can dress like a black pimp.
True.
Yeah.
Including the little hats with the fuzzy pom pom on top. Yeah. Madison Ivy. Ooh, damn, Eric. God damn.
Oh, she ruined
All
herself.
your pants better be firmly fucking on.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't worn pants in years
Samantha
on this
Saint.
show.
Bobby
Chelsea Charles
Sinclair.
does live in Minnesota.
Man.
You don't know who that is.
Mid 2000s.
I do know who Chelsea Charms is. Yes.
Yeah, mid.
You would be very surprised at the number of porn stars I'm familiar with. Right? Actually, you probably wouldn't.
Mid 2000s is where porn truly peaked in terms of women.
I don't think so.
I prefer the late 70s.
The big bush.
Bring in the fucking weed whacker.
Oh, natural.
I love that.
You can't even find out what you're doing. It's just like fucking.
Yes, Hinomi Taka. Yes, the Japanese have some brilliant porn stars too.
If only they would stop crying every time.
You have to read my braille.
This is bullshit.
What's bullshit?
Just the fucking outrage from the fucking wokies on this fucking shit.
Oh yes, like this, like boys 12 and 17 arrested in shooting deaths of 3 teens in Marion County. A third is being sought.
This is the one. This is the one with the clips from the sheriff.
Yes, this is the this is the based sheriff.
Yes, Florida sheriffs just appear to be based.
Some Florida sheriffs are
from the ones I've seen. Yeah,
some.
Yeah,
Yes.
Grady Judd, and this guy, because they are separate counties. This is because Grady Judd is Polk County. This was Marion County. Yeah.
So yes, these two were arrested. They're looking for a third suspect. I don't think they've got him yet. This was yesterday. I think they did the thing. But yes, the sheriff has vowed to hunt down the third killer.
Mm.
So apparently, everybody killed is gang affiliated. Like
surprise.
So
let him do it some more.
So two girls and a unidentified 17-year-old boy were shot. They are all gang affiliated. So the sheriff had a press conference and took some questions. So Yeah, he's based as fuck.
Like a champ.
Sheriff, you mentioned the gun. Do we know how the suspect got a hold of the weapon?
Car burglaries.
Car burglaries. Yeah. Ain't that right? All the gun laws we got in place didn't prevent it, did it? Neither will any new ones. Because here's the fact. The bad guy's going to get a gun no matter what law you have put in place.
I like how
These juveniles shouldn't even possess a handgun.
So where did they get it?
But they did. And I'll go back to you.
They stole it.
Your question. A simple burglary, as some people will say, but I don't consider anything simple when it comes to a burglary. The law allows me, I'll plaster their face up on this page, up on my page, up on media. I will hand it out if the law allows me, because parents have the right to know who their kids are hanging out with and preventing this.
How did the mainstream media respond to this?
Racism.
Florida sheriff goes on wild rant against gun laws while announcing arrest in shootings that killed 3 teenagers. I'm sorry. Did that sound like a wild rant to any of you?
The thing is, the leftists will never watch this video. They'll read the headline and they'll be like, "Oh my god!" and they'll move on.
It was speaking common sense.
Yeah,
idiots who
he
don't
seemed
know what the fuck
perfectly
it is.
rational. Like fucking.
I'm with Tim. They won't listen to this. They'll just be offended.
A Florida sheriff went on a rant against gun restrictions Friday.
You ever? I have the unfortunate pleasure of being in many Reddit arguments with fucking lefties, and they will bring you like.
Don't do that to yourself.
No, I don't do it anymore. I used
to
do it, but they bring you like, oh, look at all these articles that like support my. I'm like, have you read these? They're like, well. No,
read
but
the headline.
title does. I'm like,
there you go.
Read this fucking article. It does not support what you say. And they're like, oh, it does though. Look what it says. I'm like, you're fucking retarded. That's what they do.
As they always are.
It's how they operate. And it's why they're so swayed by CNN and everything.
This is the correct response.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Reddit is for porn.
It's like going into fucking hell. It's like going in. Like I almost It's just
Reddit is for
awful.
porn and for game news. Like if
Yeah,
you follow a certain game,
yeah.
Subscribe to the Reddit.
Or
because the Australia subreddit, I'm on the Australia subreddit. It's trash.
Yeah, well,
it's trash.
Try the Michigan.
Speaking of, the sheriff is saying no new laws would have prevented this. As an Australian, we hear him say car burglary, and then we think,
why you have a gun in a car?
Yes. Why the fuck do you have a gun in your car?
Why was it locked up at home?
Yeah.
You guys can't even have one.
We can have a gun, but we can't leave it in a car.
Reason, though.
We can't leave it in our car. I understand why people do have that.
You can have it in a car, but it has to be in the boot and it has to be secured for transport.
It has to be transport. Yeah.
I like it when they make you do that.
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's legit what happened. Maybe it actually was unloaded in the car and secured, and they stole it anyway.
Could have been. That's not really the point of that. But
no, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The sheriff is right. The sheriff is right. I'm not disagreeing.
I do.
Well, they've been trying to push in Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like
trying to push Michigan. What? Sorry.
They've been trying to push like you have to have all your weapons secured all the time, like in a safe with a lock. And I'm like, if someone breaks into your house, there's no way you're opening that fucking safe on high on adrenaline, and it's just not going to happen. It's not happening. It's not
just steal the whole safe.
No, I don't mean stealing the safe. I mean you killing the people who are breaking into your fucking house. Like that's not going to happen. You're not going to be able to protect yourself.
That's the point.
Yep.
Which is the case because that is how it works here.
It'd be nice if you could trust criminals to just like, oh, I'm breaking into your house. Don't worry, I'm not going to murder or rape you. I'm just going to steal your stuff. That'd be nice.
They want you disarmed. They don't want you shooting burglars.
No,
because
they want you scared and dependent on government.
Yeah, they don't want you killing people, even if it's for the right reason.
Well, after this, I've got a bit on self-defense because there's a couple of stories this week that made me go, "What the fuck?"
Okay.
Say when you spoke with them about their arrest.
I personally didn't speak to them about the arrest. It was immediately after the interviews in which I talked to the mothers. But really, they don't have a whole lot to say. If you're a parent, put yourself in their shoes. Holy hell. Panic. I'm scared to death as a parent. Embarrassed. Ashamed.
Is he talking about the parents of the murderers?
What do you think?
I think it's the parents of the killers, yeah.
Yeah.
Sheriff Woods, did you know if these three juveniles will be tried as adults?
All right, state attorney's office is reviewing that right now. Okay, so I don't want to say yes and then it turn around no, then you'll end up calling me a liar at some point. So.
What does to kind of piggyback off that? So what does accountability look like for you? I know you talked
black.
about juveniles being held accountable for their actions.
I will refrain an awful lot on that answer to this question, to the full extent of the law.
Oh, love that answer.
Okay, don't take me wrong. I might be hard on people, but I also have a heart.
I have a heart of
I already told
gold.
you, I am a father.
I feel like he's been playing Red Dead Redemption.
But here's the one thing my boys know. Growing up,
Well, it's Florida. It
the
is the
freaking
South.
barber had my permission to whip their asses. And not only that, when this stuff came up on TV, I pointed him. I said, you don't have to worry about the law coming after you. Full extent. Because they took a life. Are y'all comprehending that?
It wasn't 3 lives?
They took a life without thought. They deserved the full extent of the law.
Sheriff rants about law.
Had you come in contact with these teams before? Because I see the pictures. Are these mugshots from previous incidents?
I saw people going, "Oh, like look at DeSantis's Florida. Like people still getting shot. Dude, it was gang violence. Like what? And what do you want him to do about this? Like
Florida
what?
has the same murder rate as California.
Yeah.
And Texas, roughly.
Despite having far more liberal in the old sense, gun laws.
Yes.
So
Personally haven't, but have we?
Florida is average for the country.
Minimum contact.
Same
I
with
can tell you right
California, Texas,
now. I know somebody over here had a question.
Tell you right now, I have to talk to Big Steve.
Do I understand correctly that the 3 victims were an active part of crimes prior to their deaths with these 3? Is that correct?
I don't want to give too much detailed information, okay? But let me put it this way. My dad was a fireman. Always said, where there's smoke, there's fire, okay? Folks, don't ask dumbass questions. And Andy, I apologize. But really?
Don't apologize.
Do I have to spell it out to you? What do you think they were doing? They're associated with a gang, and I've told some of y'all in interviews, gangs don't go to church on Sunday and then preach the gospel for the next 6 days. They're gangs because they commit crimes. How simple is this idea? Where are we losing it? And I know we're going long, but this is my press conference, not yours.
Sheriff,
Yes.
If all 6 were committing crimes, do you know why the 3 turned on the other 3?
I can't divulge that. I wish I could tell you. I'll tell you when we get this one. Okay? Listen, I want to tell you everything. I really do. And since day one, I've wanted to tell you anything. They have had a leash on me like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, so
who's they?
what did the suspects?
Who's
Can you stop deep throating your mic? I can't hear you.
Is it his wife that puts him under the leash?
on the leash. Well,
His wife is probably the whoever the hell the sheriff reports to.
well, this sheriff is. I love this sheriff, and we should all have loved this sheriff because this is the same guy. So, Florida sheriff bans deputies, visitors from wearing masks.
Oh, based.
But this guy was based as fuck. This was in August 2020. So basically right after we were like, no, that's it. This is all bullshit. Like, this is not working anymore. And he ordered his deputies not to wear masks unless it was a hospital. Like unless it was a circumstance where it was actually fucking required.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
Good.
The guy's great.
But yeah, I wish I had full sympathy for for the victims, but
Again,
I grew up in the affiliated with gang members. I know the lifestyle. I know what's at stake. You don't go hang out at your cousin Paco's house to play video games. You go there for certain things. This is what's true. If you don't want to be a victim of the lifestyle, don't live in it.
Yeah. Now listen here, Eric. I am not pissed off. And I'm not a sheriff.
Can we get Neo in here for this? It'd be great.
Ken says that stupid mask saved lives. You're killing. Sorry. That's stupid. Masks save lives. You're killing my grandparents by not wearing masks. Masks and vax mandates save lives. The government is benevolent and can be trusted without question.
Oh my God.
Speaking of the government that can be trusted without question, the shot New York parking garage worker who fired at suspect thief weeps while cuffed to bed.
Yes, he's been charged with.
Why is he cuffed to bed, you may ask?
Well, charged with attempted
he's
murder.
been charged with attempted murder
For defending himself.
Yes. So in the wee hours of the morning, this man, this parking attendant, was shot twice while confronting an alleged thief.
Mm-hmm.
He managed to wrestle the gun away and fire on the suspect, and was then charged with attempted murder.
So,
I hate these people.
So
even if you take that gun,
because you've allegedly disarmed a person, and now you've shot an unarmed person. But that's bullshit. You can be a threat while you can be a threat. You can be a deadly threat while you're unarmed, especially because you're already wounded.
Or jujitsu.
The overnight worker identified by cops as Musa Diarra, 57, was also hit with an assault and criminal possession of a weapon charge.
Because he took someone else's gun.
Because he had someone else's gun.
Yep.
In charge of the Saturday incident, which unfolded around 5:30 a.m. as the attendant saw a man peering into cars on the second floor of a West 31st Street garage. Believing the man was stealing, the attendant caught him outside and asked what was inside his bag. Instead of cooperating, the man pulled out a gun. Diarra tried to grab for the weapon and it went off, leaving him shot in the stomach and grazed in the ear by a bullet before he turned the firearm on the would-be thief and shot him in the chest, sources said.
Yeah.
The suspected thief, Charles Rhodey, 59, was also charged with attempted murder, assault, and criminal possession of a weapon, as well as burglary, police said late Saturday. Get the fuck out of New York.
Yep.
See, if I came to power, my first law would be fuck around and find out. Like, that would be like the first check mark on any, like, is he guilty of something? Well, did someone else fuck around and then find out? Yes. Then no, he's not guilty.
Yeah.
Self-defense is an excuse for murder. They're only trying to take your stuff. You shouldn't be allowed to take their life. Unarmed equals unharmed. Hashtag hands up.
That's objectively fucking wrong.
That's right, Becky.
I
know you're being sarcastic.
I know Ken's being funny. That's why I'll do the funny Ken voice.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, you can be a deadly threat even though you are unarmed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because the dude was already shot. The dude was already shot.
Well, I will reiterate: when a cop shoots someone, we need to get rid of the cops.
What does
when
that say?
When a kid shoots up a school, we need to get rid of the guns.
In modest co-ed swim, what?
What?
What do you? What's
Muslim girls at Stuyvesant High School? Yeah. Stuyvesant High School protest immodest co-ed swim classes. Eliminated girls-only swimming classes, forcing female Muslim students to sacrifice the modesty of their religion demands if they want to earn a prestigious diploma. Stuyvesant, which posts an Olympic-sized swimming pool at its Lower Manhattan campus, mandates a one-semester swim class by the end of a sophomore year as a graduation requirement. That's fucking dumb.
Exactly.
Mandating swim to fucking graduate. Stuyvesant, thank you, Eric.
I thought it was. Isn't this part of Bed-Stuy? Isn't this part of the Bed-Stuy area?
Well,
Stuyvesant?
No, I think he's right. Stuyvesant sounds right. I'm pretty sure
That's
heard
Dutch.
I've heard a few different.
Make
names.
it up. That's what they do.
Yeah, I've heard a few different ones. Whatever.
Yeah, but we do make it up. To be perfectly fair, yes.
Yeah, I thought it was part of the Bed-Stuy area.
So, you know, the Dutch language shares more words with the English language than any other.
Yeah, it's shameful.
So that's why so many
That's
Dutch people speak
why
English.
Thermo from Wish loves Dutch women.
I love Dutch women.
They're too tall, but I do like them. You know.
Eva Gladingbrek, she's Dutch, isn't she?
Gladingbrek sounds like a Dutch name, yeah.
Yeah.
She sounds Dutch. She's probably 6'3" or something though.
So
I like Dutch
if
women.
you're
They
in,
all smell like chocolate.
if you are in Texas, you are not safe either.
So during the last outbreak of armed extremism, which of course was the BLM riots of 2020, a former Army sergeant called Daniel Perry was driving for Uber in Austin, Texas. He was an Uber driver. He's in his car, and a mob of rioters surround him in the middle of the street and begin hitting his car. One member of the mob was a man called Garrett Foster. Foster is a militant with a history of waving his rifle at people. He approached Perry's driver's side window with an AK-47. Then he raised the rifle, and when he did that, Perry shot and killed him in self-defense. The lead detective in the case and the Austin police concluded it was a justified shooting. If that's not a justified shooting, there's no such thing. But because Austin, Texas, the justice system is overseen by a Soros-funded DA, Perry was charged with murder.
Oh my God, that's anti-Semitism.
Well,
yeah, Soros-funded
for
DA.
defending him.
Soros-funded is code for Jewish. No, you fucking people. I hate that shit. Soros-funded is code for Soros-funded. Soros gave money to this DA or
Soros doesn't care about Judaism. He's an
the
atheist.
political action committee that was supporting that DA. Like,
yeah,
I
he
would
did kill a lot
consider
of Jews.
Soros. I would consider Soros more anti-Semitic than anyone else.
He's ethnically Jewish. He's not religiously Jewish.
Yeah,
he doesn't give a shit about
And
Judaism.
tonight we are
He
sad to tell you,
Schindler's listed some
this man,
motherfuckers.
Hell yeah,
a military veteran driving an Uber car, was convicted of murder. And what does that mean? It means that in the state of Texas, if you have the wrong politics, you're not allowed to defend yourself. So this is a legal atrocity. It's so obviously unjust that tonight we extended an invitation to the sitting governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, to come on this show on Monday. And we wanted to ask if he was considering a pardon for Daniel Perry. But for some reason, Governor Greg Abbott's office told us he just can't make it and that we should talk to the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, instead. So that is Greg Abbott's position. There is no right of self-defense in Texas.
No, Tucker, that's not true.
he said he couldn't make it. Tucker, turn it up.
Yeah.
Yes. Poker, that is like a moil is the weirdest thing in that religion. Like, very fucking weird. Ken says that's why one of my handguns is a High Point C380 because if I'm not sure I can use deadly force, I can use the bludgeoning force of the weight from the gun.
The weight to sign of
my rapist robber uncle.
So the C3, the C3. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's just that. Why Ken? Why if you want something that's big and heavy, why would you pick a 380? Like, I know it's a High Point.
I don't know. I could bludgeon.
I know it's a High Point.
I could bludgeon someone with my 45 pretty easily.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, if you really cared about,
when you're a giant, you can do it with your hands.
You'd get the biggest High Point you could get.
I mean, hypothetical 45. Not.
I don't know what caliber they make them in. Do they make them in 10 mil? I don't know. Either way, yeah. The Army sergeant was found guilty of murder. Someone racked a slide. I heard that.
It was not me this time, although I'll get mine. Oh.
I know a little too much about gun sounds. As an Aussie, it's weird.
Get a little tingle up the back of the neck.
Yeah, it's just like, oh shit, this is forbidden
Make
knowledge.
my dick hard.
This is forbidden.
This is the
knowledge.
police. I don't know.
Like, I know.
But yes, he was of course found guilty of murder because he was defending himself in a liberal city.
Yeah, found guilty.
It's Austin. What
Scum.
Yeah, that sounds about
It's
right.
Austin.
Yeah, like look, and this is the
Twitter's going to cuck you again.
something like I was sure this happened during the day, but then I saw the footage and I'm like, no, it was at night.
Yeah, I remember this. The guy rocks up with a rifle, he shoots him and just drives off.
And I was sure there was more footage of this, but I might be thinking of another one.
Maybe.
What were the extra shots?
Maybe someone was returning fire. Maybe
That's
the
probably
rifle
him
guy
being
was
convicted right there.
Yeah,
That's
maybe the
sound of
rifle
him
guy
being convicted.
Yeah, basically.
No, that sounded like the same weapon.
Yeah. Follow-up shots. Yeah.
Yep. You don't
Maybe.
just shoot once. You
Shoot to the stop.
You shoot at minimum three. Three center.
You shoot until
two
the threat
center
stops.
Mass.
You shoot until
two
the threat
center
stops.
mass. One.
That rule only
one
applies
for the
if you're
head.
police.
Then the next two follow up to make sure they go down.
Oh, you mean sorry? You're
don't-
thinking Mozambique drills? Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
You can only mag dump if you're a cop. Otherwise, it's illegal. You're going to
shoot
prison
until the
for
threat stops.
Yeah,
But
if
I
you're
mean,
a cop, you can mag dump, reload, and mag dump again.
yeah. For the mere mortals, you have to shoot till the threat stops.
My
which
training
is,
has
which for
told
us
me
is
that's what you
technically
do.
never. And for this guy, I guess is considered the threat was never there in the first place, so he was never allowed to shoot.
Well, so there was no footage of him actually raising the barrel. That's what fucked him.
I swear there was. I remember when this happened. I swear
And
there was.
I think there was, but I think it was a different encounter.
Maybe.
Like I don't think it was the encounter with that guy. I think it was another encounter.
A different one. Weird.
Like, because I remember another one that happened during the day.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was I don't think it was fatal shooting. But Greg Abbott has said that he is he's going to go through the motions to pardon him.
Yeah.
Apparently, Texas law doesn't allow the governor to just pardon anybody.
Yeah, no unilateral.
It's required to go through the board of pardons and paroles. So yes, it has to go through that. But he's said he's gonna.
But Tucker will never tell you that. Tucker will never tell you that. Tucker will just sit and bitch about Greg Abbott not just immediately pardoning him. He'll hide that from you. He'll lie by omission.
Everybody's pushing an agenda.
Yeah, they are. Tucker is not to be trusted.
Except us. We don't have an agenda. The only agenda I have is
about ready to
entertainment,
say that.
entertainment, and support the show.
Yep.
Not even us. We're not even to be trusted either.
Certainly don't trust
In the
Ryu.
words of Carlin, fuck Tucker. Tucker sucks.
But it's okay because this veteran says you shouldn't own a gun anyway.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm glad that you said that you were a Marine Corps veteran because I wanted to bring this point up. How many times a year do you have to go as a Marine to re-qualify and prove that you are competent and proficient in the weapons that you have been issued? I'll answer that for you as a former rifle pistol coach in the Marine Corps. You have to go annually. And how long does that take? 2 weeks, right? You have a week of grass week and then a week of live fire. Isn't that right? So in the Marine Corps, you have to go for 2 weeks out of your life and prove to the Marine Corps that you are still proficient in the weapons that have been issued to you. Now let's take it a step further. Let's say you're a private through a sergeant that's living in the barracks in the Marine Corps. Are you allowed to store a firearm in your barracks room? The answer is no, you are not. If you privately own a weapon, you have to go and register that weapon with the Provost Marshal's office, and then they issue a receipt to you saying where your weapon will be stored and kept safe for you. Why is it that the United States Marine Corps, the finest fighting force on the planet, is more restricted in who and where firearms can be stored and possessed than the average 18-year-old in the state of Texas?
I can answer that.
Why? You see, your plan is to just do nothing and ignore the problem and continue to pray and hope that it goes away. Well, guess what, Erica? That's not fucking working. Okay? That is not fucking working.
Let's
look at the Second Amendment for a second. All right. The Second Amendment says a well-regulated militia.
I knew he was going to say
that. The Second Amendment applies to all citizens, and all citizens are supposed to be that militia. What do you think well-regulated means?
Well-functioning, well-equipped.
Good working order.
In good working
I'd be totally
order.
fine with them mandating us like training. I'd be totally fine with that.
Knew he was going to pull the well-regulated
they
bullshit.
all do. They all fucking
Let's do
read from
that.
the same hymn sheet, man.
Yep.
And the
What's
reason
10 out of 10 he washed out of the
Do you
Marines
know why they
yeah.
require
They
you
require
to
you to
lock
do it
up?
because they expect you to have to go into combat at a moment's notice and want you to be able to fucking kill the person you've been told to kill.
And you are government.
The training isn't to make you proficient with the weapon. It's to make you able to use the weapon when shit's exploding all around you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need that if you are defending yourself.
Yep, you are government
They
property
remember
as well, and they
Marines.
can tell you
But
whatever the
in
fuck
this
what they want.
example of locking it up while you're in the barracks, do you know why they do that?
So you don't
Have
fucking
you
go
seen
crazy
Gomer
and shoot
Pyle?
yourself.
Have you seen that shit?
Exactly.
No, it's serious. The Marines are unstable. They pick a certain type of guy to be a Marine because you are the tip of the spear. They pick a person that is willing to go in and basically for sure going to die. That Marines are not a normal breed. They're crazy, a little bit dangerous, a little bit fucking unstable.
Marines are the ones you say take the fucking hill, and they take the hill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
A special kind of person, and then the training can often break that type of person. So they make sure. In the Army in general, you have I'm maybe anti 2A, thinking that only people like 25 and up should be able to do literally any adult stuff, have a gun, whatever, like in general. But children with guns, I think the draft should be raised up to at least 20 or 22. But
this guy's got
and then the question
shit.
about locking up
He's
the
a Marine.
guns
That's why he has the crazy eyes.
is you would do that during peacetime. When it's an active combat theater, you're not going to be locking up your guns. You're going to have your guns and ready.
Eric, you stop that right now. That's an
He's
insult.
right. He's
In
right.
appearance,
You
maybe.
stop-
It's certainly
you-
not in
You
base,
stop that
though.
right now.
Oh.
That's a
He's
bad.
right though.
Those boys did nothing wrong.
It doesn't mean no regulations.
Actually,
Jesus Christ,
that's what
why
shall
is
not
this
be
so
infringed
fucking
means.
hard?
Well, no, he doesn't understand what regulated means. Regulated
well, no,
means trained.
Yeah,
regulated.
in good working
Well
order.
Regulate
regulated.
me my training. Tell me how to clear rooms. Make me do that.
Well
That's
functioned
regulation.
in good
Well
working order.
regulated
Function.
in the context of the Second Amendment means well functioning, as in train. Like
Yes.
the weapon is in functioning condition.
Trained, equipped, in good working order.
Yeah.
The people and the weapon are trained. That's
Does not mean well restricted.
Yeah.
And the
Well
training required
litigated
was
or
because,
whatever.
well, you need to know how to use a black powder rifle. Like you need to know how to use a ball and like
And it also meant that you owned said things.
yeah, which were not exactly cheap.
No. And that came down to local and state laws where you were mandated
Yes,
as a citizen to own.
it means government regulations. Oh my God.
I know.
OMG.
Hard to understand. Doing nothing makes it easier for children to get slaughtered
I
in
agree.
their schools.
I agree. So bring
Fuck
back the
all
gun.
the way off.
So bring back the guns and fuck you, Marine.
When's he going to be
Keep
volunteering
my ass.
to
Fuck you.
So
stand
when
at the
does
front
he
of a
start
school?
eating the crowns in this?
Yeah, he hasn't had his. He's off his diet. He's off his diet.
That's why he's upset.
He's having crayon withdrawals.
That's why
He
Spectre's still
didn't
stable.
tell you where you keep your weapons while you're living in your house while
Yeah.
on the base. Only when you're in the barracks.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Only while you're within the
Only
barracks.
when you're on government property that the government can tell you what to do with your gun.
Yeah,
Well,
because
well,
when you're in the
actuality, if
military,
you're
you
on-
don't have a First Amendment right either.
You are government property.
So
But when you're living on the base, there are houses.
yeah,
there.
Tombola says there wasn't even supposed to be
Correct.
a national standing army. That is correct.
Yeah, no, that's right. There was not meant to be any standing military. That's what the militias were for. It's just not all vets are good people, and yeah, I think I have completely flipped. Being a veteran means nothing to me. In recent times,
You bought the propaganda. That's what it means.
being a veteran, it doesn't make you good or bad, but being a veteran doesn't inherently come with any sort of respect.
I have always found it interesting to read the state constitutional precursors to the Second Amendment.
Yep.
So Virginia's Constitution in 1776 lists so that a well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people trained to arms is the proper, natural, and safe defense of a free state, that standing armies in times of peace should be avoided as dangerous to liberty, and that in all cases the military should be under strict subordination to and governed by the civil power.
I've never seen these.
Pennsylvania, Article 13, the people have the right to bear arms for the defense of themselves and the state, and as standing armies in the time of peace are dangerous to liberty, they ought not be kept up. And that the military should be kept under strict subordination to and governed by the civil power. The inhabitants of this state shall have liberty to fowl and hunt in seasonable times on the lands they hold and on all lands therein not enclosed. Maryland, that well-regulated militia is proper and natural defense of a free government. That standing armies are dangerous to liberty and ought not be raised or kept up without consent of the legislature. In that case, in all cases and at all times, the military ought to be under strict subordination and control of the civil power. North Carolina, that the people have the right to bear arms for the defense of the state and as standing armies in time of peace and as standing armies in times of peace are dangerous to liberty, they ought not be kept up, and that the military should be kept blah, blah, blah. New York, and whereas it is of the utmost importance to the safety of every state that it should always be in a condition of defense, and it is the duty of every man who enjoys the protection of society to be prepared and willing to defend it. This convention, therefore, in the name and of the authority of the good people of this state, doth ordain, determine, and declare that the militia of this state at all times hereafter, and as well in peace as in war, shall be armed and disciplined and in readiness for service, and that such of the inhabitants of this state, being of the people called Quakers, as from scruples of conscience may be averse to the bearings of arms, be therefore excused by the legislature and do pay the state such sums of money in lieu of their personal service as the same may in the judgment of the legislature be worth, and that proper magazine of warlike stores proportionate to the in number of inhabitants be forever hereafter at the expense of this state and by acts of the legislature established, maintained, and continued in every country in this state.
So essentially, that one mandates a state guard as well, and
Yes,
it
mandates fucking ammo dumps.
Yeah, because most states have their own state guard as well.
Yep.
And that establishes an ability to get out of the militia by paying the state.
Yeah, because Quakers don't believe in violence. Vermont, that the people have the right to bear arms for the defense of themselves and the state, and as standing armies in the time of peace. Blah 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 blah. Massachusetts, the people have the right to keep and bear arms for the common defense, and as in times of peace. Blah blah blah. Again, dangerous to liberty.
Yeah.
Which somehow became, after multiple iterations. Where's the fucking iterations?
Militia following ratification.
Where is it? There's actually a text. Some ratified versions, such as Maryland, omit the final commas. So obviously the final version is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Mm-hmm.
Some state ratified versions, such as Maryland, omitted the first or final commas. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Yeah.
Jersey's has no commas. Yes, this entitles a billionaire to own drones. There was a fucking versions debates on amending the Constitution. Argument for state.
You can own a nuclear bomb.
Defending their own property.
God damn it! I'm sure they used to have a section that broke down like the actual language before it drafting. Like it had all the previous. It's not there anymore. It must have been edited away. But the Wikipedia article used to have all the previous versions that went through the motions and how it eventually became that. And if you look at that, you understand the idea was everybody has the right to own a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Full stop. That was the intent. The intent was we don't want a standing army, which everybody fucking seems to just forgotten.
Yeah.
And everybody should own a gun so that we don't need an army.
Yep. But
totally retarded, total bullshit. Most people don't even understand the Second Amendment.
No.
Well, by that logic, we should also each have a tank in our fucking parking lot and maybe like
yes,
maybe so.
Have a tank.
I mean, if the state or your community continue, if we went back to the old ways of the local laws and bylaws mandating what you must own as a member of that community, maybe they would mandate such a thing.
The only mandate
it used to be local and bylaw kind of community level laws that you needed to own a musket, you needed to own X amount of ball ammunition, you needed X amount of powder, you needed X days of rations, you needed X amount of medical supplies.
Civil Defense Service used to do that kind of shit.
Basically,
not guns, but
food. So maybe nowadays that would extend to, hey, you need to own a vehicle, you need to Toyota Hilux. So that we can easily turn them into technicals. You need your 1981 Toyota Hilux. And then you need an AR. You need X amount of rounds and medical supplies and X amount of days of water and shit.
I really do.
Yeah, but that would be the alternative to having a standing military. And of course, that means America. But that would mean America can't project force because there'd be no overarching ability for anyone to direct these
Navy's
militias
really
to
hard
go
to work
anywhere.
on that, isn't though? Navy's a really hard concept
America's
to deal with there.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah,
it's supposed to be an isolationist nation.
Yeah,
exactly.
peace.
I love
peace,
that.
Trade,
Oh,
and
God, please.
peace, trade, and goodwill with all nations, and entangling alliances with none.
Isolationist. Can we beat Japan? Fuck. Still my heart.
Yeah, I think a Hilux is just a Tacoma.
In North America, it was the successor.
It's junk.
But like the 80
Hilux is the vehicle of choice of
Toyota. It was just called in the US. It was just called a Toyota pickup. Outside of America, the Toyota pickup is called the Toyota Hilux. But the Toyota pickup was succeeded by the Toyota Tacoma. But the old Toyota pickups, old Toyota Hiluxes are very popular in the Middle East because they just turn them into technicals. Strap a 50 cal on the back and boom, inshallah, Allahu Akbar. But yeah, they're very cheap
inshallah,
and
brother.
Inshallah.
Jihad.
Yeah. Durka jihad. Literally that vehicle. Yeah. Just a Toyota pickup with a 50 cal on the back. Very popular in the Middle East.
It's time for everyone's favorite segment, which means the viewer count's going to drop to nothing. It's time for some Aussie news. Had a bit of kerfluffle. Oh God, this is, of course, it cuts off the bottom part. So, Ken Wyatt has quit the Liberal Party in after having a tizzy over the Liberal Party not supporting the Indigenous voice to Parliament.
Good riddance.
So I don't know. So for the Aussies on the panel, I don't know what your opinion is on the Australian voice to Parliament. What do you
vote
guys?
No.
I made it very clear, like back in February when we first covered it.
Vote no.
Yeah,
no, because it's a piece of shit.
It's a piece of shit. It's a priori racist.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Look, my issue is we're putting something in the Constitution that establishes a new body and doesn't flesh out what powers that body has. We're leaving it up to Parliament.
Yep.
So if you want to flesh it out in the Constitution and lock that shit down, sure thing. I'll agree. That's fine.
I'll
look at it. I'll look at it. I'll give you a fair run. But if you're going to leave it up to some nebulous Parliament to decide to grant it powers, that no deal.
Even if I'm
no deal, McCutcheon.
Yeah. Even if I'm generous and say it's an advisory council, no. Yeah. There should be no race-based advisory councils.
You could already do that anyway. You don't need to vote for it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Rap music band, swarms of cops, and disappointment in the air inside the sad decline of the Royal Easter Show. As weird and wonderful showies explain why it'll never be the same again. So it's obviously Easter this weekend, and in Sydney there is a thing called the Royal Easter Show, and for our Americans, it's essentially
carnival,
a farmer's carnival, I guess. People used to show off their farm wares. I guess Americans would be familiar with the concept. It's like a state fair.
State fair, yeah.
It's a state fair, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's been ruined. So the charismatic band show is tasked with, when asked by the Daily Mail if they'd been working on the night of the sickening brawl in Madrid. So There was a carnival worker who was stabbed while taking a break on his job last year.
I didn't hear about that.
Who's
Oh,
this?
hello.
Who is that?
That doesn't say. It's just a random person at
It's
the
a
carnival.
random woman in a Cobra. So yeah, there's show bags, there's rides,
corn dogs.
Used to be fun, and what there is now is there's pigs, lots and lots of pigs.
Corn
In
dogs.
essays.
Then.
So we have a zero tolerance approach to any verbal, aggressive, or violent behaviours that show this area is under constant video surveillance.
Except when you
live
guys
and
do it.
recorded. New South Wales Police and venue security patrol this area at all times.
Yeah.
Oi, you got a license for that fun?
Pretty much.
Also, I can guarantee you now, police just go to a magistrate and get a warrant for the whole venue, for the length of the venue. So if you're there, you can't not consent to being strip searched.
Yep, prepare for the strip search,
Because that's what
bundled a
New
bit.
South Wales Police love, especially if you're a kid. You'll love getting strip searched by the New South Wales Police.
What did we say? It was one kid a week or one kid a day that gets strip searched?
Yeah, it was essentially one kid a day.
Jesus Christ.
That gets strip searched in New South Wales. So
Hmm.
it used to be fun. The kids, we've gone with the kids. This is the same woman again.
Maybe to tell us who it is. Lauren
Short
Okay.
runs the Headhunter Saloon game. So yeah, there's rides. It used to be fun.
Yeah, it's a state fair.
She's not bad looking.
But yeah, it's a state fair.
Yeah, she's not bad looking.
Who is she?
She's just a random woman.
Random woman who runs
one of the stalls. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So superannuation tax breaks require far more radical overhaul. So the Grattan Institute wants more superannuation tax changes.
So are the Grattan Institute, are they the commies or the?
I think they're a left-wing think tank. I think because the
remember.
Australia Institute is the right-wing one.
Yeah.
Are they really right wing?
By Australian standards.
By
maybe.
Australian standards, they're
I bet American standards.
Man, American standards, you'd be centrist at best. Oh, they would be Australian policy think tank. They
non-aligned.
So they're left-leaning.
Yeah. It's based out of Melbourne, so of course it's left-leaning.
Yeah, it's code for left-leaning. Yeah.
So yeah.
Liberal democracy in a globalized economy. Yeah, they're leftists. Yeah.
So homeowners have been advised to do shit before their interest rates reset to the
take heed, Thermo.
Yeah, I've already done. I never had a fixed mortgage. My mortgage was always. So the Reserve Bank did not raise interest rates this month. I was very happy about that.
That bewilders me how they can just change it every month. It's insane to me.
Well, yeah. So, but yes, a ton of homeowners on fixed mortgages that will expire by the end of 2023. So they're going to go from rates that are locked in at something like 3% to rates that are 7%.
Diana wins battle against Charles over name for their princes. What the
She
fuck?
won battle. She won battle, so she didn't win. One is
Oh shit! Taylor Swift is single. Boys.
Yes, I put it in private chat like 6 hours ago.
Yeah, I didn't care.
That's a recipe for disaster. Don't do it.
You're just going to end up.
Unless you want to be famous.
You're just going to end up being a fucking another song.
I didn't say there was anything about a relationship involved there.
No,
Make it a
who we
good
need to
song,
set
though.
her up
Really
with
piss
is
her
Camelot.
Australians
please
all
don't.
let us rejoice, for our fucking potatoes are now available. The frozen chip shortage is over.
People buy that shit.
Yeah.
People buy that shit from the supermarket.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Those
If I
are
want chips, I'll just go
fried.
to the fish and chip shop.
Well, the fish and chip shops were having trouble getting them.
Those are considered
Were they?
fried.
I legit didn't notice because I've been
There
having
were
fish and
shortages,
chips every day, and I was still getting my fish and chips.
So yes, the chip shortage has been resolved.
Well, it's a
That
good
ain't
thing.
chip. Those aren't chips. Those are fries.
Fries, yes, we call them chips.
Oh, we call them chips, yeah. But we call
being
both
a wanker.
both these and crisps, like potato chips. You guys will call them over there. We call potato chips and fries. We all call them all chips.
Ken says never get an adjustable rate mortgage. Only get locked in mortgages. Also, never do more than 20-year mortgage terms. My original mortgage was 15 years at 3.5% APR, and I took negative points for closing. Not negative points for closing costs.
I don't think mortgages work like that here.
We can't get 20-year fixed mortgages. No one offers them. The longest fixed mortgage you can get is 15 years, and that's only from a couple of banks.
Mhm.
They will be very uncompetitive.
Yep.
Because they have to hedge the entire market. Like they have to hedge both like crazy rate hikes. And they'll be even worse now. Fixed mortgages will be even worse because we've had a 10 consecutive rate rises. We've added 330 basis points. So all the banks will have to factor those in, like the chance of that happening in a year. So their calculations are going to change now.
But yeah, we call both fries and potato chips down here.
The only script of his Duke of Sussex title has been discussed at the highest level news bombshell revealed.
Yeah. The only time we say fries is when we go to Macca's.
Yep.
What's a Macca's?
McDonald's. Sorry.
McDonald's, yeah. Macca's.
Yep.
Macca's!
Do you guys still have your potato cakes?
You mean scallops?
Is that a hash brown?
No, he's right. It's potato cakes.
No, scallops. So yes, desperate truck driver hit with $362 fine for holding his mobile phone asked the internet for advice after claiming the pictures don't tell the full story. So he said he denies it was his mobile phone. He says it was a vape. So he was stung with a $360 fine and 5 demerit points. We have 12 demerit points on our licenses.
Yeah, fuck Costy, they're scallops.
They're scallops, Costy. Fight me. The man was traveling down a road in New South Wales when he was snapped by an overhead speed camera that showed him holding a device. That does not look like a mobile phone to me. Why the fuck are cameras taking photos of your balls, like of your crotch?
Well, they have to see if it's a man or a woman.
Because what the fuck has flagged this as a phone? That's not
ridiculous.
A phone. Yeah,
it doesn't matter what it is. It's ridiculous. He's not even looking at it.
Yep.
You just can't even hold.
I wasn't holding or using my phone at home. Do you think I can ask for a review based on these pictures? Yes. Go to court. You will win. Yes. Absolutely do this. So it looks like it's more quickly slid into the lower lap of your seatbelt. They said, "Fuck off, people. These people don't know shit." Yeah. So this is someone using a fucking phone. They've literally got both their hands on it.
Yeah.
But that car is stopped.
Yep.
I think both these cars are stopped. Those caught handling a phone in New South Wales school zone will be hit with a $481 fine. Fucking shit.
I have to look up potato cakes now.
Bullshit.
Yeah, but
this is retarded. Don't do this.
Yeah, do not do that.
Have someone else hold the wheel while you fucking text. So yes, that's Australian news.
You can't tell me what to do, Thermo.
I do that well.
What we have here is a failure to communicate. You must respect my authority.
Can I?
I wasn't sure if you were doing Major Payne or Cartman.
Oh, I couldn't
then
tell.
you went
respect my
you went full
authority.
Cartman.
Cool hand Luke. It's a hash brown then, basically. It's like a weird.
I didn't
Australian
make.
hash
browns are
I
different from
unfortunately
scallops
have
slash
not
cakes.
made a culture war video, like a culture war clip to intro, whatever. But yes, this is the culture war section where we cover the trans shit, the trans insanity, the trans insanity, and the other culture war related stuff.
The uprising of the trans army.
Those goddamn uppity trans.
I'm gonna have to put down this rebellion, boys.
This is going to be a tricky situation here.
Why is this going to be a tricky situation?
Just YouTube.
Well, we can end on YouTube and go straight over to Rumble. It's fine. I can push this to the end of the block. I only had 2 other bits.
That would be.
Let's do that. Let's finish these other bits and and then we'll do this. We'll do that at the end. We'll do the trans stuff at the end.
Oh,
on Rumble. We'll call it a Rumble exclusive with no censorship, so we don't have to worry about being cucked by YouTube. Okay, so there was this stuff in Tennessee this week.
Oh, I saw this. Okay.
Is this Jesus?
No, this is the reincarnation of Ali
Justin
Alexander.
Jones.
This is Ali Alexander's
it's
brother.
Al Sharpton.
Oh, okay. No, he's got the Sharpton
I think
hair.
he's going for like a race grifter thing.
Yeah,
he
is a race grifter.
That's what they all do.
Expulsion. For years, one of your colleagues who was an admitted child molester sat in this chamber. No expulsion.
Get your Bibles
One
out.
member sits in this chamber.
In this chamber.
Oh, it gets better.
No expulsion.
God.
Someone
We had a former speaker.
I thought it paused.
Chamber.
Paused for dramatic effect.
Federal investigation.
I need some church organs up in here.
We have a member still under federal investigation. No expulsion.
Hallelujah!
We had a member pee in another member's chair in this chamber.
What?
No expulsion.
Fucking Tennessee's wild, man.
Back to their leadership. But in the governor's administration. And so once again, what you're saying to us, since you're trying to put us on trial, I'll say what you're really putting on trial is the state of Tennessee. What you're really showing for the world is holding up a mirror to a state that is going back to some dark roots.
Yep,
A state
see ya.
in which the Ku Klux Klan was founded is now attempting another power grab by silencing the two youngest black representatives and one of the only women, Democratic women in this body. That's what this is about.
What's that?
The woman is white.
There's a bunch of Republican women in there.
No,
but only one Democrat woman.
No, the woman is a Dem. Yeah, the woman is a woman. She's a white woman. She's a white woman. And she's a Democrat.
Listen to what he says. He says he corrects himself because he's like only one of the only women, only Democratic women in there.
Representatives and one of the only women, Democratic women in this body. That's
He had to correct himself because if you actually look at the Tennessee House, there's a bunch of women. They're Republicans.
Yeah.
Funny that.
what this is about. Let us be real today.
But yeah,
Let's not get the fuck out of here. See, you
Here's the one.
This is
They
the
should
one.
kick that chick out too. I don't understand.
Yeah, I would have kicked her out too. Fuck that bitch. But she was saved by one vote. Guaranteed simp. Republican simp.
God, of course it was. We're rife with
And do
them.
you understand to speak from the well as you are speaking today? You were able to speak because Speaker Sexton recognized you in the well to be able to speak.
I wish you mocked him.
Thank you. I'm able to speak because the people of District 52 sent me here to speak. Speaker Sexton is not my constituent. Speaker Sexton is not a king. Speaker Sexton is not God, though he may want to be. He is my colleague. And so the people of District 52 sent me here to speak. And it's them who I ask for permission if I can speak and represent them.
That's not
That ain't how that works.
That's how it works for these people.
You had an
They're
opportunity,
fucking dumb.
Don't wear bow ties, man.
and
Yeah,
we
that-
wanted to make sure
get a
you had
bolo.
an opportunity to defend your actions. One of the questions that keeps coming back to my mind that I hope maybe you can answer is when you say no action, no peace, what do you mean? What does Representative Jones mean by no peace? Thank you.
No piece of pie.
Thank you. I would invite my colleague from Putnam County to join any protest where that is a very familiar chant that usually goes, no justice, no peace. And I believe the roots of it lie in something that Martin Luther King stated, that true peace is not merely the absence of tension, but it is the presence of justice. That's what I was saying.
I mean, he's a
Is that
politician for
until
sure.
we act, there will be no peace in our communities. In addition, I would like to read some context about that chant that comes from Jeremiah 6:14. I'll read the New
Yeah,
Living
keep your Bible.
Translation.
Keep your
It says,
Bible
"They
crap.
offer
You're a Democrat,
superficial
first of all. Why the
treatments
fuck
for
are you
my
preaching the
people's
Bible?
mortal womb.
Keep your
They give
biblical
assurance
crap
that
out of the
there
government.
is no peace.
I know it's Tennessee.
National Version. They dress
And he's
the
treating it
wound
like a
like
black
people as
church.
though
I
it was
get it.
not serious. Peace,
And I'm
peace, they
currently
say, where there
dancing
is no
to
peace.
a
That's
Tribe
what the
Called
chant means,
Quest.
is that we have no peace.
Was he trained by actual
say the whole
preachers,
thing.
though?
Thousands of children
Because he's damn good at saying nothing while talking a
that if they're
lot.
in school, they'll be gunned down.
Yeah, he's a good Democrat.
You've passed laws to make it easier to get a gun.
Politician.
In this state, you've passed laws to make it easier to get a gun than it is to vote in this state, and so that
Wrong.
there will be no peace in Tennessee until we act on this proliferation of weapons of war in our community. That is the peace I was talking about.
weapons of war.
That is what
Get
I
the
was
fuck
saying.
out.
Represent.
Technically, a Glock 19 is a weapon of war. So is a Glock 17. So
Every firearm is a weapon of war.
Yeah.
The human body is a weapon of war.
Correct.
Today, ladies and gentlemen, is we are upholding our Constitution. We are protecting the integrity of this body. Let's vote to expel him. That will send the case back to the voters in Davidson County. And if after looking at his conduct, they find he should come back, we will welcome him as a representative.
Representative Jones. So what's Shaquanda on the right
Thank
doing
you,
there?
Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear a question, but while my colleague's statement was eloquent, what he was essentially saying was that Justin is an uppity Negro. How dare he point at the speaker and call a lie a lie? How dare he act like he's your equal? How dare he come before this body and not bow down? That's what Representative Bulso was saying, and that's what he told me on the elevator 2 days ago when he tried to incite violence against me and got in my face and said, "You are a damn disgrace." And I said, "Representative Bulso, hold on, let me pull up my phone. Can you say that again?" And he cowered and chose not to repeat it because
So you're full of shit. You didn't do that at all.
What a disgrace he is for Williamson County voters.
Those two groups always blended together for me.
Let's just be real. This guy's going to fail upward.
Yep.
Hey, Tennessee, I hereby
Well, duh.
Pursuant to Article 2, Section 12 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, I hereby declare Representative Justin Jones of the 57th Representative District expelled from the House of Representatives of the 113th Assembly of the State of Tennessee.
Go on, get
boy.
on now, boy.
The comment
Get
you
back
made
to the
about how
fields.
many times my voice has been silenced.
we're gonna hell.
Somebody say know your place, please.
Raising my hand for 45 minutes on the floor.
This is
Tim?
the one.
Would you smash or pass?
No, go away. Stop.
This is the one that was simping over.
Hold on. I was actually told by the speaker that was in retaliation for some of the thing he thought was incorrect that I did. And when I was the lone vote against a Republican speaker, I was moved to a closet-sized office and had to stay there for a year. It was during COVID. There was no room to social distance. I couldn't have someone in my office, couldn't close the door.
It's okay, because
had no
social
work
distancing didn't
table.
work
By
anyway.
yourself.
who came
Why'd
up
you
from
need
my
social
district.
distance? There's no
You're
room.
not silencing my voice. You're silencing the voice of 70,000 Tennesseans that sent me here, that care deeply
Tennassians, I
about
believe.
gun violence and Medicaid expansion
They're
and
not
public
civilians.
schools. And we are continually
Tennesseans.
silenced on the floor on those issues and more.
Yeah. You are their voice, but you
Welcome to
have-
being the minority.
Yeah.
They just lie. All they do is fucking lie.
Yeah.
Lie,
Unrepentant
lie,
liars.
You are their voice,
And
but
Pam
you
was
still have to
smashed.
follow the procedures and
Yeah.
rules. What's all the screaming going on? Sorry.
Leftist.
Leftist protester.
Oh, because they, yeah.
That's out of order. Out of order. Out of order.
You're out of order.
This
And
whole
we're gonna-
thing's out of order.
Yes. And we're going to fight hard to get him back.
Sorry.
I will answer your question. It might have to do with the color of our skin.
Oh, ours.
Our skin.
Color of our skin.
Our skin.
Because I'm a white woman and they're a black man.
But she likes take that black D.
Let's not put that image in anyone's head.
As I'm listening, I'm thinking to myself,
you don't understand. You don't truly understand why you're standing there today. You don't truly understand why I authored
Well, they
that
know. They
resolution.
just don't care.
It wasn't an easy thing for me to do.
This is a Republican
But
problem.
I'm hearing you blame this on your youth. But just
They are
because you
not.
don't get your way, you grab a couple friends, doesn't mean you can come to the well while we're conducting business in session. Other members are waiting to have their bills to be heard. They have constituents too, 60, 70,000 times another 80, millions of people. Just because you don't get your way, you can't come to the well, bring your friends, and throw a temper tantrum with an adolescent bullhorn. It doesn't give you the right to enrage folks that are here to watch this body conduct business and talk about things you know good and well that we've worked hard. We've worked very hard to protect our children here in the state of Tennessee.
Yes.
Very hard.
Well, you see, you are a Republican, so you don't do anything, sir.
Folks that's worked really hard for the past decade
Big
to
X
do
on
so.
the doubts of the hardworking politicians.
That might be a place to start, but certainly don't start by commandeering the well while we're conducting business here in this Tennessee General Assembly. That's why you're standing there, because of that temper tantrum that day.
It's
For that
moonshine.
yearning to have attention. That's what you want.
The well is the well is the center of the house where you stand to.
I
speak to
know.
the house.
I'm just saying it's filled with moonshine because they're all nuts.
You're getting it now.
Yes, it's an insurrection.
You want to conduct business in this house? File a bill.
Essentially, yeah.
Be recognized.
The irony is, this is exactly the same shit that the leftists wanted to do to, like, MTG. Like, what do you expect? Like, of course, you weaponize this bullshit, it's going to get weaponized against you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wait for it.
They don't understand that.
Wait for it.
They're not smart enough to understand any. These people are all children or all young. They don't, or they're old and dumb or corrupted. This is
Corrupted.
the leftist voter base is almost always essentially bolstered and rank and file
women.
This is the
children.
Yeah.
It's
Yes,
always
hashtag
children.
Flash was right.
Yeah,
Woke
this
white
is-
women are the problem.
Yeah.
This why are homeless people like homeless? Just give them houses. That's the thinking of children. That's how leftists think.
The funny thing is, they try to do that in California, but because California has so many fucking laws around, like laws and regulations around building, they can't get it done.
And the homeless people don't want the
Such
houses.
as-
The homeless
They
people
just-
don't
some
want
do.
the houses.
Some absolutely want.
Some do. Some don't. But some of them don't want the houses.
And Tim, I think you mean unhoused.
Is that the term now?
Housing, yes. Unhoused.
Okay. The unhoused
You
don't
fucking
want
bigot.
Well, I apologize, and I'll look forward to the future and attempt to take people's feelings
whatever
into
that rat is,
consideration.
it's a bigot.
This is the Freudian education, system in check. You don't raise educated people anymore. You raise activists.
What kind of rodent are you?
What?
What kind of rodent are you?
I'm a wombat, apparently.
Yeah.
So this is one of the things from last week's episode from the wallpaper
AussieCast.
From AussieCast. I'm apparently a wombat.
Somebody kicked me out, and I self-identified as an Australian too.
Yeah, James Lindsay has a lot of.
We don't do that self-ID bullshit.
No, James Lindsay has a few good lectures on Paulo Freire and the way he the way he changed education in Brazil to raise activists instead of literate people, and it's made its way into the West.
So this is Justin Pearson. This is the other
black dude who got
other
kicked
black
out.
dude who
This
was
is
kicked
Black
out.
Jesus.
So
Damn, soul brother.
The two black guys got kicked out. The white woman was not.
Yeah, that's a bad look. They should.
I would have kicked that bitch to the curb so fast. I would have done her
first.
I would have kicked her first. Yes, absolutely. It would have been. Yep. We do the white woman first, and then we do the black guys because I don't want anything. I don't want race tying to any of this bullshit.
But I think they did I think they did Jones first because he was the one who.
He was the one with the bullhorn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amidst this vote, amidst this persecution, I remember the good news. Hallelujah, Jesus. I remember that on Friday,
Give me that
the
church organ,
government
boy.
decided that my Savior Jesus, a man that was innocent of all crimes except fighting for the poor, fighting for the marginalized, fighting for the LGBTQ community, fighting.
Preach.
I don't think Jesus did that.
No, Jesus
No,
did not
Jesus
fight for the
didn't, no.
LGBTQ community. You fucking idiots.
There was no
Indeed, he's
LGBTQ
grifting.
community.
Don't be a bigot.
You were killed back then for being LGBT.
Grift.
That's
For
why
those
Jesus
who
was
are single mothers, fighting. For those who are ostracized, fighting. For those pushed to the periphery, my savior, my black Jesus. He was lynched by the government on Friday. And they thought that all hope had been lost.
Technically, if Jesus
Little
was
bit- little
black,
bit
then
worse.
if Jesus was black, then also the people who lynched him were black as well.
No, the Romans weren't black.
No, but the people who sent Jesus to his death were the Jews, like were the elders.
Yeah.
So who would have also, who by his argument would also be black.
There's some pretty
So-
dark-skinned Jews.
Because the Romans didn't actually want, like they recognized that if they crucified this man, it would probably upset a whole bunch of people, and they were happy to just let the Jews decide what they wanted to do with him.
And then
They
women
said-
destroyed Rome.
Crucify him.
Oh, the outside it rained and it thundered and everybody said everything was.
The L and the G community probably existed back then, but the T and the Q did not exist.
Well,
no.
No.
If you're a man who likes to wear a dress, you are not you're not at the T community.
there
you are,
were
unfortunately.
instances
No.
of weird tranny cross dressers.
No, you're simply a guy with a fetish. The trans community is a uniquely modern invention,
And
I don't care about all the fucking like. Oh my
Cam, will you
God.
put that in and say, at least put it the right way?
I'm sorry, but plenty of societies throughout history have like third genders. No, they don't. They don't think of them as genders.
In India, the Hijra are considered a third gender legally.
Indians in America had that as well.
Yeah,
They have two-spirit
the two-spirited actually is two separate genders, because a two-spirited male is considered one, and two-spirited female is considered another. So
So you have like two male spirits in you, or are you like
no? So
ultra-masculine?
if you're a male who has a
If you have two spirits in you, if you have two male spirits in you, it's called being gay.
yeah, it does.
Oh,
But apparently,
so if you're straight, you have a male and a female. That's weird.
yeah, it's fucking weird. It's
Was over and it was some black women who stood at the cross. It was some black women who watched what the government did to that boy named Jesus.
He was 36.
There were no black women
They
there.
were witnesses, as you have been witnesses to what is happening in the anti-democratic state of Tennessee. They were witnesses to what was going on.
People, man.
Oh, Jesus, Ken. No. There is no anthropological evidence of transgender persons existing in millennia past. Jesus Christ.
we don't say transsexual
And
anymore.
I got to tell you, it got quiet on Saturday. Yes, I tell you, it was a sad day on Saturday. All hope seemed to be lost. Representatives were thrown out of the state house. Democracy seemed to be at its end. Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win. But oh, that was good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last. But oh, we have good news, folks.
24 hours.
We've got good news that Sunday always comes. Resurrection is a promise, and it is a prophecy. It's a prophecy that came out of the cotton fields. It's a prophecy that came out of the lynching tree. It's a prophecy that still lives in each and every one of us in order to make the state of Tennessee the place that it ought to be. And so I've still got hope, because I know we are still here and we will never quit.
Out of order.
My biggest peeve about that whole thing is that he doesn't talk like that to normally. He doesn't talk like that to his friend or his brother.
It's an act.
No, yeah, I know.
No,
It
he's
fucking
co-op-
pisses
he's-
me off that everyone just imitates Martin Luther King.
No, that's not imitation. That's aping him.
That's unfortunate choice of words.
Oh God.
Oh, wow.
But that's like,
wow.
It's not imitation.
It's
Like,
not an homage. It's not a compliment.
Yeah.
They're just milking it.
Yeah.
Like,
That's what I
it's-
mean. It pisses me off.
Why?
Because it's not.
He just sounds. He sounds like every loud black preacher ever. Like MLK wasn't the first to speak like that, and he won't be the last. Like
What he's
I
saying
know,
is
but-
what's offensive, not necessarily the way he's saying it.
the black people in the crowd didn't find it offensive.
To
Well,
ape.
Well, there's things
To
we
ape
can't
is
say on YouTube.
an
isn't there?
so ape an inferior imitator or mimic.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
based on basically
the picture is
monkey
not
see,
great.
monkey do.
The picture is not great.
No, but
Oh,
still,
God.
I said to ape something, and of course it gave me an ape. But it's to imitate. It's to imitate poorly, explicitly poorly, because an ape is a poor imitation of a man.
Oh,
well,
oh, God.
Well, well.
It is an ape, as in an ape. We are apes. But you know,
God.
But we imitated the apes.
Why
We
don't
are
I
the
have
superior
values
imitation
PFP
of the
thing
apes.
for
Is
this
more
thing?
like it.
but-
The apes came before us, didn't they?
They sure did.
I disavow
And we
everything that's
applaud.
coming from this stream.
no, they didn't come before us. We share a common ancestor. So that's how
I'd have
that's
to
how
look it up. I'm
evolution
not a
works.
zoologist. I don't know.
You understand how evolution works, right?
Yeah, but I don't know who evolved. I don't know which species came first. Homo sapiens.
No,
or the ape.
Thermo is not trying to say that. I'm trying to say that aping something to ape is to imitate poorly.
Mhm.
And that is what that guy was doing. He was aping Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
To ape is to leave out the soft R.
No, that's grape.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
But
I
yeah,
disavow.
communists tried.
Well, now
to-
that everybody
yeah.
has disavowed.
Yeah. But yeah, communists tried to take over the Tennessee House while they were in session, and
Yes.
they got kicked out for it, rightfully so.
No, I did not specifically call them subhuman.
And that's the Irish.
That's right. That's the Irish.
I'm partly Irish. I can say that.
We're all going to hell.
Oh yeah, that was
That's all
established
right.
a long time ago.
Yeah, I've already booked my room.
Yeah.
So, some of you may be familiar with Rebecca Jones.
I wasn't until I heard the story.
Until this story, well. So, for those not familiar with Rebecca Jones,
You can say
Rebecca
that. Dan,
Jones.
just keep it redacted.
Wait, so I can't say Nick redacted error in the chat? No, you can't.
The sheriff is a
Redacted.
Ding.
So Rebecca Jones came to prominence in the leftist sphere because during the COVID emergency, cough, cough, during COVID, she worked as a data scientist for the Florida Department of Health for some fucking reason. Yes. So she said she was a whistleblower and that Ron DeSantis was fudging the numbers on the COVID deaths. He was hiding them. He was hiding them from the people. It was false. Florida was doing terribly in COVID. Everybody was dropping dead in the streets. There were thousands of hidden deaths. So of course the media ran with this, as they do. And she was actually, her house was raided because she stole, she illegally obtained data from her work servers, including personal information, which is a very big no-no. And I think medical information as well. I'm not quite sure if she violated HIPAA, but she may have.
She did.
Yes. So she was arrested and charged. I think her mugshot is in here somewhere. Andy has her mug. Yes. So this is her mugshot.
Oh.
Yes. So yes, she was arrested and charged. The charges were dropped after an agreement was reached with her. that she would like. I think she apologized. And there are a few conditions of her
release,
suspended sentence, I guess was the thing. Yeah, mom. Yeah. But yes, so she is a notorious liar, absolutely notorious liar. She ran against what's his name, Matt Gaetz, as the Democratic candidate for his seat, and was absolutely crushed. She raised like $200,000 in a GoFundMe as part of her I'm a whistleblower who's being attacked by Ron DeSantis. Apparently, she used the money to, reportedly, she used the money to pay off her house. So
there's 2 GoFundMe's though.
She's an ultra grifter. Yeah, and she really hates Ron DeSantis. Super fucking hates Ron DeSantis. Well, this week she was back in the news because her son was arrested. So she's my family.
Over a meme.
My family is not safe. My son has been taken on the governor's orders, and I've had to send my husband and daughter out of state for their safety. This is the reality of living in DeSantis, Florida. Mm-hmm. There's no freedom here, only retaliatory rule by a fascist who wishes to be king. Sorry, let me point out, I'm reading this on Nita because she blocked me.
She hasn't blocked me yet.
You wish DeSantis was fascist, Rebecca. You wish he was fascist.
So, a week after we filed our lawsuit against the state, a kid claiming to be the cousin of one of my son's classmates joined their Snapchat group. They recorded their conversation and anonymously reported my son to police for sharing a popular internet meme. They said they had to complete a threat assessment since they received an anonymous complaint, which both the local cops and schools signed off on as not being a threat. The kids were joking about cops and video games, which included this meme. Cops in their cars waiting for the school shooter to kill himself so they can go in.
Oh, Boogie. No, don't do that to Boogie.
2 weeks later, bringing us to earlier today, an officer told me the state issued a warrant for my son's arrest for, quote, digital threats of terrorism. I asked on whose orders. The officer said it was the state. They aren't letting him come home tonight. They kidnapped my son. I had to get my husband and daughter out of here because CPS now interprets my home as dangerous because they've charged my 13-year-old son with a felony for sharing a meme. Less than a week after filing the first lawsuit in America against the state's COVID lies. I'm sorry for not getting back to everyone who's frantically calling and messaging me. I'm trying to keep it together to stay here and fight for my kid. This state has already gotten away with pointing guns at my son during their raid. I will not let them hurt him again. I am begging you as a mother and an American for the civil rights, Justice Department to stop this. My son has already paid a heavy price for his mum being a legally protected whistleblower. She's not a whistleblower. She's not a legally protected whistleblower in any way, shape, or form. That is a lie.
Do you think the son has a father?
Some whistles.
The son does have a father.
Oh, he does.
Is it in its life?
So the Miami Herald, of course, just took her entire fucking word for it.
Of course he did.
And basically repeated her story verbatim as fact. But that's not the whole fucking story. So this was, of course, received a lovely note. An incident report released Thursday afternoon by the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office alleged that a 13-year-old made repeated threats to shoot up Holly Navarre Middle School and to stab students who angered him. I think I have. Let's go to the story. Right here. Oh, yes, that's the story.
Is the kid trans?
The kid's gay, according to her.
Okay, so it's trans.
So, well, will be, I'm sure. Rebecca Jones' son arrested in Florida after allegedly threatening to shoot up a school. Oh, he's autistic as well, apparently. On the spectrum.
Oh, then he's definitely trans.
I'd look at her photos if they were put online. I would not white knight for her.
Okay, so that's where we're going.
I'd be curious. I'd very curious.
Oh, she's a lot better too. Now
I've seen decent photos of her.
There's a trap about women. Their faces are always thin and their bodies are fat.
She looks
it's like 4 years ago.
She looks like my sister-in-law. If my sister-in-law was hit in the head with the
bowling ball.
No, with the flat stick.
Ugly stick.
Okay,
Flapjack?
that too.
Yeah.
I
Embattled
always wanted
former
a flapjack.
embattled former state of Florida employee Rebecca Jones announced on Twitter Wednesday night that her 13-year-old son had been arrested in Santa Rosa County for digital threats of terrorism. According to the tweets, Jones said an officer told her a warrant had been issued for her son's arrest after authorities received an anonymous report that messages her son shared in a Snapchat group. They have. So, what is Jones' son accused of doing? So, an incident report released Thursday by the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office alleged that the 13-year-old made repeated threats to shoot up Holly Navarro Middle School and to stab students who angered him. Investigators interviewed multiple students who spoke with the teenager, as well as those who saw messages he posted on social media. In the message to his friends, the teenager made the following statements, among others. Quote, "I want to shoot up the school. If I get a gun, I'm going to shoot up HNMS, lol. I'm getting a Wrath and Natural Selection shirt, so maybe, but I don't think many people will know what the Columbine shooters look like. Okay, so it's been like 3 to 4 weeks since I got on my new antidepressants and they aren't working, but they're supposed to by now, so I have no hope in getting better, so why not kill the losers at school?"
More drugs will help you.
The teenager told one of his friends that he planned to shoot up the school the Thursday before spring break, but there were too many things going on, so he postponed it until March 31st. The student reported the claims to school prior to that date, and the investigation was launched. The student was homeschooled at the time of the alleged threats. Yes, if you're homeschooled and you hate your environment, by all means, shoot up your school.
I'm gonna shoot up a school.
Oh, we are
retarded.
so on a list now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Brian, we're already on a list.
Yeah, we're on the list, bro.
Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office
First
investigators
left,
called
first
the
left.
boy's mother, Rebecca Jones, who said the family was vacating in Mississippi, would call investigators when she returned.
Why?
During the interview, Rebecca Jones confirmed there were no guns in the residence and only weapons were kitchen knives, which she had stored in a locked box. Bullshit.
No.
So two things. Either your kitchen knives are stored in a locked box and your kid is a fucking threat, or you are full of shit.
Who the fuck stores their kitchen knives in a lockbox?
Someone whose kid is a threat, or someone who's full of shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I'm thinking the latter. Like, yeah.
I mean, he was autistic, so you know.
The teen appeared in a detention hearing via Zoom on Thursday afternoon, where a judge determined it was possible cause in the case and scheduled an arraignment for May 3rd. The teen was placed on home detention release with a monitor. The judge also prohibited him from possessing any weapons or firearms, utilizing the internet for any other than school purposes, and from having contact with anyone from the middle school. So Rebecca Jones is a former Florida data scientist who accused the health department of intentionally falsifying pandemic data on behalf of Ron DeSantis. The claims were rejected as unfounded by an Inspector General report.
I remember that now.
Yeah,
Okay.
So
yeah.
So of course she said her family isn't safe. So of course the regular people.
They arrested Rebecca's 13-year-old son.
Oh damn! I just hit the. I hit my fist on the table so hard that it pressed the mouse button. That was very good. I don't. So this is them attending the school with the husband and the son. Oh, sorry, the sheriff's office reporting to the sheriff's office.
Is there like evidence of that, of the mocking the police in action? Like I haven't seen that.
I think one of these stories actually had the. Let me find it quick. Someone tweeted out like the.
I'm not calling the ultra queer a liar. Just I want some evidence.
It was 2 memes that I saw.
I haven't actually seen a meme. I've seen the comments that the kid has made.
I've seen the comments the kid made, but I also saw the memes. Sorry, I just got to find it.
Granted, I didn't look either. So
I thought I had them in the thing, but I don't.
Oh well. Who cares?
I won't use Max because that's going to have so much there. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through my timeline, which has way too many people on it. No. Where was it? Oh, apparently the most hilarious troll thing to do is what you do is if you can afford to troll someone, you become a super subscriber, like a super follower on Twitter.
Mm.
And when you're a super follower, when you reply to their tweets, you appear right at the top.
Oh shit!
Nice.
So what you do to troll them is you become a super follower and pay to be their super follower, and you shit on them in their replies, and they can't block you. If they block you, it unsubscribes you.
Nice.
So if they block you, they lose a super follower.
Oh, very nice.
That's fucking hilarious. Like that never would have occurred to me. Okay, so
That's me. Hold on. Sorry about that.
All these people who have ringtones, my phone is eternally on silent.
My phone is in my eye line. If it rings, I know because I see it.
Yeah, exactly. I can see my phone.
Mine isn't even on vibrate. So.
Yeah, mine's on completely silent.
If you want to hear my ringtone, I think
Ken says, I mean, those comments from the kid cannot be taken lightly. If they were said to me in therapy, it's pretty serious and could start the process of having Baker acted 5150. Oh yeah,
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, the memes. I'm still looking. Sorry.
If you heard my ringtone, I think you'd get a couple of strikes.
I've read the unredacted police report. Was it?
Yeah,
God damn it! I saw them.
Should happen to that kid.
The kid definitely needs to be spoken to. That's for fucking sure.
Like
I think he was just being funny, like edgy boy. I don't think he was actually I don't think he would have been a school shooter. Like,
man, when I was 13, I was already aware of shit like that, and this was before the internet. Like I was already like, you don't say shit like that. Like, you just don't.
No, you don't.
Yeah, well, it's how you get in trouble. So, we've heard that it was which misinterpreted by the Miami Herald as being misrepresented by Jones. All available evidence suggests the threats and memes in the warrant came from a single Snapchat account, not two. Yeah, she was saying it was a second Snapchat account that wasn't her son's. Damn it, where the fuck is all this gone? Like I fucking swear to God, I saw it fucking tweeted out. Maybe it's in the Vice article. So Vice did an article about how she lied, which is fucking astounding for Vice. I'm like, wow, they actually said something true.
Too little, too late.
Yeah. Pieces, the actual username. Was it the tweet was not specifically mentioned police at all? Sorry, this is incredibly boring. I'm sorry. Damn it! They had it. It was. I can tell you what the memes were. One meme was the brain saying "grab the gun," and it was like me when the school resource officer, when I see the school resource officer. And what was the other one? God, I can't remember what the other one was. But the other one was very. It looked like it was like Fed posty. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, are you retarded, kid? Like, why the fuck would you ever do that?
That's why they call it Fed posting. It's fucking bait. They
Yeah.
get fucking caught. Like, you don't do that because then the feds are going to come.
Ken says, kid sounds like there's previous mental illness, HX, plus the statements as whole seem concerning. Meds combined with the rest. Yeah. Look, the fact that he's on, he's on antidepressants. Yeah, his mother obviously has a history of mental illness. She's clearly not like she's not insane, but she's certainly narcissistic. Like, shows very narcissistic tendencies,
like most women.
And she broadcasts the fact that her son is autistic and gay. Like, she uses them as chits in arguments, and it's like, fuck, man, don't do that to your kid. Like, that's a shitty thing to do.
That's women shit.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Cool. Thank you, Ken. I wasn't sure what HX was. I guess that's RX. The RX equivalent prescription is RX. History is HX. Yeah, and that gives the impression of hopelessness combined with multiple statements of homicidal, suicidal ideation, of course, concern. It's not necessarily enough to involuntary commit. Yeah.
God, I got all sorts of that. I should be committed, probably.
Yes, she very much has the crazy eyes. Look, I reckon she'd be wild as fucking bed, but she'd probably stab you.
Yeah.
So yeah,
like Courtney
not risking
Clinton.
it.
Yeah, so very fucking nuts. So yes, Rebecca Jones strikes again. So that story, I guess, we will follow up when the sun is arraigned. I forgot to mention Trump's next hearing is fucking December 4th.
Yep.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? Could you have
point.
scheduled
That's the
that thing
whole point.
so far away?
This is the point of it.
And
to
Thermo,
drag this
you
on
would
through
never
the
ever
fucking
get to
election.
know anything about that kid's arraignment or anything like that. They'd have it sealed.
Maybe. There's probably going to be reporting. She's going to probably announce it.
I think it's going to be her. I don't think there's going to be ever reporting on it because they can't.
I don't know. I would easily. You could easily make the argument that because the mother is who she is, and is such a loudmouth and public personality, literally ran for Congress. I would argue that the results.
Kids and even if the parent is a celebrity, none of that shit goes into the court record. They get sealed immediately because there's a kid involved.
The statement, the arrest report was released. So
that's because she released it first.
No, she didn't release it. The sheriff released it.
She went on social media, so they have to release it then.
So she talked about it, and they released it to defend themselves. Yeah.
But
that's what I mean. She's not going to be able to hold her fucking tongue. She's a compulsive liar.
If she's smart, she will.
No. Well, then no, she definitely won't, because she's not smart. Like, she has a PhD, but she's the dumbest
normally
PhD
they
I've ever
do
heard.
not release any of that.
No. Yeah. Look, fair enough. Okay, and that's all I had except for the culture war roundup, which Ryu thinks we can't do here, which we probably can't this week. I didn't filter it for that. No, fuck it. You know what? Fuck it.
We're doing it live.
We're 4 hours in.
We're doing it live.
We're 4 hours in. Fuck it. If I get a strike, I get a strike. That's fine. I get a week off.
Fucking thing sucks.
No, well, if that gets me a strike, they can only strike me once for this video. So, so speak freely, my friends, my comrades. Speak freely. So,
you fucking assholes! You really did it.
God damn it!
You really are doing it. Not you guys. I'm talking about all these fucking assholes.
Tell me how you really feel, Dave. Jesus fucking Christ.
Flash, we will come and save you.
Dave.
We will come and save you. Flash.
Dave, that wasn't an invitation to spurk out.
Dave, no, play his bumper and let Dave spurg.
All right, I'll let Dave spurg because I need to go and get a drink.
Yeah, he's going too fast.
Hens love roosters, geese love ganders, everyone else loves Ned Flanders.
Not me.
Everyone who counts loves Ned Flanders.
Everyone loves Ned Flanders.
Get him, Dave.
Go for it, Dave. Your time.
And he didn't even make a big screen.
You fucking idiots! I'm not talking about the decent trans people out there. There's people out there that just want to be left the fuck alone. I get that. You're not who I'm talking about. It's you fucking militants out there. You want to be heard. So you think the best thing you can do is go out and start killing people and starting your own fucking riots. Yeah, people really want to take your side when you're out there not just threatening, actively killing people and shit like that. You fucking morons.
Yeah.
Period. You go out there. White shooters. Are bad. Got to take guns away from them, and then you're turning around doing the exact same thing. Oh, stand up, yay! Let's riot for this mass killer. You fucking idiots. You fucking idiots.
They will always show you who they are.
Again, these people don't understand reality because they, by definition, don't comprehend reality, and so they live in a constant perception of opposites.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Effectively.
Yes.
If they had a point, if they had a point this last couple weeks, they just threw it out the window. They've turned everyone who could possibly rationalize being on their side against them with their actions.
It's the whole problem though, Dave. It's like the thing, like you let the people who are like the normal trans, which I will admit they exist, but they bring with them this fucking tidal wave of unsustainable madness. So at some point you have to just like, I'm sorry, you have to be gate kept. If you're a little bit fucked up, I'm sorry, you're just out.
Well, there's nice
you can't
people
slippery
out there.
slope it.
There are like Crumbium.
I know.
They're out there. You can talk to them. They'll actually say, "Hey, you know," they will listen to you and they will let you speak, and they just ask for the same in return. But this bullshit is fucking bullshit. Period.
The point
I
is,
don't
for
agree
every
with
one
it
of
on
them,
any side.
for every one of those normal trans or quote unquote normal trans people, there's like 160 that are just fucking off the fucking reservation.
Or
And I
they're
And I
heads
didn't
are in
mean
the
this. I
sand.
didn't mean to screw. I didn't mean to screw the pooch on this. It's just fucking pisses me off.
Oh, we've got a story about that too.
Oh, did you get the one I sent you?
Damn
Thermo?
it!
The elite one.
Maybe the Mississippi one. No, but look, my thinking is this: if there was a magical pill that trans people could take that would make them quote unquote normal, I don't think the ones that are out that are available that are prominent now would take it. Like if they could take this one pill that instantly made their body chemistry work the way nature intended it to work, I think most of them would not take it.
They would consider it murder.
Yeah, that they would be like, no, I can't do this. Like, and to me, that's it. That's like, I don't think that makes sense. Like, that seems crazy to me. Like,
do you mean them making themselves their biological gender? Like,
no,
without
I
any
mean,
mental.
that like the one pill that they take that fixes everything. Fixes as in
cures their dysphoria.
So the trans women become
Would be men.
normal men who have no dysphoria whatsoever.
Sure, yeah.
Then they can't play victim.
They would
Victimhood,
consider that murder, and
victimhood
they'd
is
kill
very
you for
important
Maybe.
to them.
it. Yeah, you're erasing my identity. That's murder.
Yeah.
That's their logic.
You're taking away my victimhood.
No, actually, no, oh well, yeah. But I'm saying
Victimhood makes them.
Costy. That's no. To them, this they would legitimately they would actually consider that trans genocide. That would be the perfect. That would be the culmination of trans genocide. Here's a pill that eradicates my identity. That would actually be the culmination and most used example of quote trans genocide. Because all of a sudden you've erased all of these dysphoric identities. They're gone.
It's mental illness.
You
Weird.
genocided the identities. They're gone. That's what will be used
There's a
against you.
schizo genocide.
Yeah. That's what will be used against you.
No, these people are mentally ill. And I'm sorry. A lot of these people who are normal realize that they're kind of mentally ill.
No, it's because we're all pricks.
Well, I know that already, Katie. You know, you don't have to tell me that. God's sake.
Who the fuck is this woman? Feminist. Case closed.
Followed by Shu. Well, that explains everything. God damn it, June. What are you doing? Well, Turf Wars. I mean, okay, she a
this
turf?
is the best lady.
No, she's not a turf.
Well, followed by is not necessarily a
I know. I know.
But also, I've never seen someone fight so hard to maintain their status despite understanding how things are working. It's amazing.
Wait, Ken, are you telling me you're
Ken's a woman.
trans?
Yeah, no, he's
That's what I'm reading from that, Ken.
Because that's how I read that. I mean, maybe it's like reading the Second Amendment, and it's not open to interpretation. But that says
Second Amendment's not open
like
to fucking interpretation.
I assume when you say if I didn't have to deal with it, you actually mean as a therapist.
Let's hope.
Well, there's never going to be a pill, but this is a theoretical, like,
Well, maybe
thought
there is
exercise.
because it's just brain chemistry at the end of the day.
Oh, someone was saying something. I
Ken
forgot.
says, because
God, I
current
forgot.
theories for cause of gender dysphoria have both nature and nurture arguments, with the nature one involved in utero hormone levels impacting identity.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you can make anyone think anything if you can manipulate the way their brain works.
I was actually looking at physiological brain differences between trans men and biological men, or between men and women.
I think, well,
Ken, you could probably answer this because your wife's an anthropologist and you're a therapist, obviously. I know there is a physiological difference between a quote unquote woman brain and a quote unquote man brain. How big is the difference? I know it's a frontal lobe thing for the women, like have a bigger frontal lobe, and for men it's a larger amygdala. How large are we talking difference?
Oh, I used to know this.
Like, is it 5%? Is it 1%? Is it a fraction of a
I
percent?
think it was in that like 5. I can't remember. It was like, if I remember, it was like between 3 and 8%, but I can't remember. I can't remember exactly. Ken knows. I'm sure he does. Well, maybe not. That's something you learn in school.
Ken, I
it's
did not
really
know this.
particularly important to know later on. Honestly, you might
Ken
not know.
says, I've got a diagnosis for gender dysphoria. I've had it since 2015. I've been out and open about my dysphoria before. Welcome, Baldo.
See, I knew it, Kathy.
Welcome to the party, pal.
G'day.
We're going to speed run a cancellation.
I will say there's one thing I want to say
Yep.
about this.
Perfect timing.
On as far as trans and like.
Ken says he can't speak about it off the top of his head, and if that's not a pun, it should be. That's great.
No, but
Hey,
I want to say about the reasons for dysphoria.
In the chat, Thermo.
Can we do a poll on what?
If you're a prick or you're pro-LGBT.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, I'm just going to say it anyway. I'd venture to guess there's a much greater correlation between sexual abuse as a child, or abuse in general, versus in utero hormones, as far as trans and gay shit. I'll bet my life on it.
Your life.
Yes, there's a much greater correlation between those things. Abuse.
Oh, look,
and,
it wouldn't surprise me. A lot of pedophiles were also molested. Yeah. Well, I didn't want to say most, but yeah.
All them maps on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Let's start a poll.
Got bad touched by Uncle fucking Billy.
Prick or pro LGBTQIA2+.
I think it's 2SL
LMNOP.
Just type in a bunch of fucking letters and
I did, don't worry.
exclamation points and shit.
So there you go. I've just put in a poll. Oh, God, that doesn't make sense.
What the hell is
Perfect.
this poll?
God damn it.
Fucking perfect. Perfect.
It won't let me vote. It's not fair. Why can't I vote?
That is a perfect example of what we're dealing with right now.
Brick or pro? Yes or no?
Yes is your prick. No is your pro. I don't give a fuck. Who cares? It was funny. Jesus. Late night visit from Uncle Whiskey Breath. Fuck, Eric. Jesus.
He's right, though.
God damn.
Ken says, but look at the ways men and women are different in mental and emotional processing. There is a difference in brain development and our basic survival mechanisms. Yeah. The enlarged amygdala means the fight or flight response is greater in men. The women's larger frontal cortex means the socialization is easier. So Ken says there's a correlation with sex abuse in gender and sexual minorities, but there's never been a causation linked to it. The whole poll is a funny non-answer. So it's 3 trans girls playing sport is an emergency for Kansas Republicans. This is an opinion piece, of course, in The Guardian. I'm surprised there are any trans people playing sport in Kansas. Damn, I shouldn't have put that piece of chocolate in my mouth.
What did you just say?
I shouldn't have put that piece of chocolate in my mouth.
No, I heard I shouldn't have put that piece of cock in my mouth.
Yeah,
That's what I heard too.
Yeah, I heard cocklet. So
Yeah, I did hear cocklet.
Then you're all really weird and think I'm some sort of fucking cannibal. No, cannibal.
Think you
Furry.
mean no?
Furries are degenerate.
Human doesn't taste right.
What?
And
You've
you
never
said
had a
chocolate.
spotted dick before?
I thought human tasted like chicken. That's what I've heard.
They call it long pig for a reason.
Yeah, it tastes like pork.
But yes, Amazon Studios scrapped ranking shows based on audience scores because it revealed audiences found queer stories were off-putting.
No shit.
Yeah, a new report claims that Amazon Studios scrapped an audience ranking system after data revealed audiences were put off by quote-unquote queer stories and themes.
It's almost like
That'll
society
stop
is heteronormative. Oh, what? Wait! Stop! That's Rosie O'Donnell.
Yes.
Holy shit! I didn't realize that
That's
until I saw the
man.
caption.
This new report comes from the Hollywood Reporter's Kim Masters, who details that Amazon's reliance on testing and data led to a clash late last summer, specifically following a marketing meeting regarding the company's A League of Their Own series.
They remade a League of Their Own.
Yeah, they made a series.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're making a Grease series, so whatever. I'm not surprised, I guess.
Masters notes during this meeting, and the Amazon executive pointed out that, quote, that data showed audiences found queer stories off-putting and suggested downplaying those themes in materials promoting the show. On top of this, Masters also detailed multiple sources say Amazon's system often ranked broad series featuring straight white male leads above all others.
Weird.
According to the report, the show's co-creator, Will Graham, quote, launched into an interrogation of the system, which resulted in Amazon dropping the system of ranking shows based on
Will
audience
Graham?
scores.
No, not Will Graham.
So this new report appears to lend credence to a previous rumor from Hollywood insider WDW Pro at that Park Place that claimed multiple Hollywood focus groups chose a dummy police show versus a woke-styled police show.
So they just took a normal procedural.
They normal procedural, yes.
Yeah.
Over a woke-styled police
The
show
dummy police show is based on hacked together episodes of Starsky and Hutch.
that featured two young detectives, two white guys, one Ivy League and the other a good old boy, partnered in Vegas, where they cultivate informants, recruiting reoccurring girlfriends. Every episode includes a fist fight with chairs and bottles flying. Every
Nice.
second episode has a car chase, alleys with blowing newspapers, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, unnecessarily overpowered firearms, muscle cars on the strip, Vegas locations used to the hilt, from grungy to rundown to full-on
My
glam.
kind of show. Fuck yeah.
In contrast, the woke-styled show was allegedly a legitimate show that was being pitched to a number of streaming services, including Netflix, that followed a POC policewoman in a southern where I think assume a southern town where she is shocked by the racism, sexism, and abusive power of her new colleagues, as well as their poor relations with the communities they serve.
Kill me.
Not only did the show feature themes about racism and sexism, but it muddied the moral waters as the policewoman doesn't know who the good guys and who are the bad guys anymore and has to watch her back on and off duty while she tries to initiate change both in the department and in her community. I want to kill myself listening to this fucking...
Do you want me to point out where the difference is? One, we want to see things and just get away from reality. So the car chases and stuff like that, that's cool. We don't want to have to deal with pointing out the bullshit that happens in reality. We're trying to escape it. We don't want it flashed in our faces. So of course, most of us don't want to see that bullshit.
The world is heteronormative. It is. And I'm sorry that offends a small minority of the population, but most people are straight. Most Americans are white, although I know that's shrinking. But even minorities still like seeing shows with badass people. People just like to see badass cop shows.
No, what they like is hot women.
I said badass cop shows. So there's that. So there's inevitably a hot female officer in there too. There's always the token female. There's always the token hot female in a police show.
Look, I watch a I guess you could call it a woke cop, a kind of woke cop show. It's called Brooklyn South. And
It's
I
not
guess it's
Brooklyn
kind.
Nine-Nine.
No, it's called Brooklyn South, and it has a black. She's a black. Not a detective. She's like the black head of the precinct.
Chief.
Captain.
Chief. That's it. Yeah, she's
Captain
like a
Chief.
deputy chief. Yeah.
What show? What channel is this on?
I think it's on. I don't even know what fucking channel it's on. I watch it on.
I don't
Plex.
have
It just gets
TV,
automatically
but I don't know.
downloaded. But yes, it's kind of woke. It does kind of like touch on those themes.
Bad
She's
touch.
hot.
Okay.
What was the show called?
It's called Brooklyn
Brooklyn?
South.
Yeah, I gotta
Brooklyn
Google this.
Nine-Nine.
Yeah, I didn't mind Cagney and Lacey, and I didn't mind the remake either.
She's attractive, but I've got a thing for black women. So
Brooklyn South is an American ensemble police drama. Oh, so Brooklyn South is an old show.
Interesting.
Is that the one you're talking about, Thermo? It's an old show.
Oh
Brooklyn.
no, not Brooklyn
Colonizer
South.
attitude he's got there.
East New York.
Yeah,
sorry,
pretty much, isn't it?
No, that's a white chick. Who's the other one?
my bad. East New York is the name of the show.
East New
Oh,
York.
God damn it.
East New York.
New York.
TV show.
The East New York TV series. Amanda Warren. Oh, okay. I can't see pictures. God damn you.
There's no pictures. Fucking Wikipedia. Okay, sure.
Oh, she's
I
all right.
guess.
I mean,
Yes,
she's
the
40.
report-
She's 40. She's
Yeah,
all right.
I'm old.
Okay.
I'm allowed to like younger women.
Yeah,
Well, she's older than me, so but
She's
you know,
gotta be
no,
40.
No, like I get it. Okay.
I don't. It's okay. You're allowed to like what you like.
That's just because you're racist, Tim. It's fine. I understand.
So she's playing the inspector of the department.
As,
All right.
as long
That's an
as long as
inspector,
you're not in your 20s looking at the same woman, that's fine.
If you're in your 20s and you want to fuck a 40-year-old woman, go for it.
No. You were in your 20s looking at that same woman.
I don't know. There's lots of old.
Oh,
celebrities
when
that
I
look
was
that
20.
back in
Yeah,
the day.
okay.
When you were 20, you
I was
weren't.
going to say, if
looking
you're in
at
your
that same
40s
woman.
and there's a 20-year-old woman who wants to fuck you, go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, hey, if it's legal, it's fine.
People just love
18-year-olds
badass,
are adults.
Yeah.
I don't know
you can
why
yell
a
at
40-year-old would ever want to date a 20-year-old.
We're not talking about dating here, though.
Well, yeah.
Should we review MILF Manor?
Kelly, who's
Please beware of the cougars in this path.
boy? If I could high five you, I would. Kelly, who's still got it?
Anyway, so the report also appears to have credence in national polling. Sorry, this should probably say lend credence to national polling done by Rasmussen Reports. The organization found that only 28% of American adults believe the emphasis on inclusion and diversity by companies like Disney is making children's entertainment better. Not just children's entertainment, it's not making adult entertainment better.
Yeah.
They found 45% of American adults think the push for inclusion is making kids' entertainment worse. So yes, the next time a show is shit and it's on Amazon, you know why? It's because they don't listen to the fucking audience.
Yep, and they openly don't. They admittedly don't. They're not interested in looking at and listening to the audience. But yeah, the world's heteronormative. We like hot women and we like men doing badass things.
I really wish the New York Post would stop doing this, putting the video headlines in the fucking article, so it looks like the articles.
Yeah,
about video
every
headlines.
News Corp site does that. It's fucking
Yeah,
annoying.
it's they're farming views.
Yep.
So William Whitworth, 19, arrested for allegedly planning a mass shooting at a former Colorado middle school.
Willie Whitworth.
William Whitworth, yes, who prosecutors say identify as Lily, was taken into custody by the Elbert County Sheriff's Office on March 31 after it was discovered the 19-year-old had floor plans to Timberview Middle School and allegedly admitted to wanting to shoot up the school, according to an arrest affidavit obtained and reported on by local outlets. So this is Mr. Whitworth.
Physiognomy check.
Yeah. So yes, another potential trans shooter. Why is it middle schools? Like, this person went to that school, same as the last shooter, the actual shooter. Why are they returning to their fucking middle schools to shoot people? Like,
Did it give a motive?
What happened?
Did the article
in
give
those
them
middle schools?
Told that that's when they were oppressed.
Yeah,
It's the middle schools that oppressed you.
Yeah, I've got to pay you. I've got to make you pay now for the shit you did to me as a child. Did the article give a motive though?
That's not why. It's because they're fucking cowards. They're afraid. And children are easy to kill, and there's
So part of the alleged plan also
easy targets.
included listed firearms and how to 3D print them and writing out a manifesto.
Oh shit!
The manifesto reportedly had names of mass shooters and political commentators. Whitworth had a list of people to be killed in a notebook, the Gazette reported. While the middle school was her main target, Prairie Hill Elementary and Pine Creek High School were also potential targets, all part of the Academy School District number 20, according to the affidavit. Before she was taken into custody, deputies found Whitworth in bed and drunk, surrounded by trash and several holes in the bedroom.
Oh, that's to be expected.
No firearms were found in the suspect's home. Authorities additionally found instructions on how to build a bomb inside her room.
Well, yeah.
Well, who needs instructions?
Anarchist handbook, 100%.
So,
the old, matchstick.
So,
and the tennis ball.
Timberview Middle School is not a religious school; it is a public school.
Yep. I guess that's by the name.
I can't imagine, given the way public schools have been heading.
It's also Colorado, so
which is pretty fucking blue.
Mm.
So yes, so was it? Hang on. Yes, so William has been charged with criminal attempt to commit murder in the first degree, 2 counts, criminal mischief, menacing, interference with staff, faculty, or students of educational institutions. So yeah, dodged bullet, literally.
But let's just realistically, these events are they're almost always pre-planned. Realistically, they're all pre-planned because these people have to go out and get the weapons and armor. They're premeditated attacks. They're terrorist attacks. Treat them like
exactly right.
Treat them like terrorist attacks, not just another mass shooting, not just another school shooting. These kinds of events are the exception.
Look, if you've got a manifesto, and you're probably a terrorist. Like if you got a manifesto and you've shot up a school, you are probably a terrorist.
Treat them like terrorists.
Your manifesto exists to push a message.
Yep.
Terrorism is violence committed in furtherance of an agenda.
The only reason they're not considered terrorist attacks is because they're done against a school. If it's done against a church, it's treated as a terror attack. If it's done against the police, it's considered a terrorist attack. If it's done in any other public setting, it's considered a terrorist attack. But because it's a school, no, it's a school shooting now. It's a school shooting. Just add it to the list.
Unless it's a cafe and then it's, a mental illness.
I'm just glad you added the qualifier and you shoot up a school. Just not manifesto. You also have to shoot up a school.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. We all have.
It's perfectly fine to have a manifesto. Yeah. Anybody can have a manifesto. If you it's not inherently bad.
I know, meat candy.
But
they are not
if you in your manifesto say, and this is why I'm going to shoot up this school, and then you go and shoot up the school, or you're arrested on the way to shoot up a school, you're a fucking terrorist.
Can I just say one thing though? If you're going to make a manifesto, can you please make it as good as the unbreaded?
That's not actually good.
That's not a terror.
That's hilarious.
It's hilarious, but that's not a good manifesto.
Exactly.
That's not
hilarious.
But that's not.
I would direct you to Industrial Societies and Their Future.
I know.
by Dr. Theodore Kaczynski.
Required reading.
I guess if you want a barely literate one, you could use the Christchurch shooter, Brendan Tarrant's manifesto.
Yeah, I know.
With, Spyro the Dragon and Alex Jones.
If you like memes and appendices, you could go with the Buffalo shooter.
Oh shit!
How many have you read exactly?
All of them. I've read all of the manifesto.
No.
Don't you know he's a white woman? That's what Thermo is.
Because I read.
He likes all these.
I'm being
he likes all
concerned
these
he's
mass
actually
murderers.
English Breivik at this point.
I haven't read his.
Shit. Matt Walsh is. He has his moments.
I watched this whole thing. This was great.
He has his moments.
It was pretty good.
How would you define a woman? Because you've asked other people up
adult human female
here to define how we would define a woman. How would you define a woman, Mr. Walsh?
An adult human female.
Oh, he said the thing.
If they would have done any research on this, the trainee would know exactly.
I don't
No, I think
know
the trainee
why they
did.
do this.
I think the trainee had done some research.
The trainee knew what he was going to say.
I watched the whole thing. of the, I think 6 or 7 people who came up, like 3 of them were trans. It's like, what? Why do you do this to yourselves?
Because they think they win.
Just like they do everything to themselves.
And how don't trans people, how doesn't a transgender woman fit that definition?
Because they're not female. They have. You said that you are a biological male, correct?
I said I'm transgender. I might be intersex for all we know. About almost as many people in the world are transgender as intersex, and a lot of people don't know.
Well, but that's a different conversation. Intersex, that's a genetic anomaly, that's a medical condition. So that's a completely different conversation. That's also not a third gender. That's a genetic anomaly that occurs within the.
I have to address this. Meat Candy says Thermo is a true crime wine mob.
That's a bit too far, Meat Candy. Don't.
No. I read manifestos because I don't like forbidden knowledge.
Yeah.
Like I live in Australia. Distributing these manifestos is literally an act of terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
There is a guy. No, possessing them. That's a grey area. There is a guy in Adelaide who is awaiting sentencing. Yes, sentencing for distributing like, what was it? Terroristic material. The terroristic material was a portion, not the whole thing, a portion of Brendan Tarrant's manifesto.
Is that the Christchurch one?
Yeah, that's the Christchurch shooter.
Mhm.
So the Christchurch shooter's manifesto, not the whole thing, a portion of it. How the fuck?
I thought you were gonna.
No. So
I thought you were gonna out your manifesto guy for a second.
No.
He sells them out
So-
back of the mall.
Look, I abhor Nazis. I hate racism. Racism bullshit. Like, don't hate
That's the
people.
biggest.
Don't hate people for the color of their skin. Hate people for the characteristics that they can change. Hate people for the characteristics that they have control over. Don't
the
hate
ones they
people.
don't.
Yeah, not for the ones they don't. That's fucking dumb. That's dumb and the worst way to go through life. Hate assholes because they're assholes, not because they're white or black or Asian or Indian. That's fucking retarded. But if you want to understand why evil people do evil things, we need to know how they think. And if reading fucking the manifesto from a school, from a fucking racist piece of shit who walked into a fucking mosque and gunned down a whole bunch of people who were just worshipping.
Yeah.
If reading that is going to turn you into some fucking crazed shooter, then you should probably get it over and done with now.
But Thermo, what if people get the wrong idea? The government has to save you from all this stuff.
Yeah, that therein lies the problem.
mass
It reminds me of that gun
Is
meme.
reason.
You don't need a 30-round magazine to go hunting.
Yes, I do.
You don't need you don't need to ban. Oh, sorry. If you need a 30-round magazine to go hunting, you're a bad
hunter. That's Biden's
What if I'm
argument.
trying to kill 30 squirrels?
And the response is, well, if you need to ban guns to
You're
govern,
terrible.
you're a bad governor.
Yeah, exactly.
Same thing with
Cut off your penis
if
to
you-
fight rape.
Just take
You don't
10
need to
round
read
mags
this.
thermo and just reload. A bit like a sensible normal person. And use a pistol instead of a rifle, like a sensible person.
Snafu, unironically, yes.
Yeah.
Unironically, yes.
But yeah, meat candy. We went crazy. We went super overboard because it was an Australian who did the shooting in a foreign country. And then New Zealand obviously, locked down the manifesto because they were the victims of it. But yeah, it wasn't. And above all, an Australian committed a terrorist attack. Yeah, that's why the Australian government went fucking full lockdown on the manifesto.
Like, I've seen the footage. I've read the manifesto. Like, it's horrifying.
It is.
Yeah,
Like,
people keep
and
turning.
and I think if you want to see it, if you want to understand the horror, there should be we shouldn't be airing it on the fucking news, and we shouldn't be showing it to kids. But if you want to seek that out, in the interests of understanding what those people went through and the horror that like these are this like if the Holocaust happened today and there was video footage of it, the Australian government would ban it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's fucking bullshit.
If you held it in the National Archives or something, then there would also be a paper trail, and then the government would use that against you in anything you do. Oh, Thermo went to the National Archives and he reviewed the footage of the Christchurch attack. Why did you do that? Does that make you some sort of far-right extremist?
That's
They will use that
absolutely.
against
It's
you.
stuff you literally read on poll.
Yeah.
There is some evidence that the Western countries knew what was happening during the Holocaust and didn't say anything about it.
Yeah.
I think it should be hard to find.
Yeah, it shouldn't be something you just stumble over.
Yeah, only so that the people can't stumble onto it.
Unfortunately,
I don't think information should be a crime.
I stumbled onto the Christchurch footage because
Do you
of
remember
memes.
when you could stumble onto things on the internet back in the day?
Because people took the Christchurch shooting footage and turned it into a meme. They sped it up and turned it into a meme template. They made speed running jokes out of it. That's how I stumbled upon it because I can't remember whose Discord I was in. And then all of a sudden I'm seeing this really fast footage of a guy with a gun. And then I realized, fuck, that's the Christchurch shooting.
Well, Timothy, you've just committed a crime.
I didn't post it.
You've committed a thought crime.
I didn't post it.
You were in the same location where it was shown.
What?
I can't plead the Fifth Amendment because we don't have one.
Give it fucking time.
Yeah, but like,
you were there.
We are in an age where you cannot escape it. Like, someone who has access to the footage, it will get leaked somewhere, and then it will get just it will get just dropped and sprinkled somewhere. Like, I didn't go looking for it the first time. I've watched a lot of police shootings. I've watched a lot of camera footage of people getting shot, but I've never really looked up mass shooting attacks. I'm not into that, but people how am I trying to word this? Yeah, just assume everyone's going to do the worst with the footage. They will just throw it in your face if you give them the ability.
Yeah.
But you can't ban it because it's by the time you ban it, it's already been thrown in people's faces.
I wouldn't have watched it if the government didn't say, you shouldn't watch it.
Yeah. No.
I'm like, okay, why not?
No,
why shouldn't I watch this?
That's how. Yeah, that's how I was exposed to the Christchurch footage, is through a meme, because people took it and sped it up and turned it into a speed running joke.
Well, to be fair, the original footage was just like an FPS but with better graphics.
It looked like an FPS meme.
Yeah.
But then you realize, oh fuck, that's actually the Christchurch attack.
Yeah, spot on. Tim says the fear of knowledge is weakness in culture.
But weakness is acceptable as long as it keeps people safe. That's the Australian motto.
Yeah. I hate it. Anyway, back to
safety is an illusion.
Yes. Safety is an illusion.
Absolutely.
You can't get around it. You're never safe. There's always something that'll get you.
Yeah, but Ken,
people will do bad things. Ken says, yes, people will do bad things with the footage.
We understand that is the premise of freedom, and Australia opposes it. Safety over freedom is the Australian way.
We weren't always like this.
No, we weren't always like this. No,
we weren't. We were based. We were based and red pilled back in the day.
Up until maybe the 90s.
Something happened. I think they put something in the water, not fluoride.
Fluoride. It was fluoride.
It wasn't the fluoridation.
Actually, it's all the
my grandparents, because they came from when we fluoridated the water, my grandparents lost all their teeth.
Oh,
because for years, like in Europe, they didn't fluoridate the water yet, and so they just drank normal water, and they were used to it. But once they had the fluoridation, it did something to their teeth, and they all fell out. They both had, for my entire life, they had dentures.
Wasn't that the point of putting fluoride in the water?
Did it protect your teeth? Yeah.
Wasn't that what they said?
That's what they said. The point
putting
was,
fluoride in the water was.
Ned Kelly lost. Meat Candy. Ned Kelly lost.
Yeah.
Ned Kelly lost his fight.
Ned Kelly died.
Although I suppose Saint Hemiah also died.
They buried him under the prison.
Yeah.
So
Saint Hemiah also died. So I guess he was a martyr.
Port Arthur happened in 1996. Yeah.
I know this because I think I said a couple episodes ago, my grandparents were at Port Arthur like a day or two or a week after the shooting.
Day out.
They had a nice day out, but they avoided.
I was thinking of Ned Beatty.
They were there like either a day or two after or a day or two before or a week. Sometimes after I can't ask them anymore because they're dead. Sorry. But they were traveling around Tasmania around the time of the massacre, and thankfully their itinerary was off by a day or two, or maybe a week. I can't remember.
Enough.
It was enough to avoid, being in Port Arthur on the day of the shooting. So
yeah, Ken, the UK is a few steps ahead of us.
Police state.
So we're not arresting people for memes yet.
Give it time.
During COVID, though, if you posted some spicy stuff, the police visited you.
They came knocking.
Oh, it mustn't have been spicy enough then.
Yeah.
I don't think they did it in Queensland. It was mostly a Victorian thing.
Binary of male and
Anyway,
female.
back to this.
What you're saying is that a quote-unquote trans woman is a female.
By the definitions I'm familiar with, yes.
Words.
So how would you define female?
Through my training in healthcare, there are several different categories for how we define sex. People bring up chromosomes. People also bring up hormone levels. People bring up all sorts of other categories. Lots of people don't fit neatly into a gender binary, even people we don't consider to be intersex. It's a complicated spectrum.
Almost everybody does.
It's not complicated, but you also didn't define. So what is a woman? What is a female? What do these words mean?
It's complicated, and I know you're not going to like that answer, but that's because there are no simple answers in human biology.
Let me ask you a question.
You guys,
Can I ask you one last
hang
question?
on. Just let me finish. You guys like to bring up high school level biology classes a lot. I get that a lot, but people who go on to more complicated biology classes will talk about sex as a spectrum.
It's not. It's not.
Well, biological researchers would disagree with you.
Well, then they're full of shit, the ones that would say that. There are.
All right.
So Matt Walsh isn't exactly an intellectual titan. I
He's a
don't
high
agree.
school- didn't even go to college.
Yeah, well,
Probably a good thing.
I'm never going to hold that against someone. I didn't even finish
No,
high
no,
school.
no.
So
I'm just saying he's not college educated. He's just a normal dude who apparently used to host radio or something.
But yeah, he's not Ben Shapiro levels of being able to dismantle your argument.
No.
But
I want to see Ben Shapiro versus Tim Pool. Autistic fucking titans.
But
sorry,
it's like he asked for the Voltaire is quoted as saying, "I only need to make one prayer, like I only need to pray for one thing, and that is, Lord, make my enemies ridiculous." It feels like Matt Walsh's prayer. Like Matt Walsh asked for the same thing, and God answered him because everybody, like all these people, are fucking ridiculous.
There are male gametes and female gametes. Oh, I had one last question. I just have one. I had one quick. Can you come back for 1 second? Because this is an important question. You said you're an EMT.
Yes.
Okay. If you're responding to a health emergency. Biological male, somebody with a penis, is having a medical emergency.
How do you know?
And they say to you, "I think I'm having a miscarriage." Would you check them to see if they're having a miscarriage? Would you consider that a possibility for them?
No, but that's because some people don't have body parts. Doesn't mean they're not a woman.
Okay. Sounds like we've established.
This is the best, the best explanation for the that I've heard.
There are some people who, in principle, can get pregnant, and there are some people who can't. So there's two categories, otherwise known as binary.
Lots of women can't get pregnant either.
Yeah, but they're still of the nature to get pregnant. The only
But
reason
they can't get pregnant.
Yes, but
truth matters, right?
It does. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Real fucking
Truth matters, and they can't get pregnant. That's the truth. So how are they still women?
Because they are for the same reason that I can rightly say that human beings have two legs. And if a person is born with only one leg, that doesn't call into question the statement that human beings have 2 legs, okay? A person being born with 1 leg doesn't mean that now legs are on a spectrum and we can't say anything at all about how many legs a person has. Who knows? They could be a centipede. You know, they could have 100 legs. No, we know human beings have 2 legs. If a human is born without 2 legs, something went wrong. They were supposed to have that second leg. Something went wrong. If you meet a person on the street who only has 1 leg, maybe they had an accident. Maybe they were in war. Maybe something, you know, maybe they were in a car accident. Maybe they had cancer. A leg was cut off. But you know that something went wrong because by their nature, they're supposed to have 2 legs. Same thing for a woman. A woman by her nature can get pregnant. A man by his nature never can. So if you meet a woman of childbearing age, say she's 28 years old, and she can't get pregnant, you know automatically that something has gone wrong. And she can go to the doctor and find out what that thing is, even if they can't fix it. So that proves that women by their nature can get pregnant, because the simple fact that she can't shows you that there's something wrong. This is what is known as the exception that proves the rule. Whereas if a male with a penis can't get pregnant, no doctor on earth is going to run tests to see what's wrong with him. Because they already know it's that he's a male, and there's only male and female, those who can get pregnant and those who can't. So,
unfortunately, not anymore.
So much bigotry talk right here.
He's right. Like Walsh is the everyman of Daily Wire. He's not known for anything else. He just appeared on the Daily Wire, unlike the rest of them. Well, maybe to an extent, Knowles. But yeah, that's
no. Matt Walsh had a show before.
Yeah, but
Daily Wire.
Some random no-name.
I think he had a blog, didn't he?
Yeah, some random no-name blog and radio
podcast.
show somewhere. Like, so in the grand scheme of things, no, he's he's not a best-selling author like Shapiro or Cleveland
now.
were. Yeah, he's now, but
don't know.
he wasn't before. And then Knowles is now a best-selling author, I guess, as well. But Shapiro was Shapiro was a big political commentator back when he was fucking
Before
18.
his show?
Clavin was a show writer, novelist, whatever the fuck. But
Brett Cooper,
she's just a whore.
Oh God!
But Matt Walsh is just Matt Walsh is just a dude, a local, radio dude or whatever.
All this is make me just want to look up Abigail Shapiro.
But that's
I'll be back in a while,
you
guys.
do that on the side. I don't blame you. But I mean, that I'm just saying he's the everyman of the Daily Wire because he's not college educated. He's just a dude. But again,
remember she was an actress in Hollywood for years.
She was an aspiring actress. She's now in a mentorship. If you're in a mentorship, that means you're probably sleeping with your mentors. Let's be real, because you're essentially you're a glorified intern. I mean, you're an adult, so you do whatever you want, Brett. I'm not trying to insult you with that. I'm just.
Are you saying that's what all female interns have to do to get a?
Tim's incel is showing through.
Yeah, that's.
I'd hit. No, I'd hit it.
She's a whore.
She's a whore. I've known whores though.
God damn.
Biblically.
I'm just about to say that.
I've legit. Because Australia allows sex work. I've legit known women who've turned out to have engaged in sex work.
She looks like more like Ben Shapiro than Abigail does.
And sometimes
I know,
she does
right?
actually. Like it's the eyebrows. It's the eyebrows that really.
The Shapiro brows.
Yeah, she got the Shapiro eyebrows. Is she an unofficial sister or something?
Ben's real daughter.
She's not old enough to be his daughter.
She's probably older than Ben.
Because Ben is my age. She's 20. Oh, maybe if Ben knocked up a girl in high school, that would work.
Well,
Ben is my age.
I wouldn't
not
put
gonna
it.
do that,
I
is he?
wouldn't put it past that she's got some Ben's DNA in her, or at least
shit.
had gotten some.
That is disgusting, scurrilous lies.
You're so beautiful. You're so
But-
beautiful. I just need.
We are so fucked.
We're so fucked. Like, I don't have anything against Brett. I'm just saying she's a random female working at the Daily Wire in a mentorship.
Getting Brett on the show.
Well, hang on.
Remember that the Daily Wire used to be based in LA or somewhere in California. Yeah. It's just the nature of living in California. I get it.
This went from Brett's a whore to she's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not holding it
quickly
against it.
backpedaling.
No, I
realizes
maintain
the
my
door is
statement. I'm
quickly
just not.
closing.
I maintain my statement.
Before I'd
He
pay
wants
for
in.
it, he says. Like,
I maintain my statement. I maintain my
Turbo,
allegations.
I am
but I'm not.
sorry
I don't
that-
hold it against her. It's just a way of doing things in California.
I am
But she's not
sorry
in
that we have
California.
the
No, they're in
bigot Tim
Tennessee
on
now.
here.
I don't think she joined while they were in California. I thought she
I don't
joined.
think she
while-
did
I thought
either.
she was there. I thought she'd been there for a few years.
So again, hashtag Flash was right. Elite white women push the idea that there's no such thing as gender. It's all their fault.
The worst person you knew made a valid point.
Yes.
No,
woman.
Flash is not. Flash is not the worst person I
Woke
know.
white women.
That's harsh.
Me,
Yeah, that is harsh.
Sorry,
Maybe
Flash.
Turbo
Sorry,
is
legitimately
a
sorry,
wine
Flash.
mom.
I'm not a wine mom. I don't even like wine.
Nah, wine's terrible.
Riley Gaines, I
like
think she's a swimmer or a runner. I think she's a
She's
swimmer. Yeah.
suing.
I like me.
She's a
She,
swimmer.
she, in a stunning case of poor fucking decision making, she went to San Francisco State University or college or whatever.
She looks pretty mannish herself, honestly.
And of course there was a protest, and she was greatly outnumbered because TPUSA. I think TPUSA invites this shit. So
Well, they're the best though.
That's how you win.
So she visits.
she visits the school. There was protests. Blah blah. She was cornered.
So how
she's
this
mannish.
thermal, how all
sorry,
this works anyway is TPUSA gets invited in by the school. to
Which doesn't
speak.
make sense because
How is
why are
She
they
gets
doing
invited
that?
in by some people at the school. Yeah, like
Yeah.
the
Schools
school-
like
yeah.
this is California,
don't-
right?
They don't go
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
and
that California
ask
would
the
never
school.
invite her.
Yeah, they did. Their
I mean, so, well, I mean,
conservative
the
group did.
school itself would not invite her. Students at the school invited her.
Yeah, she's got swimmer's
but
body.
Yeah.
Strong arms.
But
Yeah,
they
big
like
back.
the school still has to invite her. A professor has to sign off on it.
Okay.
Abby Johnson. Oh, that's someone
Because
else.
just because you get invited by like let's say the conservative group or whatever it is, right, in a school, doesn't mean you can invite speakers to speak for your group. You have to have a professor to sign off on it.
So, thousands of complaints filed after trans YouTuber allowed to play on Women's Football League reportedly injured players.
Football meaning soccer in this instance.
Yes, this is League One soccer.
What is that? Riley Dennis?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Ew.
Ew.
Yeah, Riley Dennis. And Riley Dennis is a.
Is that the man?
Yes, but I thought I thought Riley Dennis was American.
Trans
It
activist.
is.
Redux
So
can confirm
you-
the trans activist is
Look at that long face.
An Australian amateur football league is receiving backlash from parents and players who are voicing frustration after learning that a man who identifies as a woman has been dominating the female soccer league and injuring female players. Football New South Wales, my home state, League One reportedly has 5 trans-identified male players, but one player in particular has led the first-grade goal kickers table with 7 goals. Initial reports from Daily Mail Australia had chosen not to identify the player, censoring images of him and declining to provide his name. However, Redux can confirm the player is trans activist YouTuber Riley J. Dennis. It has been alleged that Dennis, 30, who reportedly plays for the Inter Lions Football Club, injured women from an opposing side in a match last weekend. Reports that a female player had to seek hospitalisation as a result of her injury are as of yet unconfirmed. Football New South Wales appears to have scrubbed Dennis from their website, replacing his name with Interplayer due to backlash they've received, but screenshots from the past iterations of the site exist showing where Dennis was clearly anonymised. And there's Riley Dennis there, and there it
So
just
they're
says
hiding the fact.
Interplayer. They're hiding the fact, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Riley Dennis came to Australia.
Yeah. On Facebook, some football fans have taken to their platform to support the female athletes competing against Dennis, condemning Inter Lions FC for allowing Dennis to play amongst women, biological adult males, and it's not just one, it's several are playing in New South Wales women's state league competitions, which contains teenage girls and young women. Shame on those clubs who have discarded any morals they might have just to sign these things so as to be able to win. Where's the dignity?
Wait, they just called.
They call them things, yes. I read that and I'm like, ooh.
That's a bit rough.
That's fucking harsh. They're still human beings. Women's rights.
Don't worry,
groups
give
are-
him long enough, and they'll be was words.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh God.
Wow.
No, 30 years. She's not doing that. Women's rights groups are similarly condemning Football New South Wales, placing female players in harm's way. Kira Lee Smith, a spokeswoman for Binary Australia, which is I think that's the organisation that set up the talk in Melbourne.
That women speak.
Yeah, the Let Women Speak tour, yeah. Football New South Wales failed to answer the simple question, what is a woman? That's becoming a meme at this point. Why have a women's division if men can play in it? Yes. They failed in safeguarding, supported to organise complaint writing campaigns, which received over 12,000 submissions. Riley Dennis was a popular trans activist YouTuber who has 113,000 subscribers. He has since stopped creating content. During the height of his internet career, he received backlash for a controversial video in which he called gender preferences transphobic. I am pretty sure I have seen this person.
Suck that trans bigot. Suck that
Suck
trans
the dick
penis
bigot, yes.
bigot.
So, yeah.
What was it like? 3
Is that
trannies
what-
were killed in like
Is that what you
2022.
say thermo all the time during dates?
All 3 of
Suck the
them
dick
were
bigot?
killed for gay stuff like that.
I haven't been on a date in...
Back in
You
my
don't take
day.
your wife on dates?
No, not really.
That's,
Like, we go out to dinner, but that's not a date.
That's a date.
That's a date.
Well, I haven't been on a date with someone other than my wife in
There you go.
almost 25, over 25 years.
Okay.
How long you been married?
Over 25 years.
Over 25 years, so that could be
22
48.
years.
Sorry, what did you say, Ryan?
I said, did you say over 25 years?
Yeah.
So you don't even remember if it's 30 years, 35 years, 40 years.
Men don't remember shit like that.
Yeah.
Dates aren't important.
I'm keeping it vague.
I'm married. I know that. That's
Even that's a bit vague.
Wait, Tam, you're married?
No, I was being you.
Yes, he's married. It's
I
called
wish.
his fleshlight.
Well, kind of.
What's her name?
I'm gonna
Which
leave that
porn
one
star
alone.
is it?
I think he got the Riley Reid one.
Yeah, me too.
I've never understood the branded flashlights.
They're weird. I don't understand it.
Do you know how they do them?
They do a
They
mold.
take a picture and then they.
No, they don't. They don't take a
They fill
mold
a
at
balloon.
all.
What do you?
No, it's
How-
the latest one.
Come
Latest way
on,
they
are
do
you-
it is they
you-
take pictures.
You don't know
They
how
just
to
take a
do.
photo and
You don't know
sculpt
how
it.
to do a
That's what, yeah,
flashlight.
they take a picture
Simply
and they.
just take it and stick it in.
No,
One of them they
you
did a-
idiot.
That's
I
how
said-
pussy molds are done, Dave.
I don't understand the branded ones.
Yeah, why would you brand a fleshlight?
Because it looks like them.
Because you want to
Yeah.
fuck your favorite whore. What do you mean?
But that's what
'Cause you've
pussy
been-
molds are for.
You've been
but-
beating off to
Oh,
Riley
sorry, we're
Reid.
talking
for 10
fleshlights.
years.
Sorry. No, same thing. Okay.
Yeah, just
But yeah,
sprinkle a little bit of fucking gonorrhea on it, and you'll
What
just
I
be
don't
all
get is
right.
the basic bitch OnlyFans whores that get fleshlights. It's, I'm like,
Yeah,
I've never
that
heard
seems
for
Do
Why
you
would
know
I
how
buy
much
yours?
they are
Yeah.
for those basic bitch ones?
yeah, the bloody
good
that
to
chick that
know.
was on with Mary from Timcast. They were like $380.
Jesus.
No,
Yeah.
that was
Simps.
the basic
Fuck,
one.
I hate
Yeah, that was the
Her-
basic bitch one.
her
You can get a
deluxe
literal
one-
whore for that
her
amount of
deluxe
money.
one was
Dude,
Probably multiple times.
$589.
For
Your
a couple
hand
hours
is
at
free.
least.
Jameson has an ass and pussy basically bust of her that she sells. It's
Who
a
does?
sex doll. It's a sex doll made after her.
Who does?
Simps deserve the
I
wall.
believe Jenna Jameson.
Okay.
And there's
Trans
sorry.
activists horrified as UK government considers making sex mean biological sex.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
the-
you mean like reality?
Yeah, this shouldn't
Yeah.
have to be done, but base can be made knock.
I think I responded to this. I think we need to come up with the words that so that the doctors can be very specific on what they mean, because you can't medically treat men like you would a woman. In a lot of cases, you'll end up killing them, and vice versa.
Doctor, I'm pregnant. You've got cancer.
Okay,
we
Schwarzenegger.
do have these
Snafu, I
rules.
don't
They've
understand.
been
Why would I?
swept
Why
away.
would I
Tenga,
just buy women?
Tenga, not Tanga. Sorry, he misspoke. Tenga, Tenga.
How's
Tenga.
Topanga
Okay.
doing?
What the fuck?
Yeah,
is
he
that?
misspoke.
Wait, what was that?
Get it
word
right,
called?
Snafu. Tenga, not Tanga.
Oh.
Mm. This changes things. Yes, this is a Tenga,
It's a cock receptacle.
basically. I want to bang a Topanga.
$600.
That's a better name. I like that.
Dude, Alibaba has them for like
Does
$9.99.
Topanga have a Tenga?
Topanga, isn't that from
Oh, yeah,
like,
Boy Meets World?
Boy Meets World,
yeah.
Topanga from Boy Meets World. She can still get it.
I had a big crush on her. She'd been thick girl, but I'm still.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a fan of thick girls, but I can make an exception.
I would for her.
Yep.
Biden proposes a rule for transgender student athletes that allows for some restrictions but opposes categorical bans.
Some restrictions. Does it have a penis? Restricted.
Was it born a man? Restricted. Because that's I don't remember who brought it up, but they were quite right. There's the open leagues, and then there's the restricted league, and we've just come to know them as the male sport and the female sport. But the male sport is open to anyone, as it should be, and the female sport should be closed to biological females.
Yep.
Job done. And very rarely will they let someone in that doesn't meet the definition of a woman, potentially, but that's a case-by-case basis, and the requirements should be very high to actually get in there. Like, you're intersex and you're brought up a man, but you're actually a female and you've got the testosterone and estrogen levels of a female, not a male, and you've done all the testing and blah blah blah, right?
Yeah.
That kind of shit. Like, okay, that's an exception, but that doesn't mean that a 200 fucking pound NRL player should be playing on the female league just because he identifies as a woman.
Did someone just shake themselves dry?
Nah, that was my
Sorry,
dog.
my bad.
Oh God.
She was laying down and I moved and she didn't like it, so she shook at me.
So this is Kylie Palm, a biological male. They pretended to be pregnant and then said he had a stillbirth. He raised money to help with his grief. He attended birthing classes with women, some of who were kicked out of the class for saying he was a man pretending to be pregnant.
Blood covered
He still has a 5 o'clock shadow. Maybe a 3 o'clock shadow.
Kylie Palm, LGBTQIA+ activist and support group leader, sancti mom of a stillborn.
What is a sancti mom? What's a sancti mom?
I have no fucking idea, but
just looking at that. That's 6 years. That's 6 years ago. Holy crap!
Sanctimonious.
Had a
Hi,
fucking shit.
I'm
with blood on it.
Kylie Giselle. I'm now 28 weeks pregnant. Due March 5th.
You have a beer belly.
Gender neutral pregnant parenting.
You have a beer belly.
Like, fuck.
Can you not? Oh my god! Person in the comments there. Can you not tell that that's not a woman?
Yeah.
No, it's hilarious that they
Like
actually
that.
gendered their child.
Yeah, that's right. They gendered the child.
They gendered their.
Are you having a boy or a girl? A girl. I thought you couldn't fucking tell. Wait, what was that?
I can imagine that the actual mothers who've had stillbirths.
I was just
pretty
mild,
pissed
I
about
was
it.
just in a mildly disturbing conversation regarding
I
a
was
woman by the
about
name of
ready to say
Kylie
that.
Palm. There have been comments of harassment of fellow lost moms and unique circumstances involving her pregnancy loss story. Here's where you'll come in. If you have any information regarding this matter, with this person, please come forward. My identity will remain anonymous. Co-opting women's pain as well. Like, seriously, you can't. I'm sorry, I don't. You can't. You aren't pregnant. You were never pregnant. There is no way you can experience the loss that comes from having a stillbirth. Like my grandmother,
I lost my son. I lost my son. It changed my entire life. For someone to pretend to lose a child, for someone to say they lost a child when they couldn't have had a child in the first place, pisses me the fuck off.
Dave, just remember this person's got mental illness.
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
Honestly, that's not an excuse. I'm tired of.
I have mental illness.
I know what you're saying.
I don't go shooting people or putting my grief on people like this.
That's fine. That's fine. I didn't know you had a stillborn child. No, that's.
And I think the people supporting these people also have mental illness.
Yeah, stop enabling these people.
But it goes to the same. It goes to the same thing. Women that go through this bullshit.
Absolutely, Ken. Ken says, wife and I used to run a pretty good sized pregnancy and infant loss group on Facebook. It's never okay to fake that shit. Yeah.
To me, this shit is worse than stolen valor. Well, this is a form of stolen valor, but this
way better.
In this context,
worse.
Yeah,
in
this is horrifying.
Yeah, this is
like
absolutely
everything about this is horrifying.
Yep.
Oops, I just set the wrong link.
It's one thing to try and play soldier, but to try and play a mother who lost a child, no, that's
there should be legal
the grief that comes from losing a child is unimaginable, and I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
Exactly, Candy. It's no fucking excuse.
Sorry,
Canada.
I posted the wrong link. The first one.
Yeah,
Carmel.
Canada's being Canada again.
I'm not trying to downplay the bullshit that they did. I'm just,
Yeah, I understand.
It's still bullshit.
Yeah.
It's just,
Oh man, yeah, Ken, it's horrible.
Exactly.
Double-digit miscarriages. Holy shit, man.
There should be fucking legal ramifications.
No,
that bullshit.
no, there should not be legal ramifications. There
should be
societal ramifications. So you should be socially ostracized.
Yeah, stop asking the government to solve your fucking problems.
Dave, before governments were really governments, you know what happened to people like that? In ancient Sparta, you were ostracized. Like in ancient Greece, you were ostracized. That meant you left.
Yeah,
you left and you spent your entire time, like you'd be ostracized for 10, 15, 20 years, where you would be set out from the city, and everybody would know that you had been exiled and ostracized from the tribe. That is the punishment these people deserve.
Bring back tar and feather.
Yeah, but now they just go to San Francisco and everything's fine.
Yeah, there'll be sanctuary for them now.
Sanctuary.
But at least they're not in the. But hey, at least they're not in my tribe anymore.
You're also forgetting Minnesota.
Yeah, them too. Like, there's more than one sanctuary.
Well, you can go here.
Firstly, it enables the Attorney General to create a 2S LGBTQI plus
I like how you had to
community
read that off the
safety
paper.
zone to prohibit within 100 meters of the property any homophobic, transphobic act of intimidation, threat, offensive threats, offensive remarks, protest, disturbance, and distribution of hate propaganda.
Oh, they all look alike to you, do they, Tim?
Jesus.
Well, do they, Tim? God.
Well, lesbians wearing suits all look the same to me.
Asian lesbians wearing suits.
No, just lesbians wearing suits. Like
Asian lesbians wearing suits.
they all look the same to me. Short hair,
All
glasses.
Asians
It's like biker mice from
Wow.
Mars. Asian lesbians wearing suits.
Mars. Yeah, I loved Biker Mice. It was cool.
Within the meaning of the criminal
Charlie
code.
was hot.
It also comes with it a penalty of $25,000 if prosecuted successfully.
Isn't that
Firstly,
Kojima?
So if you call someone a bundle of sticks within 100 meters of this area, you will have
Wait,
to,
of
you'll
what
be
area?
fined the specified protected zones.
What is two?
Why are they just going to make the whole
Two-spirited lesbian.
Two-spirited
by
lesbian
trees.
by,
Notice how they're putting the
Fuck
two S
outta
at the
here.
start. They're putting the two-spirited people above the LGBTQI plus.
Yep. Yeah, two-spirit,
This is the
lesbian,
slippery
gay,
slope, boys.
bisexual,
This is
transgender,
all about it.
queer,
We're-
intersex, and
we're
everybody.
halfway
They
down
keep
the slippery
adding
slope already.
things.
So everything
You'll never
but
stop.
straight.
Do it.
They'll never stop.
So
It's
everything
Canada.
but straight and white.
No,
But-
Tim, they'll stop.
But
They
they
won't.
They'll
but
stop,
Dave-
but it'll be
Dave-
messy.
yeah. Dave, they didn't add anything to that. They've actually cut a heap off the end.
Yeah, they
There's
just
no.
twisted
Where's the
stuff around.
AAIP?
No allies there.
Yeah, there's no double. There's no
No
AIs,
allies.
A's, P's. They've actually left a whole heap of that acronym off.
But that's what I'm saying. They keep changing it. So how
Yeah.
if you can't even keep it straight, how are we supposed to fucking keep it?
Oh, you'll be told what to think. You'll be
You're
told what
supposed
to
to keep
think.
it straight, supposed
That's
to keep
the
it queer.
point.
Yeah.
That's the point. The entire
Words don't give ground.
read 1984. These people follow it like a fucking instruction manual.
Well, they don't even need to. It's natural fucking theory for them. Like this
Yeah.
is like he wrote the book, seeing what was happening.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's
And it's
his
just natural
experiences. Yeah.
progression.
This pastor gave a sermon on Palm Sunday, linking the transgender Nashville elementary school shooter to Jesus.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, hang on. I forgot to share that. I didn't realize. I forgot there was audio. I swear to God, if this fucking opens in a new tab. God damn it! Share this tab instead.
You're welcome.
In their recording of Jesus' journey to
We should never have let women become preachers.
Also, shouldn't have stopped men from having families while being
Yes,
preachers.
that's the biggest mistake of the Catholic Church.
the cross, the off.
Be fruitful and multiply, and we don't let our priests follow one of God's commandments.
The Catholic priest, that is.
Catholic. Well, that sorry, as a Catholic, I was raised Catholic, so that's why I tend to say our.
Author makes a point of saying that the chief priests and the whole council were looking for false testimony against Jesus so that they might put him to death. Those leaders were looking for any excuse, valid or not, to crucify Jesus. And they found that reason. And that reason was solidified when the crowd shouted to release Barabbas. They had their final excuse. They would kill the one whose reputation as a teacher and healer and whose mission of love and dignity was so very threatening to their own reputation that they needed to kill him in order to preserve their good image. It's baffling to me that someone's existence can be so threatening that people decide they need to be controlled, that they need to have laws made against them, or even worse, that the people that they find to be so threatening should die. There are a significant number of people who have deemed that the fact that the Nashville shooter happened to be a trans person, so it's been reported, is just the excuse they need to call for the eradication of trans folks.
Who?
In their
who?
Michael Knowles.
Michael Knowles, the fucking idiot.
Called for the eradication of trans people, or called for
No,
the eradication of
the eradication of the ideology.
Transgenderism.
Yeah.
Oh, so the
eradication of the
activism
ideology.
itself.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
right
okay.
there.
So these retards are being retards and have taken his words out of context, like fucking retards do.
Well, they're not retards. Well, maybe they are, but they're
bad actors.
Knowles did this on purpose. He did this
Yeah.
on purpose. He intentionally worded what he said the way he did because he knew people would take it and misrepresent it. He actually, I don't think we put it in chat. He did a video a few days ago where he actually speaks to some trans people about it, and he did it all to set up content for himself.
Yeah.
But basically, he goes on to quote clarify what he said. When I didn't say eradicate trans people. When we say we want to eradicate cancer, that doesn't mean we kill the cancer patients. So, yeah. He was treating it like a disease, which it arguably is.
But
but of course, that's not going to. Exactly. He said we have to eradicate. He specifically used the word eradicate because he knew the leftists would take it and conflate it with murder.
Meat Candy said Knowles is a Fed.
Knowles is a Fed. I fully believe Knowles is a Fed.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Of the four main faces of Daily Wire, he's the most likely to be a Fed.
So we'll watch this and then we'll comment about it afterwards. But this is horrible. This is horrible. Like the implications of this are horrifying.
Sexual misconduct investigation involving children as young as the second grade. Administrators say it involves students at Hodges Manor Elementary. Investigative reporter Julie Millay is live in the newsroom with some pretty disturbing details. Julie.
Yeah, Tom, disturbing is right. What we know right now is that 3 students are facing disciplinary action after what the school is calling, quote, inappropriate sexual behavior that happened inside a classroom. 10 on Your Side learned today that a similar incident was investigated back in February. This letter was sent home to parents last week. It reads, as you are aware, an incident of a sexual nature occurred in class on Tuesday, March 28, 2023. This activity was inappropriate and should not have happened. A parent tells 10 on Your Side that her son was directly involved in the incident, that he was approached by a female classmate about engaging in oral sex. The school, however, would not confirm those exact details. 10 on Your Side did learn today that a similar incident happened in February. That's when a parent says she reported to the school that her son was also approached by a girl who said she wanted to give him oral sex. The parent tells us that when she asked about it, the school did not address the issue beyond separating the 2 students or provide additional details. A school spokesperson, however, tells us appropriate action was taken in that February incident and that the school reported the most recent incident to police, Child Protective Services, and the Division's Department of Human Resources. The letter ends by saying the incident is being handled by the Human Resources Department and saying, quote, "Have a fantastic weekend." The school confirms that a counselor is being made available to students. We spoke today with a child psychologist who tells us how a counselor might be able to help students, even ones who were not directly involved with what happened.
It's still going to impact them, and they might have questions, they might have emotions around it. And then even the kiddos who were directly impacted, they might not show a response right now, but maybe a month down the road, something triggers an emotional response for them.
The school has confirmed to us that the instructional assistant who was in charge of the classroom at the time is currently on administrative leave. Attempts to reach that person today were unsuccessful. I'm Julie Millay, 10 on your.
I feel really sorry for that little girl.
So
cool frog. Hey, you really showed up at like the worst time for the worst story.
Good
like
vibes. Good vibes.
So let me get this right. It was a female. It was a girl student going up to
a
boys,
boy student, yes,
giving them head,
offering head,
performing. No, performing,
offering them, performing.
What? No, so the first incident was offering back in February, and then there was performing, which was in March.
It was allowed to happen in the classroom.
Apparently.
Allowed? Like the teacher knew and just like, yep, that's fine.
The teaching assistant, I guess, but it happened in a classroom. I don't know that it was allowed to happen. They knew about it and maybe, I guess, stopped it.
Okay, so it was.
Let's be clear. These are second graders.
Yes.
What the fuck?
No.
Well, how did this happen?
This
oh
is
my God,
fucking,
how?
This is an elementary school. This isn't a high school.
Yeah, that teaching assistant is being investigated.
Yes.
I assume that this teaching assistant is the one who taught that little girl, and now she's thinking, "Oh, this is a fun game to do with boys,"
Jesus.
which is why I feel sorry for that little girl.
So this is like Georgie Porgy, except with actual sex and shit.
Either that or Uncle Bad Touch, at home, has taught her.
Yeah, that was my thinking. I thought, whoa, holy shit.
Well, that's how I think.
Somebody, because there was a reference to CPS.
Investigated.
There's a reference to CPS being involved.
Yeah, but CPS is going to get involved whether it's the parents or whether it's the teacher.
I thought they'd get excluded. I thought the police would just be involved if it was a teacher.
Well,
no, Child Protective Services. They have to be involved.
If this is in the U.S., the Child Protective Services.
Yes, it's in the U.S. It's Hodges Manor Elementary.
Yeah, they would automatically come in.
I think it's in Virginia.
Everything. Yeah, they would check the household to make sure.
Portsmouth, Virginia.
I'm thinking it's the teaching assistant that's the one that's been doing this.
But yeah,
just by the way it was reported,
they would check the households regardless. You know,
because why would the teaching assistant be investigated if he had nothing to do with it?
Well, it's an instruction assistant at Portsmouth Elementary School is on administrative leave, following a report that 3 second grade students participated in inappropriate behaviour of a sexual nature.
Yeah, so why are they on leave if they're not involved?
Well,
Which is
because
why
it happened.
Involved.
I don't assume they're involved because it happened on their watch. So of course they're going to be fired.
Not necessarily. Like if a student comes in, right, and they start doing stuff, and you stop it immediately, why would the teacher be involved for doing their job, or the assistant, or whoever they are? Why would they be in? Why would they
not paying attention long enough for it to get that far? I guess. Like I don't know, although like
because this is second grade, you're not allowed to leave kids in the classroom unattended. So whoever it was either the teacher or the teacher's assistant had to be in the classroom. They have to be in there.
The teacher neglected their duty of care.
Yeah,
exactly.
Ken, my understanding is the interaction was just between the kids. So, like the male student told his mother that the girl approached him and offered to suck his dick. I guess is for if we're going to be crass about it, because I'm sure she didn't walk up and say, "Hey, Billy, I would like to give you oral sex." No, I'm pretty sure that wasn't what was said. But like, yeah, and I appreciate, yes, kids masturbate at a young age,
Second grade.
don't understand what's going on. But
Ew.
second graders aren't going around offering to give head. Like, or if they are, that's not fucking normal.
That's a learned behavior.
Yeah, that feels to me like a learned behavior.
Totally
That feels
learned behavior. So where'd they learn
like-
it from?
Yeah, it's fucking
The way
so
it read to me
goddamn
was
creepy.
read it from the teacher's aide or whoever the fuck they are, not from home.
Yeah,
but
okay.
look,
Look-
it could be.
Yeah.
We already know that the girl is not going to have a normal life. It's evident that.
Oh, Candy! Oh my God!
You're wrong for that.
That is wrong.
That's
You're wrong.
wrong, man.
You're wrong.
You're wrong for that.
Boo this, man.
But
You
but,
wrong.
but the boys' lives will never be the same after this. Period. Maybe the one that didn't get it.
Well, I guess they're going to expect women to give out on their first date. So
Yeah,
at the very least.
Yeah, if nothing else, that will become a normative thing for them. I feel sorry for those kids.
Yeah,
I feel sorry for the little girl.
yeah,
for what
and
she
look,
had to go
Ken, I
through.
agree. A
And
class of 20 plus
them
kids.
too.
This wasn't a teacher. This was what was it? An instructional aide, like an instructional assistant or something. So it's not even a fucking full
Teachers,
teacher.
yeah. So she was basically a
Where's
teacher's
the
aide.
actual
Yeah.
fucking teacher? Like, what is
where is the
going
teacher?
on?
I thought it was a he.
I didn't hear a gender. There was no gender that I saw in the article. Hang on, let me fucking.
There's almost no male teachers' aides anywhere.
That is so true.
An instructional assessment is following a report. Blah blah blah. There's no gender so far. The spokesman felt that another staff member, the instructional assistant, who the Virginia pilot is not identifying to avoid any inadvertently
That's a chick.
identifying the students, was in charge of the classroom at the time. The following day, she was placed on administrative leave with pay.
Okay.
So
fair enough.
I
I
mean,
thought
most
the-
teachers' aides are female from my
So it was
If
a
it was a
TA.
man, they would have been all over the
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
article.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
he
that's
would
right,
be-
Tim.
He
yeah.
would be arrested. He'd be awaiting charges.
So the statement said
Absolutely.
that because the matter involves student discipline, personnel, and quote a possible legal matter, the division is limited in the details it can share. Families of students in the classroom were notified of the report and informed of available counselling services.
Yeah, that's true as well,
Oh,
Candy.
dude, snafu!
Oh, snafu. Bad man.
No,
Bad.
it's Virginia. You'd know straight away.
Yeah, but that's also true, Candy. Yeah, you're right. I mean, instructional. Again,
Yeah.
Sometimes they're just a handler for the.
But this is
for
someone who's
special
referred to
needs.
as an instructional assistant.
Yeah.
So
teacher's aide, basically.
yeah. Let's move on. I don't want to have to. So yes, Disney's Bob Iger has confirmed that the company will continue to get involved in politics, compares grooming young children to gender identity and compares grooming young children with gender identity and sexual orientation to civil rights and the Holocaust.
I'll get the rope.
It's a bit of an inflationary.
I'll tie it.
It's a bit of an inflammatory headline, but it's not entirely wrong.
So they had their shareholder briefing.
Yeah, it's not as verbose as Bounty and Comics makes it.
Hello,
but
Bob. I'd like to address what I view as the elephant in the room. Over the last few years, Disney has turned from a place of magic
Sounds
for
like a Redditor.
children to an ideological company serving LGBTQ,
He's reading from
IA+,
something.
however many other
Of course.
letters you want to add to that, lobbies to groom children. Over and over again, we see how your films and entertainment are increasingly promoting the woke agenda. How can you explain to parents worldwide that you recently celebrated 100 years of history by collaborating with the San Francisco Gay Men's Chorus to produce an LGBTQ IA+ themed Disney musical? This is a group who have explicitly stated that they want to indoctrinate children. They literally sang a concert, and they sang the words, "We will convert your children quietly and subtly, and you will barely notice it." Disney chose to collaborate with these predators to sing to children. How can you explain to parents worldwide that over the next few months, dozens of highly sexualized gay pride parades will take place in Disneyland parks worldwide, the exact places where they used to take their children for fun? Are you surprised that Disney's audience has plummeted, losing 2.4 million subscribers in the last quarter? If you are really interested in refloating Disney, please turn Disney back to the apolitical fun place that it used to be, and I bet that you'll win back both the trust of families and the stock market. Thank you.
Here's his response.
Corporate charitable contributions My interest in Disney's corporate charitable contributions was sparked when Disney spoke out on two controversial issues, gay sex and abortion. The first concerned a proposed Florida law on when and how elementary students should be taught about gay relationships. The other issue is when Disney decided it would help some employees skirt valid laws in their states if they wanted to get an abortion. Disney's positions were worse than wrong. They were stupid. They would have a material impact on only a small percentage of our employees while
Yeah, this is not August's
silencing
response.
No.
many others. In addition, these policies could possibly alienate millions of our current and potential customers. As we have learned, virtue signaling has its costs.
Regarding the last question brought up, I disagreed that Disney has an obligation to take political positions that are detrimental to the overall company. It's just pointless.
I think if you look back, for decades, corporate America has expressed themselves on numerous issues of both right and wrong. And our country, I think, is better off for that. And this was evident during the civil rights era, as I recall as a child, when a lot of companies weighed in on injustices that they saw in America. It was certainly true during World War II, when those that stood in silence in some ways still carry the stain of indifference. So as long as I'm in the job, I'm going to continue to be guided by a sense of decency and respect, and trust our instincts that when we do weigh in, we weigh in because the issue is truly relevant to our business and to the people that work for us.
He's not going to be happy until he drives it into the ground. I thought he was coming back to fix that shit, but apparently not.
He's just there to get paid.
But he's already unbelievably wealthy. He came back to get rid of fucking God, what was his name?
Can't remember.
Don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He was an idiot.
Eisner?
No, Eisner was before Bob Iger. He can't it was Eisner, then Bob Iger, then this guy that was
wasn't another Bob?
Bob Chapek, yes. Thank you, Baldo. Bob Chapek took over, and it was a fucking disaster. Yeah, thanks, Costy. It was a fucking disaster because Bob Chapek's a goddamn idiot. And then Bob Iger came back and was like, yeah, look, we're going to, the whole don't say gay stuff was a mistake. And then something fucking happened. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're back to it. It's like, oh, you fucking retard.
Yeah, it sounds like the board's
It
telling him
was
what to do.
It was funny that he brought up the World War II. What was Disney's position back then?
Anti-fascist.
Yeah, so basically what he was saying is that Disney took a financial hit back in World War II to oppose fascism.
Yeah.
To fight to oppose Hitler. They came out in support of the United States.
Walt was anti-communist as well.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They took a political stance and took a financial hit because they thought it was right.
Walt would be spinning in his fucking cryo chamber.
Yeah. And Bob Iger is saying, Bob Iger is comparing the importance of queer issues to that.
Where did Walt get his chamber? Isn't it on Disney World property?
The old conspiracy theory is that it's underneath the
it's under one of the parks, isn't it?
Yeah. Look, I think there's I don't know. I imagine there's a proper facility. And my understanding is it's just his head.
I don't really remember,
that's going to be
but
useful.
I remember it's somewhere
Well, you
on
never
the
know.
park. It's in one of the parks.
Yeah.
I think it's Disney World.
Anaheim. No,
it's not going to be in Anaheim.
One of the theories is that it was in Anaheim because it was his first park, in that he had a special place put underneath the left corner of the castle. That was one of the stories back in the day.
A woke University of Pittsburgh professor denies the differences in male-female skeletons.
Oh, yeah.
So a woke University of Pittsburgh anthropology professor denies there's a difference in male and female bone structures during a discussion about gender, sparking disbelief and outrage. Ken, if you're still here, your wife being an anthropologist, Get wrecked. Are there? This isn't her, is it? No. But yeah, there are physical differences. There are physical differences between male and female bones. Full stop.
Don't be a bigot.
Yeah, I saw the video of where they had the professor of that chick, and then they did the hip ball thing where it goes through the female hips, but not through the male hips because they're different shapes. But that professor holding the microphone, she looks like the swimmer.
That's what it was.
I saw that.
So I thought it was the swimmer chick talking,
Yeah.
asking questions, not a professor. Because that actually looks like the swimmer.
That's the swimmer, yes.
So I don't know, because she asked the questions. Can you tell the difference? And then everyone laughs when someone says no.
So if you were to dig up a human, two humans, and 100 years from now, both man and woman, could you tell the difference?
Yeah, that is
Strictly off of bones.
God damn you, Daily Caller! You fucking shit is terrible.
She
she asked the question of the anthropologist, and the anthropologist said no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was basically being, I don't want to say heckled, but refuted.
Yeah, she would be pissed about this. Yes, I imagine.
Yeah, that would be true. Someone has a degree in something, so they say, no, you're wrong, because I have a piece of paper that says I'm right, even though their opinion is incorrect.
You know how worthless a degree opinion is? Look at every lawyer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
wider hips, to facilitate the birthing of humans. So,
and thinner pubic arch so we can separate.
Well, we've both got the pubic arch, but
no, a thinner pubic arch.
Oh,
so
thinner
we can
pubic
separate
arch,
it
yeah.
easier.
So, Ken says she sent me the meme where it's a trans skeleton. The anthropologist says male skeleton age XX. Yeah, that's right. It's retarded. What much time have I got left? 5:30. So Tim had to dash. No, that's not a joke. He actually did need to go. What have I got? 5:36, and I've got. Okay, we'll do the rest on Rumble because it's getting up to 6 hours, and I don't want to have to download the whole fucking episode and cut shit out when I inevitably get fucking struck for something. So yes, thank you everybody for watching. If you would like to continue, we're over on Rumble. The link is in the description. If you don't, I understand. I will see you next week, unless we get a strike, in which case you'll have to watch us on Rumble anyway.
And
so
Thermo will do a striptease.
Thermo will not do a striptease. You can support the show over at Buy Me a Coffee / Not That Thermo. Yeah, so we'll see you next week. I'll play the outro, the going to Rumble thing, so you can say hi to Muhammad. But yes, if you don't want to follow us, that's fine. We'll see you next week. Thank you for watching.
I'll reveal next week.